This is the Soccer World Cup Oman 2024. It's time for the afternoon session here in Muscat. And it's action from Group H, so please welcome to the field your match officials and the two teams, South Africa and Argentina.
Welcome to this Group H clash between Argentina and South Africa in the 2024 Soccer World Cup. The two teams emerge onto the pitch into the bright sunshine here in Muscat, Oman. And we will hear the national anthems. Stirring stuff. Great to see what the two national anthems mean to the two sides, as both teams, Argentina and South Africa, embrace each other, shaking hands with the match officials. Let's have a look at the South Africa side and the goals we expect to come. The danger from Keegan Ganeshan and Jose Garcia for them. 12-man squad. And only one goalkeeper. There's your match officials and the two captains. The distinctive figure of Florius Efederu, your main official to the right. And here's the Argentina side, their coach Federico Gamez. And we expect the threat from them to be from Kevin Ortlieb and also their captain Patricio Daniel Meliza. They've started with a win and a loss 2-1 against Tunisia and lost 4-1 to Croatia. South Africa, by contrast, a thumping win in their opener, 6-2 against Tunisia, then lost 5-2 against Croatia and 4-2 against Hungary. So everything to play for. 26 degrees here on the Arabian Peninsula, just on the southernmost tip of the Arabian Peninsula. A reminder of Group H there, Croatia leading the standings and Hungary in second place as the things stand. These two teams will be hoping to gate crash the top two. I'm Martin Hopkins, and alongside me, Niall McCorn. It's 26 degrees, but it feels cooler than this morning.
Afternoon, Scoop. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Soccer World Cup Oman 2024. And yes, it is hot. But you'd imagine not anything these two sides wouldn't be used to.
South Africa will be attacking the goal away to our right.
That could be the worst kickoff I've ever seen in soccer, by the way, to start off the afternoon.
Here come Argentina with the ball given straight to them.
I've never seen anything like that in soccer before. That was remarkable.
Well, we've learnt to expect everything.
Especially in the first 30 seconds of games.
And we've seen so many goals scored early on. You really do want to keep hold of the ball, especially if you're kicking off.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there. Just tried to roll it off to a teammate and ended up rolling it about half a yard in front, and Argentina were able to regain possession.
So, Group H action this afternoon. And here come Argentina down the far side. That's a decent effort, flashing across goal. Loiseau, the man with the shot. And that wasn't far away. Needed someone steaming in to tap it into the back of the net.
Yeah, we have two Loiseau brothers in the Argentina side, Alain and Joel.
Here comes South Africa, their first attack. And there's a thumping shot from Lunsemi. Not that far over. Look, power in the shot. Martin Lunsemi. Little bit of a breeze this afternoon. There wasn't this morning.
Yeah,
all
always
upfield.
Always nice to see the flags around the stadium fluttering in the wind, Scoop. We haven't seen too much of that this tournament.
Shot there from Argentina. Mirabelli, the man.
All 40 of them.
Here's Malicia. Switching sides, that's high and over the top. Goes into touch. It'll be a kick in on this near side.
We've had a few running repairs to the flagpoles as well.
Have we? I didn't notice that.
We lost the stars off of the Australian flag at one point. So we had to install another Australian flag. The Greek flag was accidentally installed upside down, but we got there in the end before the kickoff of the tournament.
Lorenzani makes a run into the penalty area. There he is, picks it up on the right-hand side of the box, lays it off. Could block that from the Argentinian defence. Back to Lunsemi on the halfway line. It's Lorenzani.
Shrewd start from South Africa. They've got their angles right when approaching the penalty area. They seem to know where to stand. Positionally look good so far. And kick in goes the other way because the ball was moving. But marked improvement from the first 3 seconds of the game where they gave the ball away straight from kickoff.
Loiseau with the ball over on the far side, switching flanks. It's Mirabelli. So Loiseau shot, ball bobbling around, not cleared yet. Eventually it will be cleared by Keegan Pillay. South Africa burst into a 2-goal lead in the opening 5 minutes against Croatia, and they looked really good, and then they were undone by the greater know-how of the wily Croats, who know how to claw their way back into a game. And Lunsemi is not going to trouble the keeper from there.
It'll be of no surprise to you, Scoop, that the Argentines have, between them, listed their favourite players, their idols, and it is a strong blend of Maradona and Messi.
Really?
And a few Riquelmes in there as well, and Aguero.
Who wins that contest?
Well, an equal split between Messi's and Maradona's, and an equal split between Boca and River Plate fans in this Argentinian lineup as well.
South Africa in possession. We've played 5 minutes, relatively uneventful 5 minutes. It's Lorenzani has his shirt tucked just a little bit. Officials allow play to continue. It's Kurt. To the far side, Moonsemi, who's got a shot on him, slips it into the penalty area, picked up by Argentina. Down the line, there's Mirabelli, given away though, picked up by the green shirts. Kurt feints to go one way. Pile available in support on that left-hand side. Is Garcia, who was on the mark early doors against Croatia and had a good game.
Yeah, I was speaking to some of the Argentina delegate before the game, and they were suggesting that they felt a little bit hard done by against Croatia. I feel like they've got more in them to show and to prove.
Well, great opportunity to do so. Not bad football from South Africa. Kyle Kurt just over there. And it's a corner over on that far side. Nil-nil. Flags fluttering over on that far side. Can South Africa work an opening here? Driven low across the box. That wasn't a bad effort. Low and hard. Can't ask for more than that. Just need someone on the end of it.
Yeah, that's right. Set piece is invaluable, really. Seen so many goals scored from them already in this World Cup.
It's Loiseau. That's good work from him. Things might open up here, and that is a chance. Peralta, the man. Good work down the left-hand side from Loiseau. And that was over, and that's a decent opening.
Yeah, Juan Peralta should have scored, really. At least hit the target, maybe. And he wasn't able to do so. The man who's from Marbella, lives in Spain, but represents Argentina.
And it's a free kick here on this near side. Referee marks out 5 metres. There's a one-man wall. And Argentina creates something here. Not a bad effort, that. Alan Loiseau, the man. Just wide. And we hear the instructions being barked from the Argentinian bench. Ball's aimed towards Moonsemi. Goes out of play, and it's a kick in just in front of us here in the commentary position. Melisa, the man, wearing the captain's armband for Argentina. Trying to get things going in midfield.
Yeah, and as we get things going in this evening session of the 6th day of the Soccer World Cup here in Oman, we've got some cracking fixtures to come.
Potential here in this attack for Argentina. Yol Loiseau. Out to his brother Alain on this near side. Switching flanks, there's Peralta. Into the box, that's a great chance, and it's a goal! Malaysia with the opener. Fine build-up play from one flank to the other. Working the opening, the ball into the box was a quality one. And there was the captain. It's Argentina 1, South Africa 0.
And the assist comes with a nutmeg as well, Scoop. Thing of beauty that from Argentina. In fact, it's 2 nutmegs. One through the defender, one through the goalkeeper. And Argentina hit the front through Patricio Malizia.
So 9 minutes in, Argentina ahead. Draw first blood, the South Americans. Chip forward, that'll be easy for the goalkeeper. Morguera.
We were learning, weren't we, before kickoff about some of the demographics of Argentina.
Out to Vasquez on the far side at Nova.
And the goal scorer, Patricio Malizia, fits the bill in terms of the fact that 2/3 of all Argentines are of European descent, or in fact Italian roots. Just look at the surnames in the squad and across some of the legendary Argentine players there have been in the 11-a-side game. Just think of Leo Messi, for example. Messi is an Italian surname, as is Malizia, who's just scored today to open things up inside 10 minutes for Argentina.
Malizia has the thrill of wearing the Argentine number 10 shirt.
I bet there would have been a scrap for that heading into this tournament.
Here's Malizia through the middle. Promise here. Shot. And it's in! Another one. It's a quick fire double. Malizia on the target again. South Africa caught napping. And Patricio Malizia has doubled the advantage. It's Argentina 2, South Africa 0.
Goalkeeper a little slow to get down for South Africa, but a solid strike which creeps in off glove and then off post. But we were just talking about Argentina's number 10, perhaps the most iconic shirt in that country's history, and could well prove to be important again in this World Cup for Argentina. It is 2-0 and 2 for Patricio Malizia.
You do see in soccer quick fire doubles, don't you?
I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention the fact that it is that man on the deck, Malizia. I'm not sure if he's injured himself in the celebration or he's given himself cramp. He's going to come off. He's done his work, Scoop. 2 goals. I'm going to have a rest.
Astaloa on. The number 10, Malizia, off. He deserves a rest.
He does.
He's been a driving force. I wonder if it's obligatory to be the captain if you wear the number 10. Here's Munsemi at the back. Nice little ball out to Kurt on that far flank. Drives at his opponent, Astaloa. Gets to the dead ball line, can't get a cross in. Has won the corner though. Taken quickly, punched away by Morguera.
We were discussing earlier today, weren't we? And last night as well. Some of the football kits we've seen in this tournament. Greece have got an absolute beauty. But Argentina, slightly unique take on their classic, iconic kit, really. It is one of the most recognisable shirts in world football, and apparently the Argentines have been stopped a fair few times by the local Omanis out and about in Muscat, asking what they're here for, what the tournament's all about, which is lovely to see.
And here are those iconic shirts. Astaloa. Loizo back to his keeper. Loizo again in the left full-back position. Oh, nice play down this near side. His brother peels off, might find him. Peralta it is who gets the ball. And that's another cracking strike from the Argentinians. Alan Loizo hitting the ball into the ground. It bounced up high, made it difficult for the keeper. But it bounced over the bar. It's a corner over on this far side. And this is a good game.
Yeah, it would have been nice for Loizo to score. As a free kick goes Argentina's way. He said that before every game he thinks of his grandma, which is lovely. Says that Lala, as he used to call her, will be watching down upon him, and of course his brother Joel as well.
Both representing their country with pride.
But a close effort from Loizo off the crossbar.
Vasquez will take the free kick on this near side to the near post. Peralta was lurking. Dealt with by the South African defence. 14 minutes played. Argentina 2 goals to the good. Corner this time. Driven low and hard. Kick in, near side. Finds Loizo, Alan Loizo. Hunting in a pack with his brother. Making life difficult for Sansushi.
Excellent play from the South Africans. calm under pressure, under real pressure, and it might
Another
work
break.
out.
Here's Moonsemi breaking down the right flank, straight at the keeper. Collides with Garcia, who goes down. Keeper's hurt. Garcia skulks away from the incident.
We're gonna see our first RVAS check of the afternoon here, Scoop. I think.
I quite enjoy them, these RVAS checks. It may be because, thrillingly for us, we're located right by the referee's screen.
Well, there's the incident, and these are the replays that the match officials will be seeing as well.
Garcia wagging his fingers to indicate that he didn't think he'd committed a transgression.
Well, the referee's going to take a closer look. There he is. And so here is that RVAS check. It's the ball into the area. Oh, is that a penalty? Is that a penalty? Does the goalkeeper put his arm across the South African? No. Apparently not. Well, he does put his arm across him. That's visually clear from the replay, but not enough to warrant a penalty.
What we have seen in this tournament is a lot of flailing arms. Great run from Moonsemi, driving run down the right-hand side. Sansushi is the last man back. Here's Malizia, chance for a hat-trick, cuts it back instead. Unselfish play that from the Argentinian captain. And Loizo has hurt himself there in a challenge with Moonsemi. I think he's in some pain. I think we felt that in the commentary position.
Yeah, and obviously we play on artificial turf here at the Soccer World Cup, and so some players opt to wear moulded studs, so the traditional football boots. Some players like to wear flat shoes, and obviously when you are caught by a player who's wearing studs, it's going to hurt a significant amount more than it would if you're caught by someone who's just wearing a general futsal shoe or a trainer. And I think that might have been an example of that just there.
Looks as if it caught him right on the bone of the ankle, which is always painful.
Well, got his body in the way, didn't he? And he's won his team a free kick, so Argentina looking to...
Loizo off, Astaloa on.
Yeah, make something of this.
Great footwork from Loizo. 2-0, the Argentinians lead. Good performance from them. You were saying, Niall, that they felt a little bit hard done by having lost 4-1 to Croatia. And they're putting it right in the most perfect terms imaginable. 2 goals to the good.
Yeah, but earlier this morning, we saw Uruguay 2 goals to the good against Sudan, and they threw it away. They blew it.
And have we got a rush goalkeeper for South Africa? We have. Here comes the cross. Taken down on the near post, and it's in. Ortlia this time past the rush goalkeeper, and it's now 3 for Argentina. And we've played 18 minutes, and this has been an impressive performance from the South Americans.
Yeah, South Africa falling apart at the seams.
Why did they put the rush goalkeeper on? Garcia, the man in goal.
You can't see it from that replay, and it's an excellent finish from Juan Peralta. But the play in the midfield from the man wearing number 10, Malizia, again heavily involved. It was his run, his determination and drive which created that move.
South Africa got to try and get something before half-time. And appeals for a penalty there, not given, thus far anyway. And Malizia getting involved there with Halim. The net result is a free kick to South Africa.
Yeah, Halim looks good, doesn't he? Close control, aggression, quick feet. Did all of the right things there. Got his body in the way when he needed to. Some quick footwork when required as well. And ultimately has come out with a free kick for his team. So, good work.
Lorenzani standing over the ball. Goes for goal. Cleared by Argentina. And at the other end of the field, Garcia is still the emergency goalkeeper. The rush goalkeeper comes up to the halfway line. And Silly keeps going inside right channel. Out to Sansushi over on that far side. Back to Garcia again, the man with the gloves. He's a threat up front. You wonder why he's gone in goal. There's a chance! Great foot from the keeper to keep it out. Ball still in play. Both teams fighting for the ball competitively.
Great save, that Scoop. Really good. Almost kind of killed the ball dead with that outstretched left leg. It was going in.
And over from Moonsemi.
Just took a little nick, so we'll have another corner.
And so it's a corner on this near side. 3-0 to Argentina. Garcia, who does have a shot on him. Doesn't go for it though, lays it off. Back to Garcia, does go for goal this time. Charged down by Malizia. Corner. Over on that far side. Garcia receives it again. Back to Sansushi. Good ball from him outside of the right boot. And that's an enjoyable first half of football. Some decent stuff played by both sides. But it is Argentina who hold the advantage. Malizia with a quick-fire double in the 9th and 10th minutes. And somewhat surprisingly, South Africa put the rush goalkeeper on Garcia, and he was beaten on 18 minutes by Juan Carlos Peralta. And so at half-time, it's Argentina 3, South Africa 0.
Yeah, strangely, Scoop, I don't think the statistics or even the scoreline tells the full story of what we've seen out there for the first 20 minutes of this World Cup. Just one shot, and it was on target from South Africa. Argentina have just been superb going forward. They've been free-flowing, they've been clinical with their chances. They've not really been wasteful at all. They've been efficient with the ball in the final third. I mean, that was probably the earlier of the chances that Juan Peralta had, but he was on target. I mean, that was an excellent goal. Double nutmeg as well. One through the legs of the defender. Ready? There you go. And then another through the legs of the keeper.
Lovely.
Beautiful. And
great finishing.
Yeah, really was. And Malizia has been at the heart of it all, if not finishing it off. In tandem with Peralta, both of them together have been outstanding for Argentina, and South Africa have just had no answer. I don't think South Africa have knocked the ball around badly by any means. Creatively, they've looked good. I mean, maybe the goalkeeper could have done better with that one from Malizia. Makes a run from inside his own half, knew exactly what he was going to do, generates the angle, generates the power, and the goalkeeper can't keep it out. Although I think maybe he should have felt that, you know, he could have done, the goalkeeper. So a bit of a frustrating one that for South Africa. Yeah, very much a savable opportunity, you'd have to say, for South Africa. But Malizia has been at the heart of everything, along with Peralta. If you look here, another opportunity, this one off the crossbar from Alain Loiseau. There was a penalty appeal in the game as well. I mean, that was decided by the referees that no spot kick, or no centre spot kick, we should say, and that's why we are at 3-0. Good finish. Can't tell from that replay, but trust me when I say Malizia was involved in that goal as well. So 3-0 Argentina in a comfortable position, in cruise control, and as we often see in this World Cup, the teams that are leading at half-time are the keenest to get the match restarted. The team that's behind, South Africa, wanting to take a little bit more of their time on the touchline.
I was quite surprised by the stats. Just one shot on target for South Africa, the one saved by the boot of Morgera. Had formed the perception that South Africa were a little more threatening than that, but nevertheless, it remains true that it has been a dominant Argentina performance. And both teams are out for the second half. Malizia keen to get things underway.
And remember, you can watch every single match of this World Cup live on the official International Soccer Federation app. So go and download it now. It's available from the App Store. Trust me, you won't want to miss any of the action. Especially as we approach the knockout stages, Scoop. But even before that, because tonight we've got some absolute crackers Of course, starting this afternoon session of the World Cup, we take a break in the middle of the day, if you're not aware, because of the Middle Eastern sunshine. But we've got Albania against Latvia in Group F next. That was yesterday. I keep looking at... I'm confused with my days. They're all rolling into one scoop.
They've become so thick and
It is
fast.
Wednesday today, isn't it? I just want to check. It's Wednesday, the 4th of December. So it's not Albania, Latvia.
It's day 6.
It's day 6. It's Latvia against Peru. So Latvia are playing straight after this. Then a big one from Group E. France against Pakistan. That is huge. Germany against Serbia. Well worth a watch. 6 p.m. 7 p.m. Greece against Cyprus. Place is still up for grabs in that group, Group C, as we approach the knockout stages. And then a tussle for top spot in Group A as the host nation Oman take on their Middle Eastern neighbours Qatar next at 8 p.m. So much great soccer to take in tonight.
There's always a special atmosphere when Oman are playing. All the dignitaries are here and the place is buzzing. It's great they go on so late, 11 o'clock at night, the last kick-off. Referee Florios on the far side blows his whistle and instantly called into action on this near side. There's 2 players down. I think it was Stottard, the man for South Africa, that was involved. And there's an Argentina player down.
Yeah, we've got a brand new windbag for the second half as well. Fresh out the wrapper, pumped up, new football for the second period. Bit like cricket.
You were smelling them earlier.
You make me sound like a proper weirdo. You sound like David James.
It's great. I love the smell of new footballs. It's unmistakable.
Well, everything here for this World Cup is absolutely brand new. The footballs are brand new. The pitch was brand new, laid on Wednesday last week. So a brand new surface. So it can be a bit heavy and stodgy at times.
Yep,
it's not quite flattened down just yet.
They were marking it out when we arrived.
Yep, brand new painted lines as well for this morning and the action that took place there. And of course the brand new app, as we've already mentioned. And if you're more traditional, you can of course watch all of the games on YouTube as well.
Garcia has it.
Good to have you with us if you are watching.
Goes for the pass down the line. Here's a potential opportunity. 2 players collide narrowly wide. Great chance for Stottard. Really good opportunity. And we have another collision between 2 players. Both have hurt themselves.
Yeah, I think both just making a play for the ball and end up colliding with each other. So we're going to take a brief pause. South Africa are asking the question. No whistle came. They did manage to get the shot away through Halim, who I think has probably been their trickiest player, wearing 11 for South Africa.
I quite like Sansushi at the back. He's carrying a bit of weight, and when you see a player like that in this tournament, you think, he must have played at a decent level.
Here we go. We've got more fresh footballs being delivered to the commentary box. They must have heard what you said.
Can't we smell them first? And Sansushi, the number 16 for South Africa, he has shown a delightful touch.
Oh no, in all seriousness, going back to the football scoop, I mean, a World Cup ball is iconic in its own right. And of course, these soccer balls are specifically designed for this format of the game.
Size 5.
Size 5, distinctive colourway as well, with the white, the green and the purple. But in World Cups, in 11-a-side, you've got, you know, the tango, which is an iconic football from back in the day. And of course, in 2010, more recently, in South Africa, the Jabulani, which received plenty of criticism.
Garcia might shoot here, clips it towards Sansushi on this near side, the number 16. To Garcia, he does have a shot on him. Munsemi into the penalty area, great early ball that, saved by Bulgaria. As Malizia tries his luck against the South African goalkeeper. What's your favourite ball of all time in terms of design?
I do love the tango. I do think it's classic. It's almost like the old black and white panelled football. But I'm a bit of a sucker for the Total 90 as well. One of the early Premier League balls.
The tango is that Italian 90, that one?
Yeah, I think slightly earlier than that actually. I I think they used the tango for a fair few World Cups and just kept upgrading it. I think the last tango they used was France '98. And then in 2002, Japan, Korea, a slightly different style of football. But again, just going back to the Jabulani for the World Cup in South Africa for the men's 11-a-side tournament in 2010. Lots of controversy about the way the ball moved.
Here's Stoddard, goes for goal. Lorenzani was available in the penalty area. Slightest touch would have put it in the back of the net. A little bit of head of steam being built by South Africa, and that's not a bad effort from Garcia, Rush goalkeeper.
Yeah, decent strike. If that was the Jabulani, that might have swerved 10 degrees to the right and tested the goalkeeper.
I think my favourite has to be the first one where design became a feature. The 1974 World Cup ball, the Adidas one, the panelled one. There's Lorenzani, works it out to Moon Sami. He's got up and down that far flank. Looks a useful player, strong running. I actually went to an exhibition, design in football. As the ball is drilled into the penalty area, and they had a selection of balls. Sansushi chips it down the line. Goes out of play. Slightly low-key start to the second half. Remember, Argentina leading by 3-0. A quick-fire double from the captain, Patricio Daniel Milizia. And a third added after a lovely flowing move by Juan Carlos Peralta. No further additions, and we've played 6 minutes in the second half.
Yeah, it's incredible the amount of thought that goes into designing equipment these days, whether it's boots, goalkeeper gloves, shirts, shorts, shin pads, socks. Any 1%, any edge that teams can gain, a margin over their opponents, will be exploited and looked into. That includes kits and equipment.
I love the attention to detail of the designs. These days, clubs think a lot about it. As Lorenzani goes down just in front of us. South African captain. Enjoying a word with his opponent. Good to see the game played in fine spirit. Sansushi back to his goalkeeper.
Yeah, these two sides get on well from what I've been told. They've bumped into each other a couple of times. They've been friendly.
Good run this down that far side. Loizo forced to put the ball out into touch.
Yeah, Halim's South Africa's most dangerous creative player from what I've seen so far this afternoon. Get the ball to him a little more and try and spark something.
Decent run this over on the far side. Mirabelli the man. Given away though. Sami clips it down the line. Halim goes down. Still South Africa pressing. And Loizo will take the kick in, indicated by the official Florios over on the far side, who is a very distinctive character, Florios. Need characters in refereeing. Don't quite have the characters in donning the whistle that we did once have. And Argentina pressing. Here's a chance for a fourth, and it is taken. Simone the man made no mistake, and it's a further goal from Argentina. Julio Alberto Simone bundled it past Garcia into the South African net. 8 minutes into the second half, and it is Argentina 4, South Africa 0.
He's a bartender by trade, Julio Simone, and he served up a fourth here for Argentina. Simple finish, side-footed, and South Africa done for in this game. Not through lack of effort, just think maybe they've been outclassed. And there's another one.
And they're running riot now.
Hat-trick as well.
Argentina. Milizia with this treble. Is that the first hat-trick we've seen in the tournament?
Well, we did see Qatar score 4 in one game, all 4 from the same player. But certainly a hat-trick in a World Cup for your national team, wearing the 10, the iconic shirt of Argentina.
All boxes ticked.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that, does it, for Patrizio Malizia? I feel like we've said his name over and over and over again in commentary for this game.
Well, that's
at least 3 times.
Tells its own story, doesn't it?
I was just about to say, I don't think it's been through a lack of quality or effort from South Africa. They've just simply been outclassed by a better team. And I think the Croatia game, as I mentioned, left Argentina feeling determined and maybe a little bit burned. And South Africa have felt the repercussions of that in this game here in Group H.
South Africa got off to a great start in this tournament. The ball comes forward again. Garcia gathers.
Well, they technically opened the tournament, didn't they, South Africa? Because it was originally set to be Pakistan v Haiti, 9 o'clock Friday morning in Group E here in Muscat. Haiti weren't in the country at the time, had visa issues, and so they forfeited that game. So the first actual match we had was that Tunisia-South Africa game.
Still, South Africa had it, looking to get on the score sheet today. They've won a corner. 10 minutes left for play. Corner which Lorenzani will take over on the far side. Back to Moonsemi, to Garcia. Sansushi is on the near side, receives it. To the penalty area, and it's cleared, and it's another one. It's another one. The rush goalkeeper exploited. Has to lower the man. It's a 5th for Argentina. Garcia was in no man's land, and Argentina have taken full advantage. It's 5-0.
Yeah, rush goalkeeper's not working, is it, for South Africa? They've conceded 3 goals since they've taken that approach, and that is the risk you run when you push the extra man up. You put the bib on him, you make him play rush keeper, and once he goes up and the ball gets turned over, it's an open goal at the other end. And we have seen many goals scored like that in this tournament.
I just feel that South Africa did it a little bit early. Right, took off there.
Right before half-time, wasn't it, Scoop?
Ibrahim off.
Yeah, and just wonder what the thinking was, and maybe they could have dug in a little bit more, got to half-time, waited, been patient, and played 5 minutes of the second, and then gone rush keeper, had things got no better for them, but they've got significantly worse.
It's 6. Goals in the first half. Malizia with his double, and Peralta. Simone, Malizia completed his hat-trick, and then Astaloa a few moments ago.
I think I'm right in saying that Germany have scored 7. We saw Turkey hit for 7 by Poland earlier. No side has yet scored 8 in this World Cup.
There's plenty of time, 8 minutes yet on the clock. I think South Africa don't look a bad side. They've knocked it around.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. It didn't feel at half-time like a 3-0 scoreline, even though the statistics suggested that was probably the way things should have gone.
Here's Morguera trying his luck coming out of goal. There's Loizo. Cross gathered by Garcia. Of course, it's a double-edged sword. Garcia is one of their better players, and they could have done with him up front. Still South Africa press. Lorenzani picks up the loose ball to Haim. Back on this near side. Back to Lorenzani. Moonsemi, right inside, goes for goal. Great save from the keeper. Morguera at his near post. Dealt with the danger well, and he's hurt himself in the process. Good stop. Moonsemi has a shot on him. Quite liked him, Moonsemi, as a player. Gets up and down the flank. Powerful shot.
I'll say the same thing as you were just referring to there, Scoop. South Africa, they aren't a bad side, and they haven't played particularly poorly this afternoon. I just think Argentina have been ruthless. They've been better. They've been more lively. They've been more creative. They've been more clinical. And South Africa aren't a poor outfit, almost like Poland against Turkey. Earlier today, this morning, the Turks are a good side. Poland are just better. and hit them for 7. And it
just-
can happen in soccer.
I just feel that South Africa could have been a bit more disciplined. They won their first game 6-2, went into a 2-0 lead against Croatia. But that was the high point, being 2-0 up against Croatia for them as far as the tournament is concerned. Then they conceded 5 against Croatia to lose 5-2 and then lost 4-2 against Hungary. Argentina 1-2-1 against Tunisia, lost to Croatia, and they have Hungary to come. So
They've conceded 17 goals. South Africa.
down goes Simone, scorer of the 4th. So we can start now to turn our attention, as we have 5 minutes left in this game, to the next one. What's coming up next?
Well, it's Latvia against Peru in Group F. Latvia know that a result for them would put them in a good position.
South Africa standing off, backing into their own penalty area. Crucial foot in from Munsemi to Lorenzani. Can't quite find Pillay. Back it comes up the other end. And an attack might be on here. Here's Garcia breaking at speed to Munsemi on the right-hand side. The run into the box of some Munsemi, but it's Garcia who scores. Really good goal. He started the move and he finished it himself. But it's a consolation. It's 6-1.
Yeah, you said it there. Nothing more than one for a bit of pride. Good finish, though, from the Rush goalkeeper. Normally a forward, of course, so you can expect him to have a decent finish on him. And we saw evidence of that right there. Started the attack, intercepting from his own box all the way up the other end. Quick 1-2, 6-1.
I'm surprised by the way things have gone for South Africa. But that's it for them. This is their final game. So they are enjoying their final few moments. Can they get another one? Halim, the man who got the shot away, blocked, and now Argentina break again. And Garcia comes all the way out of his goal. Not sure the situation merited it. Still, it's Argentina. Gathered by Garcia. Out to Lorenzani on that far side. Here's Halim. Blocked by Loiseau.
Well, this win put Argentina on 6 points with a game to play, which is a good position to be in, considering Hungary are on 5 points. And they've also got a game to play. So it's in Argentina's hands. Croatia have 7. They also have a remaining game.
Munsemi might have a crack. Deflected, could have gone anywhere. Goes out into touch on this near side.
Group H getting interesting.
Here's Halim. Some promise shown by him. Back to Garcia, his Rush goalkeeper. Clipped to Munsemi, header at the near post. And now Garcia's got to get smartly back into his goal. Luckily for him, Morgera made a bit of a hash of his clearance.
And Group F looking interesting as well, Scoop. The next game, Latvia-Peru, as you mentioned a second ago. If Latvia win, they just need Mexico to win and both sides are through. Mexico, one of the other teams in that group.
Peru won their first game. South Africa press on that far side.
Mexico won the first game of today as well, day 6 of this World Cup.
Clipped towards the far post, header away. Good defensive work that from Simone. Good work from him at both ends. Here's Garcia. He'll no doubt have a crack, does do so. Rising shot into the netting behind the goal. South Africa 1, Argentina 6. It's been an impressive performance from the Argentinians.
Well, Jose Garcia celebrates a 35th birthday tomorrow.
Does he?
He celebrates it with a goal. unfortunately not the present of a win against Argentina.
Can he get another one? No.
Heading for defeat here, South Africa.
To Halim over on that far side. There's Lorenzani, another shot punched by Morguera away. Still Argentina haven't cleared, given away to Halim. Lorenzani with the shot, ball bouncing around. Still, South Africa have it. And Loizo can bring it clear. There's Lorenzani. Here's his chance. Oh, the tumble in the penalty area. Moodley was the man that went down. Jurian Moodley. And out comes Morguera, the goalkeeper for Argentina. 30 seconds to go. Will there be any further goals? It will be really harsh on the South Africans if it were to be 7. And here's Garcia in an attempt to reduce the deficit. Musemi forces the keeper into a save. Those two really link well. Plenty of promise then from the South Africans. Here's Halim. And Garcia, that's probably his final shot of the afternoon. It is. It's been an Argentinian mauling. Argentina 6, South Africa 1. Quick-fire double from the captain Malizia in the first half on 9 and 10 minutes. Then Peralta, 3-0 at half-time. Further goals from Simone. Malizia completing his hat-trick in the second half. And Astaloa, the consolation for South Africa. Garcia's 36-minute effort. It has finished Argentina 6, South Africa 1.
Deservedly so as well. South Africa probably gave away more goals than they needed to. They went rush goalkeeper, didn't they, and tried to make something of it just before half-time when 2-0 down, and that's what cost them in the end. Argentina were utterly ruthless. They were determined. I spoke to them before the game. They said that they had something to prove after the Croatia game, and I think they've proved it, Scoop. Emphatic win, 1-6 to the Argentines.
Niall off to grab an interview on the pitch. So we move from Group H to Group F in a few minutes. We'll just have a look at some of the action, and there's been plenty. First shot of the day from South Africa, but here come Argentina. And there's Simone's goal. Made no mistake, the number 22. Garcia, the rush goalkeeper, having his work cut out despite the close attentions of Lorenzani. Lovely finish, that one. Probably the pick of the bunch. Precise low finish from Malizia, completing his hat-trick. The Argentinian captain and number 10. And Garcia there caught out of his goal. Long range effort. And that's always the danger when you play rush goalkeepers. Garcia caught in the middle, couldn't keep that one out. Musemi, a threat down that far flank for South Africa. And there is the consolation from Garcia. And it's the goal that made it Argentina 6, South Africa 1. And we'll be back in a few moments with Latvia versus Peru.
Big win for Argentina, and I've got the main man, Patrizio Malizia, alongside me. A brilliant victory, a brilliant performance, not just from the whole team, but from you as well. How proud are you of that?
I am super happy for the team, not just for me. Finally, we wake up. We had some regular match. We have too much injuries, so now they come back. We are a strong team. We're gonna fight until the end.
For you to wear the captain's armband, to wear that famous number 10 on your back, and to score a hat-trick in the World Cup, That must be special for you.
It was super special, yeah, because I was waiting this moment. The first 2 matches was super difficult, so now finally this. We wake up, we start to show what we can do.
Yeah, how much hunger does this give you to go on and go further in this World Cup?
Sorry?
How much hunger does this give you to go on and do well in this World Cup?
We will try to go until the end. We have a strong thing. We will try to go to until the end.
Brilliant performance, congratulations. Go and enjoy with your teammates. Argentina, handsome winners today against South Africa.
Thank you very much.
muchachos, vamos. Tenemos que hacerlo.
Hacer caso cuando el compañero le habla, hacer caso.
Solo darle caso a Motomoto.
with the action continuing now in Group F. Will you please welcome onto the pitch the national teams of Latvia and Peru.
So it's on to Group F then in the Soccer World Cup 2024 here in Oman. Latvia know what their task is. Their task is to defeat Peru in their final group stage game and hope that Mexico, the group leaders, win their next match as well, and both sides will go through to the knockout stages. Peru with 3 points only and hoping to add to that tally. First, the national anthem of Latvia. Well, Peru finished bottom of their World Cup group in 2023. That tournament held in Essen in Germany. This one in Oman, in Muscat, the first ever Soccer World Cup in the Middle East. Sees the Peruvians look to avoid finishing bottom. For the Latvians, they're looking to progress to the knockout stages. They know that if they do win here this afternoon and Mexico win their final group stage game, then they're through to the knockout stages. Task is simple, win today. A draw may still be enough, but ideally it's all 3 points. Well, Jakub Alinsky and Nobi Medved, the two referees for this one. As the sun begins its descent behind the mountains. Here is that Peruvian side, plenty of experience in there. Quite a few players born in the 1980s in this Peru team, one of the older squads around, some of which above 40 years old. But as we know about soccer, it's not always about the talent or the technique, it's about the know-how and the guile. And it's always difficult to operate in temperatures as high as 27 degrees Celsius, but that's what Muscat has served up to us. Beautiful sunshine in the Middle Eastern winter. Well, here is that group. Australia beaten by Mexico earlier this morning, and so they will take on Peru in their final group stage game. If Peru win against Latvia and then beat Australia, that will make things interesting. So still not dead as far as the Peruvians are concerned. For the Latvians, they just need to win this and hope that Mexico win to confirm their spot in the knockout stages. Well, Latvia did make it through to the knockouts in 2023. 4 teams in a group last year in Essen, 5 teams in a group this time around. A slightly different looking World Cup as 3 teams progress through to the knockout stages in Germany in 2023. Here in Oman, it will just be the 2 that progress through to the last 16 from each group. There was a last 32 phase last year that has been dispensed of, and now we are into the thick of the group stage action. We are set for drama, no doubt, over the next few hours and the next days. My name's Niall McCorn, alongside me Martin Scoop Hopkins. Good afternoon to you, Scoop.
Good afternoon. Nicely poised, this one. Latvia can move on to 9 points with a 3rd win in a row. Peru, who won their opener against Albania, have 1 more match to play. Conceivably, they could get on to 9 as well. So important for them to get a result today. Otherwise, it'll look pretty tricky.
Yeah, Latvia 3rd in the group at the moment. Beaten by Mexico, beaten by Albania, but winners over Australia. A result the Australians were very frustrated with, having spoken to them earlier today. And Mexico's next game, I believe, is against Albania. So a victory for Latvia and Albania's defeat at the hands of current group leaders Mexico would mean that Sergio Lopez's side and these Latvians would progress. That's why we are poised where we are, and we will have many a permutation and a problem to solve in the next couple of hours, Scoop, I'm sure.
Well, here come Peru for the first time.
Driven effort, good save, keep it down nicely to his right.
The only certainty is Australia are out, so it's 3 good sides vying behind Mexico. You'd think. Albania looks a strong outfit as well. Maybe reliant on 1 player, Casa, their number 10.
Well, so often individual quality can be the difference. Think of Poland earlier today with Jaszak. Good volley. Over the top though. Good hit from Vishnakovs. Latvia ready to ring early changes as well. Roll on, roll off subs here in the Soccer World Cup.
Very difficult for the Latvians in these conditions, as they pointed out in their post-match interview last time. Whatever it is here, it's 30-odd degrees warmer here than back home in Latvia. Not used to playing football in these sort of temperatures. Peru, water off a duck's back for them though. And here's Bruce, who does have a shot on him.
Castillo. It's all the way back to the goalkeeper. Bruce plays it out. Ponce. Peru taking their time. Latvia just assessing their opposition. Castillo. Latvia still yet to make that magnitude of swaps. Good effort, good claim from Arvis Shvedesh Kula.
Lovely effort from Castro, curling nicely. Not quite enough curl on it. Good hands though from Kula, the goalkeeper.
And there are those Latvia alterations. Good pass. This is excellent from Latvia. Should have scored, really. He was clean through Ainoš Daudzes. Yeah. Disappointing from a Latvian perspective, Scoop. That was a clearer chance as you could have hoped for, really, in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, great chance from Daudzes. Less than 5 minutes played. Best opportunity of the game so far. Couldn't quite keep it low enough to beat Bruse. Not quite sure what to expect from Peru, really, after their opener, where their goalkeeper scored a couple of crackers to win the game 2-0 against Albania. Delirious celebrations from them after the game. Really happy moments for the Peruvians, which was great to see.
Appeals for a foul from Latvia, not listened to by this afternoon's match officials.
But the Peruvians brought back down to earth after a 6-0 mauling at the hands of Mexico.
Well, Mexico have a positive goal difference of 10. Scored 2 against the Latvians on Saturday. 6 against the Peruvians, as you've just said, Scoop, and then 3 against Australia earlier this morning.
Latvia giving a good account of themselves, though. Tiny nation, one of the Baltic states.
Yeah, and still got the large bulk of the squad that they had last year in Essen for the 2023 edition of the World Cup.
Just 2 million people to choose from. Pakistan up next. They've got
10 times the population, I'd
and
say.
more, I would say. I think it's
More like 100 times the population.
It's
actually.
240 million, I think, Pakistan.
So yeah,
I think it's the world's most populous country.
well, Jānis Pakals and Emils Napšis both in the Latvian side as they were last World Cup. They were the main goal scorers for the Latvian team.
You know, it's only as the competition unwinds can you assess the true meaning of results.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some strange ones, not just the tournament, but even today. Good hit, good save, well held by the goalkeeper. For instance, the Uruguay-Sudan game. Uruguay cruising in the group pretty much after beating the world champions. 2-0 up against Sudan, and they're going to lose 4-2. So it's sometimes hard to assess the balance of the groups based off of the results we've seen.
Because you don't know the relative strengths of each outfit. And only losing 2-1 to Mexico indicates, at the very least, that Latvia are no mugs.
Well, Mexico play Albania, 3 o'clock tomorrow. Win that, and they are through as group winners. And if Latvia win here, it pulls the Northern Europeans through with them.
So if one of these two can win, and Albania lose to Mexico and slip into a negative goal difference, it would really hand them the initiative.
And actually, that's why this game is so fascinating, because a draw is probably not a great deal of use for both teams.
No.
So someone will have to go for this.
Get used to some thrills and spills then.
That's what soccer's all about.
If it's all to play for in the second half.
Often see that, don't you, with the cagey start to first half games. Keeper can't hold that one. Zulevs on the far side, still going, and still. And a good save from the goalkeeper, rifled in by Corsacks.
Strong hands at his near post. Showing there's more than just goal scoring to his game.
That was well hit. It's another decision given Latvia's way. Polish referee Jakub Olinski in no doubt there. Latvia seem to be taking the approach that we've seen the French and the Greeks and other sides using this tournament, which is multiple changes after every few minutes, changing all of the outfield players at once. Murmurings of a pass back, but Latvia will continue anyway and force another save out of the goalkeeper. And he has been important, Brusset.
Lovely effort from Viznikovs. And another fine save from Brusset. Performing heroics with strong hands. Listen to him barking the instructions. That's a little bit of discussion amongst the referees. Play continues.
Yeah, I think they were just double checking that there wasn't any infringement there in the penalty area. It's hard for Jakub Olinski to see on that far side with the sunshine just getting lower and lower. And the check over pretty swiftly. And no foul of any description, so on we go with the score goalless after just under 12 minutes here in Group F. Kowalskis. Vitolnieks lifted forward into the path of Deschamps. Yoks blocked by Peru. One-on-one opportunity maybe. Oh, that was a tussle, and a tussle which was contested unfairly by Latvia's Edgars Kowalskis, and so the Peruvians have a set piece in a dangerous position.
Yeah, can they take full advantage? It's been all Latvia in the recent minutes. We've played 13 minutes here in Group F.
Well, Latvia in a group last World Cup with France and also Kuwait. Kuwaitis scored 1 and conceded 26. And by not turning up in this tournament, as it's played short and blocked away, and by not turning up in this tournament, the Kuwaitis have actually ended up with a better goal difference by conceding every match by default 3-0 than when they turned up to compete last year, shelling 26 times in their 3 group stage games, as opposed to the 12 that they'll give away in this tournament. Peru on the move and looking for the opening goal. And once again, Arvis Švedes Kula is in the way for Latvia.
Kuwait, a tiny nation further up the Gulf of Oman.
Well, Iraq are here, aren't they? And they've looked decent. Gulf states well represented. And the host nation Oman in action later in Group A. 8 PM kickoff against Qatar for the honour of being crowned group winners in Group A. And we're expecting a good atmosphere as well when the Omanis take to the field. Kowalskis. Vitolnieks. Around the corner from Napshis. Well, we've seen a few infringements, haven't we, in this game so far as we approach the quarter of an hour mark, 20-minute halves here at the World Cup. Neither side yet to take advantage of one of those, though.
Might be a chance here. Free kick conceded by Napsis, who was the immovable object. Castillo looks like he fancies his chances. Ponche also there.
Driven over and into the stands behind. Well, we mentioned it could be a bit cagey, Scoop, and that's because neither side wants to overcommit early into the game. Just going to have to stay patient, because in about 20 or 22 minutes' time,
it's all going to kick off.
It's all going to kick off. Chaos will ensue, you can just tell.
We better make sure we're on our game, ready for that. Rush goalkeepers, thrills, spills. Kazakhstan went for it when they needed a goal. They brought the rush goalkeeper on and they got it. A slightly different approach in soccer when you need a win. You've just simply got to throw caution to the wind and go for it.
Shulevs. Well, I just prodded it through for Bolovitis, but never really came off for Latvia. And that's been the tale of their opening 16 minutes. I think they've probably had the better of it in comparison to Peru, but not able to manufacture any clear chances so far, the Latvians.
What we haven't seen is Brousset coming forward and having a crack at goal. And we know he's got a shot on him.
Right on cue.
A sighter.
Well, we've seen many goalkeepers scoring goals in this World Cup so far.
Still 27, 28 degrees here this afternoon. Shadows lengthening on this side of the pitch, but still very hot over on that far side.
Just wonder how that might impact the Peruvians, who are on their way forward. Deflected away. Kick in for Peru. I know they're used to the temperatures, but as I was saying pre-match, many of their squad either approaching or over the age of 40, including Raul Otero, wearing number 14. More swaps for the Latvians, the bottom of your picture.
3 goalkeepers in the Peruvian squad. So that means they've got less outfield players out of the maximum number of 15.
Yapton.
There's 14 in the Peru squad.
Went with the outside of his right foot. Dauchis chance. Napsis for Latvia. Now Kowalskis. Good challenge. Napsis trying his best to get through. Pinched back by Peru. One back again by the Latvians though. Kowalskis. Vitolnieks. Joks. Good chance if the cutback can find a teammate. The only target, Emils Napsis.
Just the pendulum swinging the way of Latvia, just a feeling that they're starting to turn the screw a little bit. Although that was a wayward shot.
Yeah, that one's in the fan zone, isn't it? Just over the left-hand side of the back of the stand, next to that Beautiful traditional Omani building that you might have caught sight of a couple of times away behind the goal to our left. That is the Rosner restaurant building, built in traditional Omani architecture. One of the best restaurants in Oman, I'm told.
We thought it was something else, didn't we?
Haven't yet been able to sample the local cuisine in Rosner yet. That's on the cards. What's on the cards for both of these sides is the opportunity to win, and Latvia need a win. And they could have squeezed into a lead before half-time, but it's goalless at the break. A game with not too many chances to speak about. I'm sure it will get exciting in the second half when both sides will no doubt press for a winner. They need 3 points to progress through to the knockout stages, or at least give themselves the best chance of doing so. But, Scoop, at half-time, nothing to sever the two sides. Latvia 0, Peru 0.
And I think what the statistics will reveal is that the Peruvian goalkeeper has been a bit busy, but in actual fact, total shots and total shots on target are identical, but that doesn't quite tell the whole story, because there have been a number of important stops from Bruce, the Peruvian goalkeeper. Certainly he seemed to be the busier of the two. And towards the latter stages of the half, it seemed that Latvia was settling into the game and finding their feet and applying a bit of pressure and putting some moves together. Good chance that one.
Yeah, there's not a lot in this game. It might just take a moment of madness or a moment of quality, Scoop, for us to find a winner.
I just get the feeling that this is all the precursor to the main action in the second half.
Well, Latvia did progress to the knockout stages of last year's World Cup, but they were beaten by the United States of America by 2-0. The USA themselves not in action until tomorrow as they take on Italy here in Muscat. That's in Group A, and all of the groups yet to be decided. The final game of the group phase is tomorrow, Thursday the 5th of December, Ireland against Colombia, 11 o'clock kickoff in the evening, I should say. That's in Group D, but before then we should have a clearer idea of exactly who will be participating in the knockout stages. And the teams will be in the hotels, no doubt, Scoop, working out the permutations, working out what they need to do, working out how many goals they need to score, which might even be the case, could well come down to goal difference.
Well, we're working out the permutations. What we know is that tomorrow will be the last day of the group stages. A whole host of games starting at 9 o'clock in the morning on day 7. And then on Friday, the 6th of December, that's the day when it all starts. Very compact knockout stages on Friday and Saturday, with the final at 8 o'clock on Saturday night. And we'll miss the late programme of evening football. It'll seem that it's ended somewhat prematurely.
Well, I wonder which two sides will be in that final. Kazakhstan last year defeating Ukraine. There is no Ukraine in the tournament this time around, but we've seen Poland look menacing. France look fearsome at times, but they have lost the game, and that was to Poland. Romania,
I don't know.
with a shout.
It's difficult to say, but the evidence of our own eyes suggests Germany and Poland probably.
Germany generating interest in, I think, against Serbia tonight, which kicks off at 6 p.m. That will be the toughest of all of the tests that Germany have faced so far. And that will be intriguing to see exactly how they get on against stiffer opposition.
Yeah, and an examination of their defence, which we haven't really seen thus far. And we haven't even mentioned Brazil. How can we not mention Brazil? But they look a decent outfit. Plenty of good players. Difficult to pick out their best player. They've got so many of them. They've played mainly in the heat of the day, which has probably suited them.
Well, the referees are just getting a few snaps taken before we get restarted again. We did kick off slightly early, ever so slightly early, before the 4 o'clock hour here in Muscat, so a bit of time. And Jakub Aliński blows his whistle and play resumes for the second half here in Group F, with Latvia and Peru locked at 0-0. Fabio Castillo looking to change that early on. Well, the French have arrived in time for their 5 o'clock kickoff against Pakistan. You see Djibril Cissé up in the stands away to our right. Part of the French team, former Liverpool striker. Along with Ludovic Obraniak, another former professional player in 11-a-side.
Yeah, it's difficult to mistake him. Djibril Cissé, distinctive shock of blonde hair there, sitting, chatting with his teammates behind the goal away to our right.
Chance here for Peru. Saved again by the goalkeeper, Shvedez Kula. Do wonder if the Australians are watching this one with keen interest, having been defeated by Mexico earlier today. Wasteful. Yeah. Oh. Echo, echo.
We've spent too much time in each other's company.
We can't get enough of the soccer action. As Latvia make more changes, and mention the Australian team, great sports, great spirits they were in, even in defeat. A bit of frustration in the ranks.
You know what I like? Football does have its own language. You've got to know the right vernacular, the right vocabulary, and if you use that vocabulary, everyone knows what you're talking about, like wasteful, for example. They're cliches, but they're the language of football.
Well, I won't repeat some of the language that the Aussies were using after the game, but all in good spirits, of course.
I didn't hear any profanities.
Well, you didn't get close enough. Not negative profanities by any stretch. Just part of the culture, I suppose you could say. Here come Latvia. Still waiting our first goal in this game. An important game in Group F. Spoke to Australia's John Stamboliev after the game as well. He says he's missing his surfboard. It's the longest he's gone without a surf for a long time, the man from the east coast of Australia.
Nicknamed Stambo.
This is a good run and a good cross as well, but no one in white there for Latvia. Lofted forward. Played across. Well, he had more time than he realised there. Jair Mucho-Trigo. He decided to head the ball goalwards when he never really could generate the power. He had time and space to bring it down inside the box. The goalkeeper, Shvedez Kula, decided to stay where he was. Sometimes that's what pressure can do. And tensions aren't quite reaching fever pitch just yet, Scoop. We have only played 4 minutes of the second half, but in about 10 minutes' time, nerves will start to tremor and tremble.
Yep, both sides knowing that it's all to play for, exactly what is required. Know that a draw is no good, and they have to go for the win.
Well, Mexico in this group finished third last season's edition of the World Cup. Good chance for Latvia. Good defending. Good defending from
Aram Baluarte. So it's a corner for the Latvian team. Scuffed effort. He played for that foul. That's a bit of experience from the 40-year-old Raul Otero. He's gone up front wearing 14 for Peru. Turns 41 in January. Good ball. Latvia couldn't clear it away. Vishnakov's tried. Latest effort blocked from Peru. And that took a deflection off of a black and red shirt, so it's a Latvia kick-in. Now the French team have decided to go and engage in some warming up, I'd imagine. The warm-up areas just outside of the ground. Away to our right, behind the back of the stadium. We are situated here at the Automobile Association in Muscat, around some government buildings, the Department of Education. It's not too far away, a couple of other government wards as well, here in the Sultanate of Oman, close by, and not a million miles from Muscat International Airport either. And maybe the looming sight of aeroplanes will hopefully not remind too many teams that their tournament could be on the wane in the next day or so.
But with the knockout stage, only 2 days, you're not going home that much earlier anyway. But every team wanting to go as far as they can.
Switch towards Otero. That's a clever first-time pass. Watched it beautifully. Well, it's just getting a little bit more frantic and frenetic now here in Group F. Maybe that's what the F stands for. If this was Group G, it certainly wouldn't stand for goals because we've not had any yet. 27.5 gone.
Very competitive game. Latvia enjoying the bulk of the possession.
I just wonder, had the referee not blown for a foul there, whether Sandis Yoks might have been frustrated with himself for slashing that chance over the top. Wouldn't have mattered anyway.
All the players have got to maintain their discipline. A yellow card now, for example, could be terminal for their team's hopes in the game.
As we saw earlier today, a sin bin can change the dynamic quite significantly.
You could be chasing at one end, looking to win the game, then suddenly you've lost it. Who's impressed you today? No.
From this game or generally?
Generally today.
Latvia with a good opportunity. Well, Napshis should have done better. It was a 2-on-1 opportunity. Napshis couldn't find the teammate with the pass. Latvia still probing, still trying, and still being met by Peruvian resistance.
Bitol next was in acres of space there. He should have found him. And he'd have been in.
Napshis. Corsacks involved there as well. Wasteful over the top. Never got his head or knee over the ball, Edgars Kavalskis.
So just over 10 minutes to go. A crucial phase of the game now. Who can emerge victorious?
Both sides need a win. Taken down in space. Be a corner.
First of the game for Peru. Can they make the most of it?
No. You asked what players have impressed me today. Well, Patrizio Malizia looked very good for Argentina, didn't he?
Performance of the day, even without his hat-trick. Dominated the game, the Argentinian number 10, in the traditional style.
Good hit. Goalkeeper wasn't sure. Tried to cover that left-hand top corner. Well, Latvia have looked the stronger side, but still no goals in this game.
And they've brought on the giant figure of Yanis Pakalns up front, the number 20.
Yeah, Yanis Pakalns is a tall man. Not blessed with the most pace, though, as we saw just there. But a man who can make a difference. And that's what Latvia need right now, a difference. A difference maker, a difference in scoreline. Just isn't really happening for them. Raul Otero did slide there, but not within close enough proximity to a Latvian player or in a tackle to be penalised. Remember, sliding into a challenge is not permitted here at the Soccer World Cup. Corsacks. Here is that man, Pakalns. Julevs is asking for it. Instead, it's an attempted forward pass. Julevs still has that space.
One-way traffic at the moment.
Corsacks just tried to sneak his way through. Both sides making swaps, but Latvia with 4 times the amount that Peru made just there. 7 and a bit minutes remaining. A 0-0 draw, no good for either team. In the context of this group, Group F, which sees Mexico leading, Albania second, and Latvia and Peru both on 3 points. Australia bottom with 0. Jakub Oliński, the referee, has given a free kick to Peru.
So often in this type of game where it's been pretty much one-way traffic, so often when a team is forced to absorb pressure, defend in numbers, you see it so frequently in soccer and football that the other team goes up the other end and grabs a goal. Can Peru do so here? Bruce advancing up to the halfway line.
Yeah,
only seen one effort from him.
Yeah, the Peru goalkeeper has it rolled back to him now. His side-footed effort is closer to the corner than it is the corner of the goal.
That's not a weapon they've really deployed in the same way. He's got a thunderous shot on him, Bruce, as we found out in their first game. Both goals against Albania.
Well, we've not reached last gasp territory yet for both of these sides. Still a decent chunk of the game to be played.
6 minutes.
Just get the feeling before long that will begin to switch.
It needs a moment of magic from one of these players.
Remember the exciting Group E up next. France against Pakistan. What can Latvia do here? They can concede a free kick.
I wonder if their decision-making in key moments could be a bit better, Latvia. So often a man makes the run on the overlap and they're unable to get the ball to him just quite quickly enough. I mean, it's very, very fine margins.
Yeah, and Emil's Napshis has been given his final warning by referee Jakub Orlinski.
You can be yellow carded in soccer for accumulation of offences.
And also for chat back. Or deflection. That could have gone anywhere. Well, that was casual, wasn't it? Returned to opposite number, Shvedez Kula. Well, plenty of determination on display. But nothing decisive so far. Latvia with a chance. A deflected opportunity. Good tackle. No foul. Luis Castro won it cleanly. Peru, good opportunity, great chance, over. Might they live to regret that, the Peruvians?
Mucho Rodrigo, the man, and he's going to be immediately substituted. Great opportunity on the breakaway. A few seconds earlier, I thought that...
Given away by Peru. And a big miss at the other end now. Latvia unable to steer it home. 2 chances in as many minutes at either end. Who wants to win this game? Sounds like nobody.
3 minutes for play. All to play for in terms of Group F. A draw, remember, no good to either of these teams. If they want to progress into the tournament, someone's got to find a winner.
That's excellent from Peru. And there is the goal. Luis Castro buries it and gives Peru the goal, which may break Latvian hearts.
Lung-bursting run into the box from Castro to get up in support, and he made no mistake with the finish. Look at that, and look at the jubilation. Great endeavour down that right-hand side from Yupton, and the Latvians disconsolate.
Well, as the sun sets here in Muscat, is the sun going down on Latvia's tournament? The Peruvians absolutely pumped.
We said when you get team dominating the play, dominating possession so often.
Good chance for an equaliser, and there it is! Latvia have grabbed it, and there's still time for a winner in this game. Remarkable.
Corsacks bundled it in, and the game's come to life right at the death. Desperate defending from Ponche.
So desperate that I think he flew 2 hands at it, but Peru are back at the other end again, and scoring again! It's the 40-year-old who's bagged it. Raul Otero. Unbelievable. We said this game would spring into life, Scoop. Oh, and how it sprung.
Who would believe it? Yet again, Castro involved. This time the creator. Lovely ball. Far post. No mistake. Otero into the roof of the net.
Exciting, entertaining, a draw no good for either team, but Latvia just have to push into the final minute. Peru, 1 goal in front with 3 minutes to play.
Rush goalkeeper.
1-1 with 2 minutes to play. 2-1 with 1 minute to play. Take a breath. This is incredible.
We're not done yet. 2-1 to Peru against Latvia. Still stoppage time left.
Smash clear by Peru. 10 seconds remain. Latvia need 2 goals and they'll have to come in overtime.
Desperation now from the Baltic state. And that's wide and frustrating.
Well, maybe that desperation summed up there in the strike from Emils Napšis. Now Peru look like they've got 3 points and closer to going through. Absolutely incredible. We've played 30 seconds over the 40.
Peru would move level on goal difference with Albania.
Napšis lifted in, goalkeeper holds it, and naturally will go for the open goal as Latvia are playing rush keeper right now. We've played almost a minute of additional time. We did see 3 late goals in this contest. How long will the referees add on? Maybe not enough for Latvia, but they're in the box again. And that's the final whistle.
Just look at those scenes. Look what it means to the Peruvians. And the Latvians absolutely devastated. Prone on the ground. You can see what it means to them. They are out.
An exasperating game, an exhausting game for Latvia, a frustrating game. They couldn't break through Peru. They conceded late on. They equalised even later. But this game has a funny old way of showing you things that you didn't think you could see. Castro 38 for Peru, Corsacks 39 for Latvia, and Otero 40 to make it 2-1. Otero, 40 years old and scoring in the 40th minute, and he is the match winner for Peru.
Well, we felt it would burst to life. We felt that all of what went before would be a precursor to the main play, and that's exactly how it turned out. But we couldn't have predicted that level of drama at the end.
Well, Scoop is going to go off and get some reaction from what was a remarkable game in Group F, and it means Group F is still yet to be fully decided and difficult to be fully deciphered as well. Peru now on 6 points, Latvia just on 3. So we go again to the final match day in Group F. We had to wait a long time for moments of quality. We had big missed opportunities in that second half, but this was what did it. Castro into the roof of the net. Excellent play on that far touchline just to keep the ball in the pitch. Kondrachevs was beaten, and so was the goalkeeper Švedes Kula. Good ball in, bang, 1-0 Peru. And that looked like it could have been the game's decisive goal here in Muscat. Look at the celebrations, the bench spilling onto the pitch. But Latvia equalised not a minute later. Desperation from the Peruvians. Ponce almost handballing it into his own goal. He tried his best, threw his head at it. And that was 1-1, and Latvia felt like they could have gone on to win it, but it was at the other end where they were stung. And that is why soccer is so special. Here it is. Otero, very similarly, underneath the crossbar, next to the post, in the right place to smash home off the side foot. And that was that for Peru, and that was that for Latvia, and it might be the end of their Soccer World Cup. Remarkable stuff. Martin Hopkins is standing by with a member of the Peruvian camp to get analysis and reaction to that incredible game.
card. Jubilant scenes at the end there in the Peru camp. Ricardo, what does this win mean for the team?
Well, we're very happy, you know, bringing the 3-point home. We still have one game to go tomorrow against Australia. I hope we win so we can pass to the second phase of the tournament. It was a very tough game. Latvia, you know, they're very big guys, very strong guys, but we have our things, you know. So it took us long to get the goals, you know. So we're very happy about it.
And someone had to win. A draw was no good to either side, was it? You had to throw everything at it.
Yes, exactly, because, you know, we have the other teams with 6 points, similar to us. You know, Albania had 6 points. So tomorrow we have to win, yes or yes, and then go to the next round, you know.
What about that goal right at the end from Otero?
Oh, wow, Otero, he's a very good guy. He's a very good player for us. I had a lot of faith on him, so that's why we brought him in. So thank you. We're going to thank to our sponsors, the FFC, Accent Capital, FX Trade Elite, Esotec for helping us to come here, you know, all the way down from Peru to Oman for this World Cup.
Well, you brought a lot of joy to the tournament, and we thank you for that, and wish you the very best of luck in your next game.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Hi. Well done. Thanks.
onto the field your match officials and your two teams, Pakistan and France.
Next up, it's a Group F clash between France and Pakistan in the 2024 Soccer World Cup, coming to you from Muscat in Oman. France are led out by their captain, Romain Lebaig. Pakistan are filing out onto the pitch behind their skipper, Saqib Hanif, the goalkeeper. And first up, we will stand and respect the national anthems of the two nations.
Pakistan and France.
Two stirring national anthems, warmly applauded here in the Automobile Association Stadium in Muscat, Oman, a stone's throw from the Gulf of Oman. Let's take a look at the two teams. France, marshalled by Hugo da Silveira, and you'd think the main threat there would come from the number 9, Djibril Cissé, a man with vast experience at the highest level, also expected to be amongst the goals, Omar Hassidou. Pakistan, we'll see their team in a minute. The officials, Xavier Pereira Cabral and Alejandro Torcida Melero. And plenty of local interest in this one as the sun starts to set and it gets a little cooler. Here's the Pakistan side. Tariq Lufti, the coach. Saqib Hanif led his team out. He's the captain. The main goal-scoring threat from them is expected to come from Mohamed Wahid. And it's all to play for in this clash as the French team pose for their team photo. And you can see things settling down here. There was quite a strong breeze earlier on, but now it's a cooler evening, great conditions in which to play football, and it's a clash in Group E with all to play for. I'm Martin Hopkins, alongside me Niall McCorn. Niall, what can we expect from this one, do you think?
I think you can expect a fired up France. Good evening, Scoop. Good evening, everyone. Looks like Group E is one of those that will pique a few interests, because France were taken apart by Poland, who lead the group, who smashed Turkey, didn't they, Poland, earlier today, 7-0. For Pakistan, they were given a default victory. They were set to open the tournament on Friday morning against Haiti, and the side from the Caribbean were unable to enter Oman due to visa issues. So Group E started with a default victory for the Pakistanis, and for me it is simply about who goes through in second, because Poland are going to win this group. The way that they dispatched of France certainly made a few people, including myself, sit up and take notice.
Certainly.
France, of course, have played an additional game than they needed to. They didn't need to play against Haiti because they could have just walked away with a default win. Instead, they decided to use that slot and play a friendly against the Greeks. Did that impact them in their following game against Poland? Perhaps, but I think we'll see a France side really reinvigorated tonight, Scoop.
All to play for. Here comes Sturk, the goalkeeper. Early shot away from Lebeig on this near side. You'd think that France are the favourites, Pakistan. Default win, remember, they started with 3-0, then they lost 2-0 to Turkey 8. France beat Turkey 8 4-0 and then lost, deservedly so, to Poland, who look remarkably strong in this group. So Turkey 8, France and Pakistan vying for that runners-up spot in Group E. France have changed their goalkeeper from their first game, and he's given the ball straight away, back-peddling. Ahmed has it over on that far side.
Well, Turkey A were absolutely gutted coming off the pitch earlier today after being hammered by Poland, but they do already have 6 points, Scoop, do Turkey A. France just the 3 after their 2 group stage games. So defeat for France, or even a draw here, would really be a bit of an issue, let's just say, for Les Bleus.
Hanif gets a touch of the ball. The Pakistan captain. Not too far for the Pakistanis to travel, just across the Gulf of Oman. Head due east from here.
Yeah, just an hour ahead in time difference, so good evening to everyone watching in Pakistan. I know there are plenty of you watching on YouTube, on the live stream, on the Soccer Federation YouTube channel. And if you're watching on the app as well, you can keep up to date with all of the scores. Great to have you with us. And you can download it if you haven't already from the App Store. Just search for International Soccer Federation.
Free kick. Lebeig will take it, the captain. The number 22 for France. Played forward, aimed towards Djibril Cissé. Yes, head due east from here, and you'd end up smack bang in Karachi, I think. So not too far to travel for Pakistan. Here comes Sturk, forward for the French, aimed towards Cissé, who's wearing, as he has in all the games, are they stockings, are they leggings?
I think they are special
Here come Pakistan though.
pieces of fabric that go under his socks, actually, to cover his knees. Now, Djibril, we know, has had some significant injuries over the years. He's broken his leg on a couple of occasions, actually.
Is it to provide some sort of extra support, some compression in some way?
I think so. I think they're just knee braces. They don't go all the way up under his shorts.
Just a little glance from Cissé at his marker. Sharp. He's going to know he's been in a battle. Very physically strong, Cissé. Here's Sturk. Luki Sturk, number 20 for France. Brings it forward. Tries to find Cissé, who goes down. Illegally, says the referee. Does he? No, play continues. Thought about it.
He just had a glance at the officials, didn't he? Djibril Cissé, as if to say, are you serious? That wasn't a foul. Play on.
And it's where his professional approach shows. Building pressure on the officials to get the decision. Hanif. Altaf, a target up front. Ball up in the air. There's Shah. Already a rash of substitutions. Bashir comes on.
Yeah, loads of experience.
Emir off.
Yeah, and those legs, Bashir has played in many a tournament for France, including going deep into World Cups. And the player that's impressed me so far this tournament for France, away from the usual names, is Nicolas Vamba, wearing number 7 for Les Bleus. It's impressive creatively. It's been sitting a little bit further back in recent group stage games. I'd like to see him a bit higher up the pitch, because that's where I think he's best.
Here comes Sturp. Haven't seen a shot from him yet. Here's Vamba, that man over on the far side. Spectacular block there from the keeper, did well, pushing it away with his right hand. Hanif, picked up by Asselineau, who looks dangerous up front for France in their previous games. There he is, the number 14. Back to Vamba. Does well to stay on his feet. Belbachir sprays it out to this left-hand side. It comes off for Fana, goes behind. And it is going to be a corner, in fact.
Yeah, I think France are going to rotate between Djibril Cissé and Asselineau as their centre forward.
It's the shot saved by the keeper. Vamba, the man with the effort. And can Pakistan break here with Ghazi? Into the middle. Poor control that, though, from Altaf. Couldn't get hold of it. And it's back in possession for France. Belbachir switches flanks and then moves forward to the edge of the penalty area. Here's Asselineau. Brings it onto his left foot, might go for goal, does do so. Poor shot, goes behind. Good start from Pakistan.
Yeah, that did take a deflection though, but Pakistan won't get away without conceding the corner. Asselineau, as you say, Scoop, the man likely to provide that goal-scoring threat for the French.
Vamba goes down in the penalty area. Nothing doing, says the official on this side. Milron takes a free kick on this side. Foot in from him. Cannons off the Pakistan number 8. Ahmed. Out to Belbachir, the number 33 for France. Brings it on to his left foot. Gives and goes, but it's given away. Pakistan might break here. Ball goes out of play, and a replacement is called for as the floodlights come on. The wind drops, and coolness and stillness fills the air. Here's Hanif for Pakistan, out to Ahmed on this near side. Good footwork from him, but pressing high from France with Asselineau and Vamba.
He wasn't brave enough to make the pass, was he? Hanif had peeled out to the left, and he heard the scream from his teammate. You could hear the Urdu tones filling the air, but just wasn't quite brave enough to find it with his left. Abdullah Shah instead tried the outside of his right, and that allowed France to close him down.
Fofana with the kick into Belbachir. Vamba has it on that far side. Sturk, the goalkeeper, receives it and advances forward. Maybe he's thinking about a shot. Here he comes. Brings it onto his right foot and shoots, and that wasn't far away at all. Hanif had to be on his guard. First shot from a goalkeeper this evening.
Yeah, it's going to be a big ask for Pakistan to beat France here, but they've started with confidence.
They have looked impressive. Important to make a good start. Quite a few teams in this tournament, when needing a good start, have had exactly the opposite. England being one that springs to mind.
Well, what was it you said yesterday? Famous sporting quote, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. Be interesting to see how Pakistan's demeanour or morale differentiates if they are to fall a goal behind.
Australia, another one with the plan that had to be torn up within seconds. Here's Huertas on this near side. The French number 28, kick in. Tries to get it down the line, gives it straight to Aberdeen, no. Huertas gathers again. Lebègue makes a run to a forward advanced position. France pressing down the left flank. Played into the penalty area. Shot comes in from Amer. Amer picks it up again, shoots over the bar. Referee signals the foul. Goes the way of Pakistan. And it's still goalless here in Muscat as we approach the midway point in this first half, with not too much in terms of chances.
And we've actually approached and gone past the midway point of this tournament as well. That was around about this time yesterday. Still loads more soccer to play. Kickoffs on the hour, every hour from now until 11 p.m. local time here in Muscat.
Hanif, and that is, I think we can both agree, Niall, that is wasteful. And I'm not quite sure which team that is behind the goal.
I think it's the Germans.
Keeping an eye on proceedings. Here comes the goalkeeper again. Will they let him have another shot? Eases it out to the right-hand side. Good ball into the box. Keeper at full stretch there, Hanif.
Well, it will either be the Germans or the Serbians, Scoop, watching on from the stands. Both very strong sides and both taking on each other next in Group B. And of course, probably getting a good look at France as well, who are one of the fancy teams in this tournament.
Cisse lurks. Given away though, they can't find him. Ball goes out of play on this near side just next to us. Nasrat will take the kick in. Le Gru is told to retreat the 5 metres. Playing it around nicely, Pakistan. There's Aberdeen. Down the line, driving towards the dead ball line. Good cut back. It was aimed towards Khan. Crucial deflection there. And the corner taker goes directly for goal. And Sturk took a touch just to be sure. And it's going to be another corner over on that far side.
Yeah, good opportunities here for Pakistan.
Another shot.
Set pieces will be big for them.
Just watching the battle between Cisse and Abdullah Shah. The latter's done pretty well so far to shackle the former Liverpool striker. And here he is in possession. Neat layoff. Tries to play a 1-2 with Lebègue. He's hurt himself on his toe.
Yeah, got stood on Djibril Cisse. Looking for that give and go. Tried to spin in behind down the line and doesn't have the pace he used to. Back at the top of his game whilst playing for Liverpool, winning Champions Leagues and of course representing Les Bleus internationally in 11-a-side football. But that for me was a clear foul and spotted by Spanish official on the near side.
Apology from Shah, ignored by Cisse. Lebègue, the captain, thinks about things with Cisse. Cisse looks the favourite to drill the ball into the box. Amer takes up a position over on the far side.
A big waft of Vic has just come into the commentary box.
And it is Cisse at the near post. And there was a foot out from Nasrat, goes behind, it's a corner.
Yeah, a few of these players maybe starting to creak because it's difficult playing in these, Ken.
Cannons off the defender, and Pakistan will clear their lines. Did the ball go out? It does. It's going to be a kick in on this near side to France. So the pendulum swinging the way of France in terms of possession. Pakistan defending resolutely. Shackling Cisse up front. Two balls on the pitch. Fofana stands over one of them. And he will take the kick in. Cisse finding a bit of space in the penalty area.
Pakistan have been disciplined. They've closed the spaces down when required. They've almost gone man for man, which is easy to do, but also easy to slack with, if you know what I mean. You have to be really disciplined to carry out that approach.
Here comes Sturck, the French goalkeeper. Out to Le Gru on the far side. Ball drifts across the penalty area.
And Pakistan have been not really a threat at the other end, in all fairness. At the moment, they're just resisting the French. Haven't seen them create anything, Pakistan, but it's credit to them because France are a good team with very experienced players and former professionals in their ranks as well. So that should give the South Asian side plenty of hope.
They've done well. Hanif clears upfield. Long ball headed back with interest by France. Brought down by Colecchio. Here's Belbachir.
The Braniak is on as well for the French, another former professional.
Number 11, wearing a legging on his left leg, sorry.
Yeah, didn't play in their friendly against Greece, which I thought was interesting, and was particularly poor by his usually lofty standards against the Poles. So back in the mix tonight against Pakistan and hoping for an improved performance and results.
Fofana goes down, wins the free kick. Pakistan just got to be disciplined, keep their shape. Keep to the plan that you were highlighting, Niall. It only takes a moment's lapse in concentration for things to fall apart. Standing over the ball is Fofana. Assalino is also there. He can strike it. France coach bellowing instructions. Fofana takes the free kick quickly. Shot got away really, really smartly. Assalino was the man. Save from Hanif. France pressing once again. Just under 4 minutes to go to half-time. It's still goalless. And here comes Sturck, the number 20 for France, to Fofana. Over the halfway line. Plays it up to the edge of the box, receives the return pass, ball cannons up in the air into the grateful arms of Sagib Hanif.
Yeah, it was nice from Belbachir, hold up play-wise. Just got his sole of his shoe in there and just tipped it back off to a blue shirt who was able to take the strike. I think it was Fofana who hit it.
Hanif forward, headed back by Kalachico. Fofana turns, stays on his feet. Shoots low, or passes low, not quite sure which of the two it was. Hanif had to deal with the danger under the close attentions of Belbachir. Cisse, Asidou, Lebeig and Huertos wait to come on for the final few minutes of this first half as France bid to force the issue.
I was speaking about equipment and kit earlier, and you'll notice, Scoop, that many players now decide to cut the foot part of the bottom of their socks so they can wear white socks or different sports socks underneath. More comfortable in the boot, so I'm told.
The thunderous shot from Shah. Another thunderous shot from Khan for Pakistan. Gathered by the French goalkeeper. I can't understand why no one thought of it before.
Yeah, it's a common thing now that manufacturers make socks with no foot part and they're just stockings, rather than stockings with a sock bit attached, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
No, it doesn't. So the sock is really just a sort of
a part of the footballing equipment, yeah.
It just the
part
sock
of the uniform.
Just covers the calf effectively.
Yeah.
All the French have got it. Ball out to Shah, who's done well to shackle Cisse and now comes forward himself, unleashes one.
Took a deflection, I think.
Wins a corner over on the far side. Lebeig will take it. Corner comes in. Pakistan pressing with Altaf. Back to Shah on the halfway line. Finds his goalkeeper, Hanif. Cisse hasn't really had much of an impact on this first half, has he?
No, he's not really had much of a chance to.
Here come Pakistan, though. Good piece of control from Khan to the right side of the penalty area. Chested it down. His shot flashed away, though.
Big chance for Pakistan. And they're not going to get loads against France in this game.
There is the half-time whistle. It's 0-0.
Yeah, it is. And I think Pakistan will be the happier of the two teams because they're still in with a shout of winning the game. But then again, so are France. 20-minute halves, and 20 minutes is a long time in soccer. But for the French team, they know they'll need to start upping the ante and increasing the tempo before long. Look at that. 11 shots to Pakistan's 4, 6 on target to 0 for the side from South Asia. France are the ones in control. They just can't find that elusive opener.
And 6 saves for Hanif, the busier of the two goalkeepers. We expected that. And there's one of them. And there's another. Sturck had a shot for France. And the captain for Pakistan has been an inspirational figure, keeping the mighty French at bay. And it's goalless here in the 2024 Soccer World Cup. French fans with their flags opposite, cheering on their nation. And away to our right. Instructions given out clearly by the French coach. The Pakistan bench away to our left. And look, there's the local colour in the stand opposite. And lots of fans from various nations in this evening at the half-time. A few teams have popped in to catch up with the action.
Yeah, many teams who are waiting to play this evening or are waiting to play their next game often come in, don't they, to catch a glimpse of the soccer that's taking place before they go and commence their warm-ups. And of course, Germany against Serbia next up in Group B. That will be tasty.
That's a heavyweight clash, isn't it?
It really is. No less because Baranin in the Serbian side, he's a heavyweight in his own right, isn't he?
Fantastic player, Lubo Baranin. One that caught our eye last night.
We've also got Greece against Cyprus, two near neighbours.
A derby.
And of course, two sides in Group C with a good chance of getting through. Oman versus Qatar, the host nation already in the knockout stages after winning all of their games till now. But Qatar are looking for an upset
Dan Shaw
against their hosts.
And Frankie Rudland will be talking you through this evening. Shame, I'd like to see the Oman game.
Well, of course, entry is free here in Muscat. You're able to come along to the stadium, then we'd love to have you here to take in the soccer action. And of course, many of the teams who aren't in the tournament any longer, those that are eliminated at the group stages, will come along to take in the final and watch the rest of the matches take place. I can spot the England team as well in the house.
What's great about this tournament is the approachability of the players, mingling with the fans. You don't get that often in football these days, but you do in soccer. Players happy to come and spend a few moments with you. They've come up and chatted with us here in the commentary box.
Yeah, it's been lovely, hasn't it? And great to hear that there are people watching on at home, and sometimes it is a long way home, isn't it? Think of Canada, who they told us took 30 hours to get here.
And then they had to play in the hot sun the next day.
Yeah, 4 days in a row. And that is the relentless punishing schedule of this World Cup.
Gathered by the French goalkeeper, and there's been a change in goal. It's Quentin Bonacer who's back between the sticks. France pressing over on that far side. There's Cisse, nice little layoff. Sets up Huertas.
Yeah, good start for France. To this
The
second
captain
half.
Cisse almost reached it. Shah did ever so well there. And again,
That's coming towards us, Scoop.
Niall helping it back on its way. Hassadou will take the kick in. I've been really impressed with the Pakistan number 15. Marshalling Jibril Cisse.
Yeah, he's been good. Pakistan have been good. Disciplined, as I mentioned, in the first half. Done their jobs well. As for France, change of keeper at half-time, as you say, and that's continuing a trend that they've had through the whole tournament so far. Done it in all 3 games they've played.
Here come Pakistan, though.
One of which, of course, was a friendly against Greece. So if you are checking the International Soccer Federation app and you're thinking, hang on a sec, France were given a default victory over Haiti. They were, but they used that slot to play a friendly against Greece, which they won, by the way, with a last-minute finish from this man, Jibril Cisse.
Cisse, can he conjure a bit of magic? Tries to set up the Guru. Officials blow their whistle firmly. And the official on the far side comes onto the pitch, indicates where the free kick is to be taken.
And this time of evening, it's lovely because the sun sets and you can hear the call to prayer from the local mosques filling the air. Very atmospheric indeed, yeah.
Here is Cisse, hands on hips, plenty to aim at. Hassidou's on the far side, the rest of the blue shirts are in the box. Will Cisse have a crack from here? You'd think a set-piece move might be the better option. It is. There is Hassidou, shoots, saved by the keeper. Comes down for Lebay, goes behind. And the French want a corner. And they get one. On this near side. Complaints from the bench away to our left. To Cisse, passes it into the area. Comes out of play here on this near side. 0-0 here in this Group E clash between France and Pakistan. Obraniak receives it on the halfway line. Fofana makes a run down the right. And it's one back by Fofana illegally, says the referee. He's fouled Niazi.
France need to get a goal before long, otherwise the nervousness will increase and then they have to start taking risks, and then that's when an upset is on the cards. Pakistan have been excellent so far, defensively rigid and robust. The French were maybe a bit wounded by that defeat to Poland. They need to start turning it on before long.
Here's the Guru advancing up towards the halfway line, trying to find Cisse. Little hint of frustration from him. Here come Pakistan though. Great run from Shah, making a foray forward. And he tried to set up Khan. A really good run from Khan, who's done well at the back, and he made a foray forward there. Now the game might be starting to open up. Tussle over there, over on the far side. Altaf involved for Pakistan. Credit to the Pakistan coach, Tariq Lufti, in the way he's set up his side. Come with a game plan, and it's working well so far. We've played 25 minutes here in Group E. Good control from Vamba.
Excellent from
advances goalwards.
So good.
Fofana receives it. Great move this. Abramiak with the shot. Saved by Hanif. Good stop.
Keeper's been good tonight for Pakistan.
Keep kicking over on that far side. Vamba lurks. Milan there as well. Plus Kalichicho. Low one to Vamba. Cleared by Pakistan. They might break here. down this left-hand side. This looks promising. There's the shot. Niazi with the shot. They're not going to get too many opportunities.
Well, that was travelling. Absolutely flew off of his right boot. Just hammered with a short back lift, and it was rising into the top corner.
Forward it comes. Is the game opening up?
Free kick to France.
In a dangerous position.
Had that been on target, French goalkeeper Bonacer was struggling. But now it's attention's turning to the other end for Pakistan because they have this free kick to defend.
Great effort from Pakistan. Team game, and they are playing as a unit. And have a free kick now on the edge of the Pakistan penalty area. 14 minutes left in this Group E encounter. Fofana looks like he fancies it. Braniak a little deeper as well. Vamba stands over the ball. Milan stands almost on the goal, on the dead ball line. We wait for the restart.
Oh, the referees, I think, are just checking over a couple of things. Largely the distance of the wall. Here's a replay as to how this free kick came about. Yeah, a bit of a tangle of legs, but we're just about ready for this set piece to commence.
France pressing. Can they get the breakthrough? Alas, we're back underway. Here's Vamba standing over the ball. Sets it up for Abramiak. Charge down. The wall does its job. Nasrat, the man, putting his body on the line. Vamba with the kick in. Again, it's straight at a green and white shirt. Vamba, a tricky customer. Sets up Colachico. Ball's up the other end of the field. Back with Bonacer. Do you detect a bit of nervousness, Niall? Away to our right from the front.
Not quite yet. A bit of anxiety, maybe.
It's Bonacer, played forward. Pakistan getting deeper. Colachico trying to keep it in. On the dead ball line, goes back. It's going to be a goal kick to Pakistan.
Yeah, France being met with stubborn resistance from Pakistan. They've done very well. Disciplined defensive performance. They've had probably 2 or 3 chances tops at the French end.
One back, deep inside opposition territory by Colachico. Takes it out of play though. It's going to be a throw-in over on that far side. And Lebeig, the captain, back on. Abramiak off. Not sure how fit he is, Abramiak. And he is off, and it's back with Hanif. Charged down by Vamba, who does well. Shah's the man receiving the ball. Hanif, not a goalkeeper who comes out of his box. Oh, he's giving it away there to Vamba. A little bit of panic there. Out it goes, over on that far side.
White shirts flood back. They've done well to get back into their shape, Pakistan. That was good. That was good defending again. Pakistan give the ball away, but white shirts just scampered back in the blink of an eye. Dedication to their country's cause. And as we approach the final 10 minutes, France are going to have to start rolling the dice.
Got to win. Draw's no good, is it? Really? Long ball forward. Cisse up front now for France. A little bit of tension and nervousness in the air. France looking for that breakthrough. Remember, in this group, Poland all but assured of winning the group. Then we've got Turkey, France and Pakistan vying for the runners-up spot. This looks promising for Pakistan. Lebeig had to defend desperately there. Ball goes out of play over on that far side. And it's some Pakistan pressure. But one back well by France, who might break now with Amer. Forward to Vamba, might get his shot in here. Good work straight at the goalkeeper. Cisse was in a good position, couldn't find him. And the latter makes exactly that point. Forward, headed back across goal. Can't find a white shirt. Montaka Hussein was there. And Cisse can't quite... He's looking a little frustrated, Dibriel Cisse. Hasn't had the rub of the green. Hasn't exerted the influence that he did in France's opening win against Turkey. Gathered by Bonacer. Out on that far side is Le Gru, receives it. Some way short of the halfway line. Here's Huertas, rolls his foot over the ball. Then it's the penalty area. Shot, double save from the keeper. Huertas still has it, right-hand side. Back to Lebay, possibly no. Straight into the arms of the goalkeeper, who launches one upfield, and that's wasteful.
Goalkeeper's been good for Pakistan. 2 really good saves, and then he couldn't hold the third, and it would have been a shame if that had cost his team. But as it stands, still goalless, and the French still searching.
Eight and a half minutes left in this Group E encounter. And here's a chance for Pakistan. They've hit the post. Ghazi, the man, just got a head on it. And it struck the outside of the post. With France pressing forward, they leave themselves vulnerable to the counter. More substitutions from France.
Yeah, Azelignon, Belbashir, Melion and Colachico all being readied to enter the field as France chase that winner that they so desperately crave.
Here come Pakistan down the right-hand side, doing well. There's the header! Top of the crossbar! Oh! So close for Alangier Ghazi. 2 headers, both have hit the frame of the goal. The first, the post a few moments ago, and now the crossbar. Drama here in Group E. Things not going the way you would expect.
How close for Pakistan? How close? And you have to say they probably would have deserved it as well, just off the basis of how they've defended against this French team.
And here is that man Ghazi again. Can't keep the ball in on this occasion. Really good display from Pakistan. Belbachir has it out to Vamba on the right-hand side. Goes one way, then the other. Exchanges passes with Asselineau. Back up the other end it goes to Bonacer, who takes the kick quickly and finds Belbachir. To Asselineau, to Vamba on this near side. Looks dangerous, can he find end product? Chips it goalwards, it cannons off the defender, and it goes behind off Nusrat for a corner.
Well, no goals yet in this game, but can't take your eyes off of it. France and Pakistan going blow for blow.
Into the box, doesn't get past the defender. Great work that again from Pakistan.
How long can Pakistan hold out for? How long can they resist this French attack for?
Belbachir receives it over on the far side. Great work rate from Pakistan. Here's Vamba. Tries to get down the right flank. His man sticks with him though. Still, it's Pakistan and they might break here. Great work down the right-hand side. Down goes Niazi. No foul. Ball's up the other end. Quick counter. Still it's France. Belbachir kick in on that far side.
It was just closed out, wasn't he, the Pakistan player as he approached the edge of the box, and fairly so in my eyes. And the French up the other end, and the referee was just waiting to see if there was an advantage with Belbachir on the far side. There wasn't, so he's pulled back the play, the Spanish official. And
if either of these two sides want to progress in the tournament, a win here would be a huge step towards doing so. Both teams have a game after this one, but it will be a giant stride to the knockout stages of the tournament where you would have expected France to be. There's Asselineau with the shot, gathered at his near post by Hanif. And Hanif has played really well. Right-footed ball forward, down the left-hand side. That's a good pass. And Khan's control lets him down a little bit. Clip forward, back in the grateful arms of Hanif again.
Well, Poland are going to win this group, Scoop. I think we can all agree that. It's about who finishes second. And if that is to be France, they'd be the runners-up in Group E, which means they play the winners of Group D, which is the group that contains Brazil. So we could see a France-Brazil encounter in the last 16.
And we've seen a few of them over the years.
But that depends on the French winning this game.
And here is Kiko down this near side. Shot comes in. Did it come off Vamba?
Yeah, he was in the way, Vamba. Well, French frustration beginning to grow. They are starting to run out of time. As you said, Scoop, 0-0, no good, really, at this stage. Wins are critical.
3.5 minutes left on the clock. Here's Shah, who's had a really good game for Pakistan. As has the goalkeeper, who receives it now. And there's a shot from the keeper. Had to be saved by Bonacer. It was dipping low right at the last minute.
Yeah, came all the way through, didn't it? And how often have we seen goalkeepers come up with decisive moments?
And a kick in or corner, couldn't quite see, is into the side netting. 3 minutes left. Bonacer clips it forward to Belbachir, chests it down.
Great touch, great first touch from Belbachir. Under pressure from two white shirts, near to the touchline. Perfect.
And out comes Bonacer. Does he fancy a crack? Out to Hassidou on this near side. French number 10. Tries to find Asselineau. Down near the dead ball line. Blue shirts pouring forward. On comes Dibriel Cissé.
Yeah, for Hassidou, and I think he might have done his groin here. He's gone over right in front of us, in front of the commentary box. Omar Hassidou. But Cissé is on.
With the kick in. A former Liverpool man. Plenty of blue shirts in and around the box. Here's Cissé with the kick in. Drives it goalwards. Goes for the shot. French claimed it's a corner.
Well, they felt that the goalkeeper had tipped that over. It was really travelling, flew over the crossbar.
Minimum backlift.
Officials didn't agree.
Maximum velocity. And great work for Pakistan, bringing it clear.
Final 2 minutes, Scoop. Final minute, 40 seconds. Pakistan holding out for a goalless draw.
What's your money on?
Well, the French are going to throw everything at this, aren't they? And they do have Cissé, who's already scored a last-minute goal in this tournament.
Breaking though, Pakistan down this near side. Here's Shard, free from his defensive duties. Good low cross into the area. It was aimed towards Ghazi. Now things are opening up. Here's Kolakishko on the right-hand side, trying to get the ball into the box.
Had to get that across to Cissé. Had to get that across. He was free at the far post there, Scoop, Djibril Cissé, and he was not going to miss from that close in. And Kolachiko just couldn't get it across in time. Good defending again from Pakistan. The story of this game as we enter the final minute.
Really impressive performance from Pakistan. Disciplined, well organised, and with the odd opportunity at the other end of the field. Marshalled superbly by Shah, the number 15, in the centre of defence for Pakistan.
I know Pakistan are pushing for a win as well, trying to shoot every time they come forward, but that just gives possession back to France as well. So it's going to be back and forth. It's going to be a game of ping-pong in the remaining minute or so.
Here's Legreux. Lebay goes down, a bit of a tussle with Khan. What's the referee going to do
We're
here?
going to see a Simbin, are we?
Is it a red? It's a yellow.
Simbin. So Pakistan reduced to 5 players. A man will be set on the sidelines for the next 2 minutes. We might not even get to play 2 minutes.
Saadullah Khan, the man that's been shown the yellow.
But we've seen this so often. How many times has a sin bin changed a game at the death in this World Cup? We've already seen it today from the Uruguayans. 2-0 up, sin bin, and then they lose 4-2. At the moment, it's goalless.
There's real jeopardy in receiving a yellow card.
And one less player now for Pakistan to try and pack that box and stop this Jibril Cissé set piece.
40 minutes up, only stoppage time remaining. France pressing, really needing this win.
It looks like he's conceded the free kick to Belbashir. Jibril Cissé still lurking. Pakistan can't push a man out to stop him because they don't have the players.
Belbashir might look to tee up Cissé. Away to his left.
And RVAS has checked to see if that yellow should have been a red. It is just a yellow, so it will be a free kick.
Le Gru is available to his right. High drama here in Group E.
He scored the last-minute winner against Greece in a friendly for France, Jibril Cissé.
It's Belbashir teeing up Cissé, who shoots, blocked by the defender. Great defensive work that from Nusrat. Still France press. Cissé might get his shot in. Charged down again, this time by Altaf.
France were hesitant. Pakistan are asking for the final whistle. They're longing for it. They're yearning for it. France still with a chance, perhaps.
Cissé needs to get on with it. There's not much time left. And they're playing a side reduced in numbers. And that is a famous performance from Pakistan. They have shackled France and denied them the win, and potentially denied their progress in this competition.
Praise for Pakistan. Not quite Pakistan's Sindabad, but pretty close against a France team who are tipped to go deep into this World Cup here in Oman. Frustration for the French, positives for Pakistan, and the group will roll on full time. France 0, Pakistan 0, 19 shots in total from the French. Only 3 on target from Pakistan, but they did hit the post and the crossbar. France should have won it. Pakistan could have won it. In the end, neither won it. 0-0.
We're just looking now at some of those chances. In Group E, France 0, Pakistan 0.
Germany against Serbia in this one. We'll have a little chat through that very shortly. No jeopardy in this one, both teams qualified. Should be a walk in the park. First though, national anthems. Germany and Serbia both qualified for the knockout phases of the World Cup, but whoever wins this one, if there is to be a winner, will finish top of Group B. And there's a whole host of nations still who could qualify from Group G. England, the only side eliminated from that group currently, and it's Romania, Uruguay, Kazakhstan and Sudan, all locked on 6 points each in the group of death, as it's very quickly becoming. So yeah, Germany and Serbia, whoever wins, Frankie, top the group. If it is to be a draw, then Germany will go through as group winners with a better goal difference, but Germany have been impressive. 6-2 against Georgia, 5-0 against Bulgaria, and yesterday we saw them get past a difficult side actually, Libya, who finished bottom of the group by 7-3. Good looking side at the moment, Germany.
Yeah, it's the battle of the baddest, isn't it, in Group B? Both sides winning all their games thus far, but you have to say Germany have certainly done it in style. 18 goals scored across 3 matches, including some absolute crackers. That said, Serbia were slow and steady. They won 3-2 over Libya in their first game. They followed up by beating Bulgaria 1-0. But yesterday they turned it on, Dan, didn't they? They beat Georgia 5-1.
They've got some know-how, haven't they, Serbia? They've got a small squad, but they use it really well. They move the ball well, and some big players in there, particularly Lubo Baranin, big player.
Big player, scored 4 goals so far at this World Cup. Absolute hammer blow of a strike on him, and I'm told that he's on YouTube as having the world's longest throw-in. So well worth checking out, punching the name Lubo Baranin.
Well, thanks for chucking that one out there, Frankie. Off and underway then, Germany. And Lucas Betts is the man there in the blue who has scored a couple of absolute weldies in this World Cup. And I don't think he's done just yet, and he edges forward already with the thought that perhaps there's a strike to goal on. Instead, Serbia stand firm and block the angles as well as being able to keep their man. So something that surely Serbia have looked at and have planned for.
Yeah, they're pressing nice and high, Serbia. We've seen a lot of teams stand off Lucas Betts, but I'm sure after they saw the clips of his two screamers, they're well alert to that danger.
Bit of a hurried clearance away from Ristic. And it will be out for the German kick-in. And Germany seem to go through Lucas Betts quite a lot. There he is again. They're very happy for Betts to take the ball and take responsibility and move forward with it. He was caught out, though, yesterday when he came on as a substitute, giving the ball away. The Libyans caught him off track and out of goal and were able to score. So for all the good things he does, it can be dangerous. And here come Germany. Big chance in the early minutes or so. Handball is the decision as it goes against Perendea, and I think that was the correct one against the captain. And Germany looked dangerous from set pieces yesterday. They're going to have to be on their guard here, Serbia, although that is very much a characteristic of the Serbs. Organised, and they know exactly how to play soccer.
How about that flick around the corner, Dan, to set Becerra free? Flowing football from the Germans.
So a free kick for Germany. And there are a couple of Germans either side of the ball as well. So although he's lining up to take the shot, it would seem, that could well be the bluff. Let's see. Well, it is smashed, and it's another one that's hit. It was Marvin Fricker, the number 10. Big, tall guy. Nodded in at the back post for Germany yesterday from a set piece themselves. And there is Fricker. The yellow tape across his knee. Serbia happy to let Germany have the ball. I don't think that will change too much throughout the game. They'll wait and try and pick Germany off when they have the chance. Germany, though, will be very much looking to head towards a Serbian goal as much as they possibly can. That's a lovely ball chance for Germany to take an early lead, and they do. Only a couple of minutes on the clock. It looked like a ball just to pass through. Hebeka credited with the final touch of it, so Serbia behind early on. Ball through, touched by Hebeka. 1-0 Germany.
And what a touch by Hebeka as well. Heights just arrows a pass into the sweet spot at that back post. It's difficult, it's bobbling across at him. He uses the bobble, just plays it into the ground over the top of the keeper. And I think it was Fricker who was trying to nip the goal, but
yeah, well, that's why I just paused, because I wonder if maybe he'd got there before that ball crossed the line, just nicked another one. But no, already gone and goal credited. Germany have an early lead, and that will really please them, because Serbia can be a side difficult to break down. Germany not finding it much trouble at the moment, though, and they come again towards the back post, and Fricker was there. Once again, he likes to head towards that back post of the height that he has. Germany very comfortable, just 4 minutes in. Kick in, well, is it a kick in? Oh yes, they're changing the ball. Flat ball. And it is a kick in for Germany. Well, we're just having that ball put under our table here in the commentary box, so little souvenir for Frankie to take home.
I'll tell everybody I scored a hat-trick.
Fricker again. This time saved at the feet of Dusan Zivkovic. And this is good from Germany.
Very good indeed from Germany. They just flow forward as a team, and we've seen a couple of times that little flick around the corner just opens up the picture, and all of a sudden Heights and Fricker just flow forward for them.
Oh, walloped over the top by Tobias Heights, wearing the German armband. It was his ball into the area that led to the touch at the back stick for the opening goal.
Got a little bit of interesting insight, didn't we, yesterday from Germany's director of football, who told us that Heitz plays with Christoph Kramer in Germany, small-sided leagues, and that's how the pair ended up coming over together.
Chance for Serbia. And it fell to Popadic at the back post. Surely should have steered that one on target. Big opportunity for the leveller.
I think he was caught in two minds there, Popadic. Wasn't sure whether to shoot or play it back across the face of goal. Ended up halfway between the two.
Serbia do have the ball at their feet at last. Mikic into the path of Popadic. Popadic getting it back after a little ricochet. Germany trying to chase the ball down through Hebeke. But it's Serbia who have the ball once more. It's the first of two Group B games this evening. Georgia versus Bulgaria at 10 o'clock local time. Later this evening. Here come the Serbs. Rolled across the face, but Germany take it away and counter-attack. Serbia winning it back inside, and then Germany again have overturned possession. Out of play once more, and it's a German kick in. Betts to Heitz. Betts again, edges forward, chips across the Heitz. Nice chest down from the captain. Takes a look up, smashes. That meat and drink for Zivkovic in the head.
You just see the benefit of having a player so comfortable with the ball at his feet as Lucas Betts is. He strides forward, he forces a Serbian man to commit and press him, and all of a sudden there's space for Heitz on this left-hand side, allowing him the time to shoot.
It's Betts to Heitz once more. Germany force back, but will very quickly make their way back again, and it's Betts who hits one. And that one not quite as spectacular as ones we've seen previous.
No, but he's clearly confident, and so he should be. Two screamers of the highest order against Georgia. He will shoot on sight today, given the opportunity.
Zivkovic feeding it through. Baronen. 4 goals to his name already, and Baronen looking for a 5th of the tournament. Drags it wide.
Just hesitated, didn't he? Under pressure from Mustafa Shahrour, who did well to close him down.
Heitz, who's seen a fair bit of the ball. And Betts, who's seen most of the ball for Germany. Lovely, fluid football, but Heitz's ball fired across and out of play for the kick-in.
That's the play, isn't it? Betts through to the middle, flicks over to Heitz and towards that back post.
Heitz cool under the ball and the night lights. Oh, and there's a mistake for the German keeper! And Perendea punishes Lucas Betts. And out of nowhere, Serbia equalises 1-1.
Just as we were talking about how comfortable that man Lucas Betts is with the ball at his feet, he didn't look comfortable there. He slipped up, got it caught under his sole, and Perendea was there to roll it into a vacant net.
Well, I don't think it's going to make the goal of the day show reel tomorrow, but Serbia won't care about that. They found an equaliser. Betts, as you say, so comfortable. Slipping up there, and here's a chance for Serbia. It's 3-on-1. Big opportunity, and a second goal for Serbia. It's Mikic. It's marvellous. It's Serbia who lead, and they, as it stands, will top the group. What a turnaround.
The slow and steady Serbians, they've looked well out of this one so far. And it's the old 1-2 in a matter of seconds. The ball breaks, played over to this right-hand side, and it's the coolest of finishes from Mikic, who just slots it in at the near post of Betts. He was beaten in that same area yesterday, and he's beaten again today.
Germany left exposed at the back. Oh, you talk about German efficiency so often. It's been a real trademark of this side. Not been very efficient in the last couple of minutes. Serbia have turned it around and lead the game by 2-1. I don't think many people saw that coming. What, 3 minutes ago? And that is the beauty of soccer. Smashed into the face of Tomovic, who just takes a little puff. And a little slap on the back from Tim Sulma, who apologises.
Well, he's definitely a Serbian, isn't he? Wore that well.
Heights ball down the line. Ball with Gurka, who didn't have an option in front and has to turn back to his keeper again. All of a sudden, Serbia seem as though they have control over Germany. Ball forward and through. Nice footwork and a million rolls from Tim Sulma, who almost rolled all the way back to Germany there.
He made his point very clear there, didn't he? I just wonder now whether Betts is going to have that playing on the back of his mind when he's striding out from goal. His earlier mistake and then again being beaten at his near post. But we'll see that same kind of confidence from him. What's the roll count on that, Dan?
I counted 6 or 7 rolls. And the Jets up. I mean, he was fouled, he's barely touched. Come on. Free kick for Germany. Couple of guys there who can really lever one. And the man in particular, Thomas Heitz, is stood over it. Germans making angles though. Heitz saved. Zivkovic didn't know much about it, but he kept it out. Corner to Germany.
A stinger from that prolific left boot of Tobias Heitz. He can hit them all right.
Here they'll come again then. Heitz loitering at the back post. Instead, it's rolled back to Gurka. Heitz once more. And the corner wasted in some respects as it goes back to Betts, although the move isn't finished yet. If it ends in a goal, you can argue it was a good one. Down again goes Tim Sulma. I think he might have done a little bit of theatrics in his time, Tim Sulma. 4 black shirts around the ball and only 1 in the area, which will just leave Serbia guessing for a while. Here they come now into the box. 2 standing over it. One of them is Sulma, who went to ground. Heitz is just to his right, and it's Sulma, and he nailed that. But he nailed it wide.
It was a flasher from Tim Sulma, wasn't it? So already got 3 goals in this World Cup. Wasn't a million miles away from getting a 4th.
Zivkovic, who I just love watching him. He always looks as though he just doesn't want to be there, but it's just this casual approach that he has.
So blasé, isn't it?
He's such a great keeper, though. Already made a few very good stops tonight. Baronin, now he does fancy them from here. Seen him score from this angle before. Baronin strikes again, this time into a German defender. And Sulma is running forward into the path of German player. And the touch at the end wasn't the best. Zivkovic comes under fire from Sulma. Did well to get it away. It was good footwork as well from Popadic. Serbia being pressed and harried quickly by the Germans here. Probably feel that Serbia are too comfortable. Shot comes in, and then we'll roll back, and Ristic has it. He might fancy it, Ristic. And he did. Took a couple of touches on the way through and out for the corner.
Well, it's the first time, really, we've seen this German side look fades. The first time we've seen a chink in their armour. They are flawed, as much as we're surprised about that.
Miss kick from Baronin. An unusual miss kick, and that is another thing that Serbia like to do. That's one of their trademark corners. That little chip from the angle for Baronin to volley. He loves doing that. Didn't execute properly this time. Here's Sorma again. Got 2 to beat, goes to ground once more. No free kick given this time as the Polish referee Jakub Orlinski waves him away. Zivkovic again with that casual stroll out from his area. Up to the edge of Germany's area with Damjanovic. And a kick in for the Germans. Lovely ball. Not a bad touch, and a good pull back and a chance for Germany for a second. Keeper denies him. Still Germany will come though. Heights. Back again, it will travel to Betts. Here's a replay of that. Cut back for Hebeke, looking for his second. Heights again. This time plays it into the area. Serbia clear again, just beginning to frustrate the Germans a little.
You talk about that man, Dusan Zivkovic. He's so laid back, he's horizontal. He's pulled off another couple excellent stops there. Neat flick from Hebeke, and then the follow-up driven into his chest.
Just rolled into the middle this time. Haas! Just wide. Serbia quick to restart, but Germany take it back. That's a beautiful bit of footwork there, and almost ran back through for Chandra. Serbia did just enough. Zivkovic once more. Encourages Serbians to calm down, relax, and it's certainly what he does. Germans encouraged to press. Serbia play it out well though. Mikic for Zivkovic again. And a loose ball away. Germany make changes.
You do start to wonder, Dan, whether we're seeing one of the underdogs of the tournament in Serbia.
Well, here's a chance on the edge. He goes to ground and the free kick is given. Hisham Matiji just bursting down the middle. Would you like to finish your point, Frankie?
Well, the Serbians, they started slowly, had a couple of wins that, you know, didn't scream, didn't make you really pay much attention. 1-0 over Bulgaria. Of course, they smashed 5 past Georgia, and they've been very solid against the Germans.
Heights and Beretsa over it. It is Beretsa, and that isn't going to do any damage to the Serbian net. Might do some damage to 1 or 2 of the cars parked outside, though. Just 1 minute of regulation time to go in the first half, and Serbia lead by 2-1. And as it stands, top the group. Betts bowls. Zivkovic comes out for it, the keeper. And a free kick for the Germans is the decision of Norbert Nedved of Hungary.
Well, he accepted that one, Zivkovic. Just put his arm in the air to say sorry. Not much need for him to come that far out of his net to press Matiji.
Will they fancy another strike at goal, or will they have a little trick up their sleeve, perhaps, the Germans? It is another strike, and it is another save, and Serbia might have a counter. wasn't the quickest of breaks away. Mikic trying to roll in forward for Damjanovic, but Germany have it again, and they have got time perhaps for an equaliser. Might it come here? Big chance, and a little scoop at the near post was blocked off, and it's another German corner.
Popovic did ever so well there to force Socca wide, because that through ball had just cut right through the heart of the Serbians. Stuck to his task and really narrowed the angle for Socca.
One last chance perhaps then for Germany, who have not been used to not being in front, and that brings the half-time whistle. Well, Germany led through Socca, and to be honest, you thought it might just be one of those nights all over again where Germany just dictated and stormed through for more and more goals, but it hasn't been that way. Perendea equalised to make it 1-1 after a mistake from Lucas Betts in his penalty area, and just moments later on the counter-attack, Serbia went 3-on-1 and they made it count as Mikic slotted into the bottom right corner. And so at half-time, Germany 1, Serbia 2. Didn't see that one coming perhaps, Frankie?
Certainly not after the first 5 minutes. Germany looked so comfortable, and as you say, for all the world, like it was just going to be a repeat of every German performance we've seen so far. They get one, and then it's a question of how many. But it all started from Lucas Betts' mistake, and from there, Germany just had a mini wobble, first mini crumble of the tournament, and just a few brief moments later, Serbia were ahead. Germany have definitely had more of the ball, we have to be honest about that, but Serbia, they've defended well, they've got forward when they've been allowed to, and they've scored themselves 2 goals. And Germany, the immaculate Germans, will not be happy with this. They're meticulous, this German side, and they'll be really frustrated with the manner in which they conceded those 2 goals.
Serbia, we know they're always going to be a side who try and dig in, sit in, they look to pick you off. So no surprise as to how they've played, but you have to credit Serbia for the way they've played. They've executed the game plan really well, because you know there's going to be a barrage of attack from Germany, but for all the attack and possession they've had, you don't really feel that worried for Serbia.
No, and there's more than one way to skin a cat. And we see the Germans, we get drawn into praising certain sides so much, because Germany are lovely to watch. They play excellent football, they flow forward as a team, neat little flicks around the corner, excellent goals, well-worked balls to the back post, the lot, screamers, everything. And sometimes teams like Albania, teams like Serbia, they fly under the radar because they don't do anything special necessarily. They defend well, they break when they can, and they chip away at teams.
Germany, I assume, are just going to say, well, we need to up it a little bit. I think they've at times realised that Serbia have perhaps had a little bit too much time on the ball. There were times, particularly towards the end of the second half, where they were pressing a little bit faster, a little bit quicker. Do you think that's going to be mainly the message for Germany, is just up the tempo?
I would say so, and I'd be very surprised if in these first 5 minutes of the second half we don't see Germany fly out the box. Perhaps as well a tiny element of complacency coming into it. We saw yesterday when they were so dominant against Libya, there were a few lapses of concentration that allowed Libya to nick 3 goals, which, even though they got beat heavily, we weren't expecting. So I would say the message is, look, Serbia are a good side. We may have underestimated them that first half. Now we need to raise things, and I would be very surprised if they didn't.
I don't think I've done this before, but I'm going to. Give me a prediction, full time, who wins?
2-2. 2-2. I say Serbia keep it tight for 10-15 minutes, and then Germany finally nick their goal. It may open up slightly, but I could see a draw in this one. I may be completely wrong, and in 30 seconds we'll see a goal. But 2-2 is my prediction. I'll put myself out there.
Well, let's find out then, shall we? Germany behind after going ahead. Germany, who have been right at the top of the list for most people's favourites for winning the tournament after the opening games of the groups. And right now, they're behind, and if Germany are to lose this game, they would finish second in the group. Serbia would finish top, which is maybe some surprise. Georgia are already out. Georgia usually a side who are in and around those knockout phases, but they dropped out. Although Serbia have been fantastic in their games. Germany have been electric. As you mentioned earlier, Frankie, there's so many different ways to play. These two sides have very different styles. At the moment, it's Serbia's style that is producing the win. And an early strike from the big man Baronin, but saved by Lucas Betts. Will Germany just up the ante a little here early on, try and get that equaliser and re-establish a lead? Will they play the long game? Lucas Betts, who has had one strike in this game, which was way off, passes out to the left-hand side. This is better from Germany and quicker from Germany, although Serbia once again have defended it well. Watched out of play, and a goal kick for Serbia. Once again, another demonstration of Serbia's defensive prowess. And they'll be looking to show their attacking prowess now as the ball is tipped out of play off the toe of a German. It looks as though it took a little ricochet back off of Ristic as the kick-in's given. Lucas Betts. Betts chipping it to the left-hand side. And it is kept in. That's Annan, who will take the kick in into the centre. Back it goes from Thomas Haas. Betts again edging forward. Just look to roll it onto that left peg, and when he does that, people start to look up and wonder. Set the standard, the German keeper, with those two fizzing efforts. Germany are forced back, and that can only be credit to Serbia, who are occupying a lot of the edge of the penalty area at the moment. We talk to sides sometimes, they ask us what we think of shape and systems and how to play. And if you're not the best side in terms of skill, quality, pace, all those kinds of things, and be the best soccer side and set up well, and that is what Serbia do. Tearing your hair out at times playing against Serbia, make it so tough. Clearance only lands at the feet of Mikic, who will have to go backwards and lose his possession. Chance for Germany through Annan, and then into the middle and into the goal. Better for Germany. Zivkovic sits wondering how it got through, but they just found a way, and for the second time tonight, Hendrik Hebeker finds himself on the score sheet. Germany 2, Serbia 2.
The Serbians aren't happy. They feel it was a foul on this right-hand side as Annan dispossessed his man. Strides forward though, gets the cross into the box, and it's a low, slipped effort through the keeper's legs. Excellent finish. Potentially will be checked by VAR.
Yes, well, one thing that we have learned recently is that all goals are now being checked, apart from maybe the ones that are scored by the likes of the keeper, Lucas Betts, from range where nobody's touching it, but everything will be checked. So rest assured, if you're Serbian, that if there is a foul there, the referees will pick up on it. They are having conversations. I think it looks as though it's okay, and the game will resume. Germany do have their equaliser. It is confirmed.
Well, I'm going to need a dead rubber for the next 16 minutes. My prediction's coming in.
Zivkovic, his trademark casual loiter towards the halfway line. Now Germany looking to catch Serbia on the attack quickly, and that's a lovely shot and a really good clearance in the end and out for the corner. Much more like it from Germany.
Yeah, finding that tempo again, breaking quickly. They definitely have upped it as we thought they might. Dangerous ball into the box. Excellent defending from Ristic.
Corner them. one of the Germans got in the playbook. Goes all the way back. It might go back further still, and it does. And that's not the first time that we've seen Germany do that from a corner. Lucas Betts makes his way back up to the halfway line again. And Betts will hit it. This time a little closer than before, but still not on target, over the bar.
Finding his range, Betts. It'll be hard for him to recreate the two marvellous strikes he stuck in the back of the Georgian net the other night.
Nicely played by Serbia this time. And it falls on the edge. Germany had to get there. Challenge went in, man goes down. It's Perendea there on your screen on the floor. He's got a free kick anyway. It will either be Perendea or Baronin usually to strike them. Which makes me think that with Baronin over on the far side, he might have a crack here, Perendea, although Mikic is the closest to the free kick taker. He might yet fancy it himself. We'll see now. There's Perendea, who whacked it and then gives away a free kick as Germany went to clear through Thomas Haas. Haas will come off now. Gurka on. Frika makes way as well. And the big number 5, Tobias Heitz, returns to the field of play. Lucas Betts. Ball went out wide for Gurka, but very quickly too it was Baronin. Betts again. Oh, and here's a chance if Serbia can find a way to go. Betts giving it away and caught out of his goal. Serbia weren't quick enough to pounce.
They weren't, but it was a completely wayward pass from Betts. We've seen a couple of them over the last 2 games. Of course, he made the mistake earlier on in this one.
Serbia might want to think about that for next time. Nice quick football from the Serbs. Big chance perhaps on the angle. Blocked from the strike of Mikic. And Serbia niggling away at the Germans to poke it out for a kick in. So as it stands, Germany will go through top on goal difference. Goal for Serbia, and it will flip again. Betts. Hits it again. Went goalwards. Tomovic cleared it away, and it will be another German corner.
Kept it low that time, didn't he, Betts? It would be quite marvellous if we were to see a third halfway line strike from him in the group stages.
Chandra firing it across. And once again off of Tomovic for the corner. Chandra cuts it back this time, but that's another wayward pass from Germany. And Gurka will have to chase that back. That's a nice ball though, and they found some space. Chance for Germany, saved by Dusan Zivkovic. And in some respects, that little loose pass just created a bit of space when they played it back forward.
It did, because it lured the Serbian press. And what a first-time pass that was by Lucas Betts. Incisive.
Early strike at the near post from the Germans, but turned away by Zivkovic, and it will be another corner. Fizzed in, looking for Hebeke, who is on a hat-trick. Now to play once more. And the whistle is blown because Zivkovic has got a little bit of a problem. And he's got his glove off. And that's not good because Serbia do not have a backup keeper.
Be a big player to lose for them. Not just because they haven't got another stopper they can put in net, but because of how brilliant he's been for them in this one so far.
Well, he's had to come to their rescue a few times, hasn't he?
It's the first time we've seen anything other than chilled out. Big Serbian keeper.
Well, it's a kick in for Serbia. Into the final 10 minutes, and that is an encroachment. Germany have a turnover, and that was celebrated on the bench as if Germany had scored. So, little wins. Here's Gurka. Heights. Chandra's ball to the back post. Cleared away. Decent move there. It goes inside again. And moving ball. Means that Serbia will have to retake the kick from the edge of the area. Popadic back to Dusan Zivkovic. Nice ball from the keeper to Mikic, inside for Baranin. Baranin plays it across for Popadic. Damjanovic getting in a bit of a tangle with his own player Mikic there. But it will be a Serbian kick in now. Ljubo Baranin does like to strike them from here. He does again, but he strikes it way wide. German goal kick, and Baranin will come off for a blow. Here come the Germans forward again. He edged into the area, Charua, sorry. But it only go out of play, and Zivkovic will have his goal kick. Damjanovic wants a free kick, he will get one. And another free kick for Serbia. And again, that element of control that Serbia try and enforce over sides is just creeping in again.
It's the same pattern as the first half, isn't it? Germany start quick and then Serbia grow back into the game.
Well, it might be a counter on here. It's a lovely spin in the middle. And it's a free kick for Germany and nothing more, but they've taken it quickly. Nice ball over to the back post. Chance to strike, and they do. But Chandra is denied once again by a red shirt in the way. German kick in with touch over 7 minutes to go. Heights for Gurka. Back again for Betts. A little bit quicker forward from Betts this time. Wonder if he fancies it. Does fancy it, and Betts puts it wide, but only just.
His fourth shot of the game. And Zivkovic was worried, wasn't he? He sprung down to his right-hand side.
It looked as though it was going wide all the time, but Zivkovic still wasn't sure. And here comes Serbia. What a shot and what a save. It was hit by Mikic first time towards that bottom corner, and Betts sprung to life and down to his bottom right to clear. To the back post from Serbia. Header away from Germany. Nice little touch inside from Mikic. As Damjanovic goes to ground under the challenge of Tobias Heights. And still Serbia go into the area this time and cleared. Nice little spin from Chandra, but it was red the whole time and cleared away again. Well, nice spells from Serbia there.
They've really upped it, haven't they?
Betts again. Goes long. Not seen that too often. And the German just lent on Perendea, but it was a little bit too much of a lean for the referee's liking. Serbia have a free kick. Be a little bitty in the second half. Not quite what Baronin had in mind with that one. Betts again then. Through the centre, nice spin and a drive to goal from Matici, but Serbia in possession again. Baronin does well to get there the first time, but that's really nice from Matici to win it back at the second attempt. Lovely silky skill to get past Tomovic, and then there's a bit of a confrontation now between the Germans and the Serbs. Wow, sparks beginning to fly between the two sides, deadlocked at 2-2, both looking for the points to top the table, and emotions running high, and we're going to see why. They just felt as though Tomovic had left a little elbow in the aftermath of all that. I think the referees will definitely take a look at it, and they'll tell us whether or not it was an intentional one. If it was, then he's in trouble.
It was Salma, wasn't it, who charged up to Tomovic to let him know he wasn't happy with that one. The Serbian reacted furiously, just grabbing him, sparking furious scenes from Germany's bench. One of their coaches onto the field.
Well, the referees Nedved and Olinsky are in communication at the moment. Poor old Piotr Stoyanov from Moldova having to deal with the rest of it on the sidelines. Now the Polish referee coming over.
He's got a lot to unpick there. I would say, Dan, that Tomovic could be in a little bit of trouble, because if you just watch here, raises his arms, puts them round the throat of Salma.
Well, yeah, that little bit after as well, you're right. Well, what is the decision to be? There's a very stern march from Olinsky at the moment. Back onto the pitch. Meanwhile, Nedved is dealing still with the players. And it's a sin bin.
Well, Baronin's the man that's been shown the yellow card, but Tomovic.
Well, everything else deemed okay then in that case. So Baronin off. Interesting. Oh, Salma gone as well, as you can see there on your screen. Missed that one.
Tomovic is just snuck away from the referee there. I think he knows he's a lucky man to escape without seeing at least a yellow.
Well, nonetheless, it's a German free kick. Things are just cooling down between both sets of staff and players on the sidelines now. Will it cool down on the pitch, or will we see some fire in the last few minutes? Germany, as it stands, top the table. A point's enough for them to finish ahead of the back. Betts chips it long, but it's off target. And Serbia will have a goal kick. Zivkovic won't be in any hurry, because he never is, despite the fact that Serbia would quite like to win this game, I'm sure, and top the lot. His game plan never changes. Well, there's a little bit of a mix-up there from Perendea. He finds himself in trouble. The Germans want a yellow card. They're not going to get one. Good industry in the middle there from Chamra. And that's lovely still. Chamra goes! And Chamra skies. He did all of the hard work and he did it beautifully. But he couldn't apply the finish.
Danced through there, Chandra, didn't he? He looked up, he was faced with three very large Serbian men and somehow found a route through all of them. Just couldn't make the final piece of the puzzle.
Betts goes long again. Serbians head away into the middle, but Germany have once again got the ball back at their feet. Heights. Fricka back to Betts. Ball out wide for Chanru. Inside for Matishi. Chamro onto his right foot, getting away. Matishi for Germany. Now Chamro, and at the back post. Surely no. What a chance that is for Fricka. Lovely footwork from the two there. And he just had to hit the target. Instead, he blazes it over the bar. And we move over the 40-minute mark. There will be a little bit of time left to play here.
It was a move that absolutely deserved the goal. Fricka knows it. He booted the advertising board afterwards, so frustrated with himself. Just leant back at that crucial moment. Somehow, from all of 3 yards, doesn't ripple the back of Zivkovic's net.
Kicking for Germany, who don't need to win to top the table. And it looks as though they're going to try and find the third. There's Betts. Flick off in search of Fricka. Nice from Damjanovic. Maybe a late chance for Serbia! What a goal! And Serbia have won the game right at the very end with a fizzer into the bottom corner. And it's Germany 2, Serbia 3.
It's Mikic again. He scored in the first half with a really neat and tidy finish, and he's absolutely smashed Serbia ahead here. What a strike.
Surely there's no time left for Germany to find an equaliser. Out of play it goes. The Germans still desperately trying to find it, and now they know that Germany will finish second in the group unless they can find another goal here. Away from the shot of Fricka goes the ball. Serbia in possession at the feet of Mikic. Try to feed it in the centre as Popovic was making the run. Baronin now, who's taken up a defensive role to try and see this game through. Ristic makes its way over. And out of play. Damjanovic quite happy to see it drift out. Damjanovic plays it in, and that's really nice from Tobias Heitz. That not quite so good. And here will come Lucas Betts for Germany. What a ball from Betts! And the finish again from Marvin Fricka is well below par.
Two huge chances for Marvin Fricka, both at that far post, both squandered. This time didn't make any contact on the ball, aside from a slight nudge just to send it trickling past the post.
Well, that long ball is wasteful from Zivkovic, and Germany have yet another chance to come and find an equaliser. Betts for Germany. Will he hit one? Betts, he does. Zivkovic says he spilt it, and it's cleared away as an open goal, but Germany are going to get the ball back with Tobias Heitz. Forward they'll come again. And Heitz through the middle, now into the penalty area. Germany will come, but Serbia have stopped them. And here's a big opportunity now to wrap this game up once and for all. An empty net is begging, and it's in for Dejan Damjanovic. And Serbia have put the game to bed. Germany are beaten, and Serbia will top the group going into the knockout phases. What a game!
The last kick of the game, the fourth goal for Serbia. Betts had gambled. He was lost up the field, it broke, they worked it ever so well, did Serbia. And Damjanovic with the simplest of tasks, just rolling it in to that vacant German net. And they've been good value for this when they really have. They've stuck to their task, and the Serbians have bloodied the noses of a German side that have been near perfect so far at this Soccer World Cup.
Germany, big favourites to win the tournament, they still might. 6-2 win over Georgia, 5-0 win over Bulgaria, 7-3 win over Libya. Defeated by Serbia. Serbia top the group, that's that. Germany will have to settle for second. What a win for Serbia. stick around. Not much longer, and it will be the friendly derby. Greece versus Cyprus. Back with you very, very shortly. Stick around though, because Frankie is desperately trawling the pitch for an interview. And hopefully we'll be able to bring one to you.
Hello and welcome back to day 6 of the 2024 Soccer World Cup here in Muscat, Oman. Well, they may well be good friends, amicable neighbours and allies, but Greece and Cyprus will have to shelve the niceties for the next 40 minutes as they push for a way out of Group C. With Belgium yet to cash in their free hit against tournament no-show to Kuwait, both teams are in desperate need of the 3 points. Just have a look at the table ahead of this one. Greece currently sitting pretty on 5 points with a +3 goal difference. Belgium 1 pace below. They also have 5 points. Cyprus are on 4, having played 2 matches. Iraq also have 4, and Kuwait, of course, rock bottom with 0 points, 3 default losses from 3. We're just moments away from getting kicked off in this one. Our second game of the evening action. As Dan Shaw joins me. Dan, just having a look at the table for this one. Greece are top, Cyprus are third, but there's a joker in the pack. Belgium are nestled in the middle, and the Belgians are still waiting to cash in that free hit from Kuwait, who of course haven't turned up. So that will shoot them up to 8 points, which means this is a huge, huge game for these two teams. Usually friends, usually neighbours, usually very amicable.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're going to have to put that to one side for 40 minutes, aren't they? The Greeks and the Cypriots. And they're both very similar, actually, in the way they play. It's a tough one to call. Greece at times have looked really good, but then at times their discipline has been absolutely atrocious. And they shot themselves in their foot in their last game, didn't they? So it just depends which Greece side turns up tonight. But what a game we just had, Frankie. Serbia, Germany. Full of excitement and a bit of a shock. Serbia go through top.
The Germans, who looked infallible, impenetrable in their first 3, were stunned by a Serbian side who executed their game plan to a T. Moments away from kicking off, but before we do, I just want to mention that Greece kit. It is a thing of beauty. Held a kit launch before the tournament, inspired by the mythical 1969 national team event that was attended by Mimis Domazos, the legendary Greek attacking midfielder who scored 134 goals across 502 appearances for Panathinaikos in Greece. Also made 50 appearances for his country. And it's a beauty. Cyprus do get us underway. Well, an all-Mediterranean affair, and Greece have a chance to get an early shot off. They do. And they sting the palms of Hirosian. Good early intent from Greece.
Yeah, well, that man there can hit them. On target. An early corner.
Chatsis, the man who fired that shot in. From Athens, he's 32 on Friday. And they'll be hoping to celebrate his birthday in the knockout stages of this Soccer 24 World Cup. Well, as Dan mentioned, quite a crazy affair before this one, and if you want to catch up on all the goals, all the action, you can do so via the International Soccer Federation app. Free to download, won't cost you a penny, but it'll bring you hours of entertainment. Cyprus with a kick in on that far side. Laid back strike comes in from them, wayward, and again, Greece may be able to break through Chatsis. Looking for Papadopoulos at the second attempt. Not sure whether it was a pass or an attempted lob.
I think it was the lob. Chatsis has been very busy, hasn't he, early on? That early strike, lovely little ball through. And then just trying to chip it over the keeper with the second attempt. So Chatsis looking in the mood.
He scored a double in their draw with Iraq, did Chatsis. Probably not the start the Greeks would have hoped for to this tournament. Just haven't quite found their usual magic, their usual rhythm just yet, as Cyprus do some good work down this left touchline. Couple of tackles fly in. Referee does put the whistle to his lips, and Cyprus will have a kick in. or rather a free kick, right by that corner point. Work back to Periklias, who's seen plenty of the ball for Cyprus so far. Again, another loose pass allows Chatsis to latch onto it. His loose touch, rather fortuitously, goes through the legs of Zefki, who brings him to the turf, and Greece will have a free kick. We've got some derbies of sorts tonight, Dan, haven't we? Following this one, Qatar-Oman.
Yeah, another pair of neighbours facing off, and that one's important for both sides.
The business end of these group stages now, and Papadopoulos nudges it down the touchline, and Motzakis turns well.
Yeah, well, he's got a bullet of a left boot, Motzakis. Don't want to give him too much time and space to pull the trigger, because if he gets the chance, he absolutely will. Him and Fushkash usually are the two involved in a lot of the goals for Germany. For Germany? Just looking at a German player as I say that, for Greece.
Hailed by his teammates as one of their best as Papadopoulos nicks in. Chance for Chatsis to shape down. It's another loose touch from Cyprus, who have been very sloppy in these opening
Not
exchanges.
settled well yet, have they, Cyprus? Just got to string a few passes together, get some rhythm going.
Papadopoulos nudges one down the touchline. Here he is again. Well, he found himself in space. I'm not sure if he'll be best pleased with his effort there, because it was comfortably wide of Hirosian's goal.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest of strikes from Mr. Papadopoulos, was it?
Cyprus find themselves with a bit of room. Low driven effort from Zefki. Comfortable as they come for Kalamaridis.
He's always a cool looking player, Kalamaridis as well. Real calmness, he's got an aura.
We've seen some chilled out goalkeepers this evening, haven't we? Nice lob ball looking for Chatsis, who'd rolled his man.
That was a delightful ball from Motzakis, wasn't it?
Well, Motzakis spent time with OFI Crete as a youngster. Is from the island of Crete, the 25-year-old. Chatsis with it at his feet again. A 3-on-3 to Greece, but they slow it down. And Cyprus snap back into shape. Bit of confusion over which way that one will go. Greece look like they have themselves a corner. Meandering start to this encounter. Greece doing the better of the early work. Cyprus, as you say, Dan, yet to settle. And here's Chatsis. Well, he'll have to give the ball back, because the free kick is given against them. Hirosian. Space and time to take a leisurely stroll towards the halfway line. Well, if either of these two sides do escape Group C, they may be faced with Mexico, Albania, or even Peru. Plenty of very tight groups still yet to be decided. As Gulas just puts his studs on the ball and says, "Ref, I think that's a little bit flat."
Well, there's another one. One in the last match as well, and do you know what? Yeah, that is a second ball, isn't it? It's like the new batch. We're all struggling slightly.
Well, I've just had to give the officials back R1. Not happy about that. Plan to put that in my suitcase. Chip down the line. There he is again, Chatsis. Busy wasp of a player, just buzzing around the pitch. Motzakis thinks they should have a kick in. They do have a kick in. Chance for him to use that powerful left boot. Kalamaridis. Well, Greece haven't been involved in many classics so far this tournament. They drew 1-1 with Belgium in what was quite a tense tactical affair. They, of course, were handed a 3-0 default win against Kuwait, who didn't make it to Muscat, Oman. And they drew 2-2 with the Iraqis. Still in search of that first win. Seven and a half minutes played. And Hirosian, again, just swaggering, isn't it, towards the halfway line. Haji Fasili switches play. Panagi. And that's a clever ball down the touchline, and Cyprus find themselves with some space. Still not clear. Chance for a strike. Sliced high and wide. First real opening for Cyprus. And one that's wasted.
Well, Moutzakas is in trouble. He's come off the pitch and is in need of some attention. I think he's rolled his ankle.
He dropped straight to the turf, didn't he? As soon as he crossed that white line.
Well, he's back on his feet.
Be a crying shame for Greece to lose Moutzakas, as I say, a man they hail as one of their best. Azimakis down the touchline for Demishi, crowded out, wins a kick in. Very pedestrian start here in this crunch Group C tie. With Iraq still to play as well. Both Greece and Cyprus richly need 3 points. Demishi. Azimakis. Lots of possession for Greece. No real chances yet. Perhaps we could see one here as Demishi crosses into Cypriot territory. Margaritis. Demishi again. Just can't find any space in between that rigid structure that Cyprus have set up. And we're starting to see that crowd bulge a little bit ahead of our next encounter, Oman, Qatar.
Yeah, filling up nicely, Frankie, isn't it? Be looking forward to that one. Oman looking to make it 4 from 4.
Chatsis spins really well, and he's brought down an excellent turn from Chatsis, who didn't have a lot of room to operate in. And he is lively.
That's it. I said he looked like he was in the mood, didn't he? Very edgy so far tonight from the number 11 for Greece, who got a bit between his teeth.
And he stands over the resultant free kick. 2 in the wall for Cyprus. Azamikis lurking. As is Gulas, who scored against Belgium, the number 20 on that far-hand side. Chatsis looks like he's going to strike, does strike. Blocked away. And Azamikis watched it onto his right boot. Bit of a scuffed effort, bit of a shin roller. And Cyprus survive for now. Kalamaridis. It's all Greece at the minute. Cypriots just sitting in. Rigid bank of 5. They've won themselves a kick in. Erosion. They don't look in any rush, Cyprus, Dan, do they?
No, it's been a little pedestrian from Cyprus, but at the same time, it looks as though it is part of the game plan. There's a calmness. They just look to work the ball. They don't move themselves around too much. They preserve energy. Greece at the moment look far more likely to take the lead, in my view.
Well, the goals haven't flowed for Greece so far. They've scored 3. Their goal difference slightly bulged by an automatic 3-0 win over Kuwait. Approaching 12 minutes played. Tense, nervy affair, perhaps both teams feeling the pressure. of what this could mean for their tournaments. Of course, Greece and Cyprus qualified for the knockouts last year in Essen, and now Cyprus, well, what looks like an opening to attack, and Chatsis just slams the door in their face. Doing plenty of work at both ends is Chatsis. Margaritis. Kalamaridis, who for some reason is wearing full skin under his goalkeeping kit tonight.
Well, it might be a little bit hard going on the knees if you're a keeper, sliding around on that stuff.
But I hope he isn't cold.
Don't think there's a lot of chance of that.
Ball given away and Cyprus stride forward. Cross comes in, but that's excellent handling from Kalamaridis, who plucked the fierce cross from Periklias, almost as if it was a P-roller.
Sharp, wasn't it? See it on the replay now. It's come with some force.
Cat-like
You want him on your cricket
reflexes.
team, wouldn't you?
Margaritis again. Gulas. He's just trying to find that yard of space. Space that's been at a premium in these opening 13 minutes or so, but they might have some here as Chatsis bundles his way through. Couple of deflections. Cyprus give it straight back. And Demishi with some dazzling footwork. Couple of screams from the bench. They enjoyed that one, as did we. Gulas. Ball's at the dead ball line, and that's a wasteful cross from Chatsis. Yet to spark into life, Dan.
Yes. I mean, Greece, as I mentioned earlier, looking more likely. Puskas not come on for Greece. I wonder if maybe he's missing tonight.
He's their usual skipper, Puskas.
Yeah, and someone who's in the goals fairly regularly for the Greek side, so maybe not such a surprise we haven't seen a lot. And Cyprus haven't really offered anything up top just yet.
No, any glimmers they have had come through Eleftherios Periklias. Worth mentioning, of course, that in the games that Greece have played so far, there was one omission, the 2-1 friendly loss to France, where they looked strong. Took a very late goal from Djibril Cissé, former Liverpool man. And of course, I think he spent time at Panathinaikos as well, Dan.
I think he did.
Of course, a very famous Greek side, steeped in history. Iotis over to Margaritis. Not a terrible amount going on in front of him. Papadopoulos fires one into the midriff of Hadjifashvili. Bit of grimace on his face there, wasn't it?
Yeah, that sucked that up a little bit, didn't he? Quite a slender guy. There was not a lot of padding there.
Perhaps he's got rock-hard rippling abs that just preserve the lungs. Greece with the kick in. Neat chest control that from Asamakis, but it's given away. And Christou can stride forward, and Christou can strike. Their best moment of the game so far, Cyprus.
Yeah, it was, and maybe that's just a little sign as to why Cyprus play the way they do. Just waited for an opportunity, a little bit of space, and really speedy stuff to get the shot away. So Cyprus obviously just a side who wait to pick their moments.
It's got a low centre of gravity. Does Christou scampered across the turf before working onto that left boot. Fizzed one over. Three minutes to go until the interval. Well, this game needs something, a moment of magic to bring it to life. Kalamaridis with a long searching ball can only find the head of Christou. Defended well by Mortzakis, who is back on, and that's good to see after that earlier scare.
Yeah, moving around nicely. So it looks as though he's going to be okay. He is a big player for Greece, no doubt about that.
He may well be playing through the pain. Nikolaidis, loose pass, and all of a sudden Greece can pounce. Good defending though as Papadopoulos looked to round his man. Now an opportunity perhaps for Cyprus. Anastasiou lays it back off. Christou bends one, and that was travelling.
Yeah, again, another shot from range from Cyprus. Still haven't had anything too clear-cut in and around the penalty area, but the best strokes have come from outside the box.
If it's going to be anyone, you wouldn't bet against it being Christou for Cyprus. Made a big impact since his introduction. Mortzakis. Azamikis muscled off it. Still manages to win the kick in. And it's within Mortzakis' territory, isn't it? And Cyprus know it because they've set up a two-man wall from a kick in. Worked inside to Papadopoulos, whose touch again lets him down. Scrappy defending and booted clear. And maybe the stats man can register that as a shot on target because we haven't had many in this first half.
Yeah, well, two nations who are traditionally very friendly with each other, playing a game that looks a little bit like a friendly in itself.
Pericleous all the way back to Carlo Hirosian. Chip forward. Mortzakis thumps a header, and it's a header that could set them away. Azamikis does his best to keep it in, does keep it in, and earns a corner.
Not long left to go in the first half. I'm a little bit surprised that Mortzakis is going over to take it, because I would have thought that he might have been interested in hanging around the edge of that box there for the cutback for the shot.
You would imagine Cyprus will be more happy with the point than Greece. They've still got another game to play after this one, and there goes the half-time whistle. 0-0 the score at the break, and not a terrible amount for us to talk about. A game filled with nerves rather than quality. That may change in the second half, and we'll bring you all the action from that very shortly. Well, the two sides, this all-Mediterranean affair, are back out for the second half. And Greece stride forward, and it's an early shot from Papadopoulos. Not an awful amount to stew over at the interval down. It was a very tentative first 20 minutes.
Yeah, not a lot at all. And the fact that there is some consequence to the result tonight is surprising, that we've had the slow burner that we have.
Well, Greece could really do with a win, because Cyprus are still to play Iraq, and if either side was to win, with Belgium still to cash in another 3 points from a default win over Kuwait, that would dump Greece out. Have to rely on a lot of favours with Greece if they weren't to get the 3 points tonight. And it may even come down to goals scored. That's how tight it is in Group C. The only side out of the running are Kuwait, who haven't even made it. Scrappy early tackles. Ball drops to Papadopoulos. Good running from him. Can he go all the way? Cut back across the face. He was looking for Chatsis. Couldn't find him, but really positive running from Anastasios Papadopoulos, who fancies himself as Greece's best player, he told us when asked. Not sure if that was tongue-in-cheek. He certainly looks a tidy operator as Pericleus tries to get something cooking for Cyprus. And just as I say that, they opt to go all the way back to Carlo Hirosian.
Of course they do.
As you say, this has the feel of a friendly. These nations historically have a very good relationship indeed. And I said they'd have to put their niceties aside. They so far haven't done that.
No, it's been a bit tame, hasn't it? Greece, at times, was so good. I haven't particularly been in this one, but they give you moments where you think this is a proper side. But it's just been very slow and very flat.
Chatsis, chance to spin, does spin. Tries one from the angle, but Nikolaidis is there. They will have a corner though, Greece.
I feel like this is their best sort of way to get one at the moment, Greece, don't you, the set piece?
Well,
not like that, though.
No, not like that. Fired straight out for a Cypriot kick in. Hirosian again plods forward. Both sides really happy to play deep in their own half. Not so keen to push further up. And most of the play for Cyprus has been between these three men. Hirosian chucks one forward. Header one. Cyprus have gained some ground. They have a kick in.
Well, they too have only had shots from range and found it difficult to find a way through. Maybe for them it's the set piece that might be the making of them.
Well, this might not surprise you, Dan. Cyprus are yet to score a goal of their own. They were handed 3 by default in a win over Kuwait. Their other game finishing a 0-0 draw against Belgium.
Yeah, I can't say that is surprising, to be quite honest, Frankie. They've not created a lot, have they?
Mortzakis, who we thought was done for the evening, but he's sprung back to life and he's fired a shot that deflects. Scrambled clear. Just needs something this game, it needs a moment. Greece were ever so patient against Belgium. They finally found their breakthrough, but the Belgians pegged them back. Belgium, of course, stealing to a dramatic late win yesterday evening. And if you want to catch all the action from Group C, relive it, rewatch it, feel all the emotion once more, or indeed from the whole tournament, then you can do so via the International Soccer Federation app. Loose ball from Hirogen spins high into the Muscat skyline. Well, nightfall is upon us here in Muscat, but there's still plenty more to come your way this evening. Up next, hosts Oman face Qatar, and Iran versus Brazil, who thoroughly entertained us yesterday with plenty of flicks and tricks against the spirited Irish side. Then Bulgaria versus Georgia, and to finish us off, Tunisia and Croatia at 11 p.m. We go deep into the night here in Muscat with this Soccer World Cup, the first ever held in the Middle East, and for a second it looked like Greece might break, but it could be Cyprus who fashioned an opportunity. Christou's touch let him down and he was smothered out. They have themselves a kick in though, Cyprus.
And speaking of entertaining us, Frank, I'm looking forward to the Omani crowd once again for their game against Qatar shortly. Bring the noise, don't they?
They certainly do, as do Sudan. I'd imagine it was great fun this morning as they collected their second win of the tournament. Papadopoulos into the path of Motzakis. We knew he can strike them. Not one of his best. Here he is again, tussling with Panagi. Panagi thinks he's won a corner, hasn't. Greece readying a change. Motzakis to be replaced by Margaritis. Here is Margaritis. All three sides of the stand around us, slowly filling up. I'm sure there'll be plenty of local Qataris who will join us for our next offering.
Yeah, well, we've got half an hour till kick-off and already seats being mainly occupied, so I think we might get a full house tonight.
And we've got about 12 minutes left of this one. Greece could really do with the 3 points, as could Cyprus. At the minute, both just extinguishing each other's fires. Loose pass from Cyprus. 3-on-2 if Greece can work it well. Jaferi nudges Chatsis wide, cut back. Jaferi takes a tumble in the area. Ref's quick to wave it away. And Jaferi quick to jump back to his feet. Perhaps sign of a man who knows he tried to buy a penalty there. Of course, it will be checked.
Yeah, I wasn't convinced initially. Well, look, watch the replay here. He's dived into it, hasn't he?
Well, we're waiting for confirmation that it will just be a kick-in rather than a soccer penalty. How this game could do with a soccer penalty. No. Confirmation from our video assistant referee. No penalty. And he gets a thumbs up from the Cyprus coach. He's happy about that one. Kick in, struck fiercely, and Margaritis may have a go. He reverses it to Chatsis with the acrobatic effort. Well, it was a bicycle kick from Chatsis. It kisses the bar as it bounces over. By far our best opening so far.
Yeah, well, we haven't had a great deal of chances, have we, in this game? But Chatsis has seemingly been the one who looks the most likely of anyone on this pitch is going to score.
Really clever disguised ball from Margaritis. And Chatsis just sprung into the air like a jack in the box. Acrobatic effort. And not bad from the man who's going to be 32 on Friday. Still, we wait for our opener. Half an hour played. Demichi. Good running down the left-hand touchline. Manages to get across in, but into the side netting it goes.
Once again, Greece slightly on top, but doesn't say a lot. Still waiting for it to kick in, aren't we? No real magic shown.
Flick round the corner. Completely missed from Margaritis. Rather fortunate to earn the kick in. Demichi. Good firm challenge comes in from Muntian. Erosion under a little bit of pressure. That's fine footwork though from Muntian. Step away from the press. And Christou is wailing in pain. Gulas also down on the deck. Waiting on confirmation as to which way this free kick's going to go. I think Cyprus might have it. No, nothing doing. Just waiting for Christou to gingerly step back to his feet and in fact be Greece who have the free kick.
Wow. I think that should have been Cyprus, to be fair.
Not sure about that one. Christou just looked like he'd used his body well to ease his way past. Kalamaridis approaches the halfway line, shapes to shoot, does shoot! Oof. And it whistles past the post. And how we could have done with that, finding the back of the net. Hasn't been a classic, this one, but that was almost a bolt from the blue from Kalamaridis. Seen some fine efforts from goalkeepers at this Soccer World Cup. Betts, who we saw in the match before this one, netting two absolute worldies. And Kalamaridis wasn't far from getting himself clipped on goals of the day. Kalamaridis again with the ball at his feet. Christou paying him slightly closer attention this time after his earlier warning shot, asking Azamakis to push up slightly. That's a loose pass. Probably tells you everything you need to know about this one.
It just sums it all up, Frankie, doesn't it?
Meandering game that is just slipping past both these sides. Greece really can't afford for it to slip past them. Ball into the centre for Giotis. Azamekis. Zakis does well under pressure from Christou. Zakis again, the linchpin for Greece. The architect of all they do well. Kalamaridis. Will we see a shot from him again? No, but we may see one from Giotis. It's wayward. In fact, it was Babaloukis who took it on. In the end, comfortably wide of Erosion's net.
Best shot of the game so far from the keeper, Frankie, isn't it?
Papadopoulos trying to work himself an opening. Neat footwork. He's got Chatsis outside him. Chatsis deflected across the face. Agonisingly rolls past Asamikis. Better from Greece. Erosion forced to spring into action. Asamikis, it was trying his luck from the kick in. Have themselves another one. Similar position, opposite side. In front of the Omani fans who looked about as entertained as us at the minute.
Yeah, it's not a great spectacle for them up in the stands at the moment. Hopefully they'll get a better one next up. They might get a bit of drama later on though.
Still plenty of time, 4 minutes to go. A long time indeed in soccer. You just feel if there's one, there may be two. Just draw the Cypriots out if it's Greece who can find the back of the net. They've been entrenched in their own half for most of this encounter. Oman, of course, looking to make it a clean sweep. In Group A, 3 wins from 3 for the hosts so far. They were excellent in the Gulf Cup. They won it, in fact. They burst onto the soccer scene. We're still waiting for this game to burst into life as Mortzakis collects. In fact, it's Margaritas. Azamakis. Greece deploying that rush keeper now. As Margaritas looks to cut across the face, and he'll have a go, the Cypriot keeper. And he's right to have a go, because no one was at home. Just couldn't find the direction. Saw Peru's Walter Brousset find the back of the net from an almost identical scenario in their game against Albania the other evening. A loose pass again, Cyprus pounce. Greece have it back. It's a dangerous tactic, this. But Greece need to roll the dice. They need a lot of favours with Greece if this stays at 0-0. Kalamaridis screaming to come back on. Erosion wants to chip him before he can, and that's a clear nudge in the back, and a silly one from Jaferi. Absolutely flattened Panagi.
Yeah, he did. It wasn't clever at all. It was a very slow substitution from Greece as well. Kalamaridis
It's a yellow
absolutely
card.
Screaming to get on. It is a yellow by the looks of it.
So Greece have rolled the dice. They deployed the rush keeper. And now they will play out the remaining 2 minutes, which should be as much as we have left in this game, with 5 men. And this could really hurt them, Greece. They needed a goal. We saw that. They introduced the rush keeper just as they went looking. They find themselves at numerical disadvantage. Jaferi, the man who committed that silly nudge right through the back of Panagi, gets his marching orders for 2 minutes. And Cyprus, Dan, have an opportunity to nick it.
They do. Maybe they've been playing for this the whole time.
Well, it would definitely be the long game, because they haven't done much up until now, Cyprus. But can Nikolaidis find something? Greece have 1 in the wall. They can't afford 2. They've only got 4 outfielders left on the pitch. Nikolaidis steps up, steps over it. Shot comes in, over the bar, out of the stadium. And rather sarcastic jeers. 2 balls on the pitch now. Cyprus chuck them away. Be keen to get this game restarted quickly. Kalamaridis, who came close, Greece's keeper. Chips it forward, Papadopoulos, neat touch around the corner. Half chance for Greece. And the half volley is blocked away. They have themselves a corner, do Greece. Asamakis, the man that'll take it. Cut back to Chatsis. Deflected effort, again Greece have a corner. We've played the 40 minutes, we've just got seconds left. It's Kalamaridis who makes the run, the goalkeeper at this far post. Chatsis has it. And there goes the full-time whistle. It ends Greece 0, Cyprus 0. A game that never got going, Dan.
It never got going. I'm glad it's finished. Yeah, that was a tough watch. And to be honest, surprising, Frankie. You know, I felt that Greece would come out and show a little bit of energy and really try and bolster their goal difference and score a few. I thought they put Cyprus away, but it was just so pedestrian the whole way through. No interest really in attack and winning the game. And well, I mean, that one is going to go down as one of the stinkers of the tournament, I have to say. And, yeah, I mean, thank goodness, roll on the next one.
Well, as for what that does to the Group C table, Greece move on to 6 points. That's all their matches played. Belgium will, of course, get 3 points for a default win over Kuwait. That will move them on to 8 points. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Cyprus and Iraq still yet to play. All Greece can hope for is a draw in that one, and that goals scored can carry them through. It's going to be a nervy wait for Greece. One that'll be really painful, but I'm sure they'll have all eyes on that fixture between Cyprus and Iraq. For now, that wraps that one up, but stick with us because very shortly we've got a Middle Eastern derby as the hosts Oman look to go 4 from 4 in Group A against a very fine Qatar outfit. All the action from that one live from Muscat, Oman, coming up next.
جمهورنا الحبيب، جمهورنا الغالي، أول حاجة نرحب فيكم في بطولة كأس العالم عمان. وين التحية؟ وين الصفقة؟ وين التحية؟ طبعا في انتظارنا مباراة صداقة لمنتخبنا الغالي عمان ضد أشقائنا وحبايبنا من دولة قطر. نتمنى التفاعل من جميع الحضور والجماهير، وإن شاء الله نستمتع بأمسية جميلة. وين التحية لمنتخبنا؟ وين يا جمهور؟ وين؟ يستاهل. طبعا المميز في هذه المباراة وجود الراشة بقيادة المايسترو العمد. وين التحية؟ وين؟ طبعا نتمنى التفاعل من جميع الجماهير الحاضرة، وإن شاء الله كل التوفيق لمنتخبنا الأحمر، ونخليكم إن شاء الله مع المباراة. ليلة سعيدة لكم جميعا، وصفقة مرة ثانية، صفقة. شكرا جزيلا. يا جمهور، معانا فريق التصوير الخاص باتحاد سوكا سوري. اريد منكم تفاعل لما بيفرض الكاميرا عليكم، اريد صفقة كنا. بس انا بقول لحظة برحب بالانجليزي وبنفر على الجمهور الكل ما يصفق. هذا الشيء يمثل وطننا الحبيب عمان، فنتمنى من الكل التفاعل الجميل. I just welcome everybody to the World Cup here in Oman. 40 teams is competing for the Mondial in our beloved country, so everyone is welcome, and you guys have a great time here in Muscat. This is Oman. Welcome Oman World Cup Soccer 2024 and 40 teams competing for the dream of Oman. So, audience and all the people over here, can you hear? This is Oman. Thank you. شكرا يا حواي، شكرا مسؤولين، يعطيكم العافية. جماعة حساب صناع الرياضة المنظمين لهذا الحدث، الشركة العمانية الرائدة أيضا في حسابهم طالبين منكم فيديو. فيلا نطلع معانا مع بعض لحظات بس. هنا من ملعب صناع الرياضة وبطولة كأس العالم بتواجد أكثر من 40 منتخب من مختلف دول العالم لحلم المونديال من أراضي السلطنة. جماهير أسمع أحلى تحية لكأس العالم عمان 2024. كانت الله يدبر الإخوان.
8 o'clock here in Muscat, capital of Oman, for the 2024 Soccer World Cup. And it is the hosts who take to the field now for their final group game. And they're up against near neighbours Qatar. Currently Oman top the group. It could all change in 40 minutes time. Kick-off in about 4 to 5 minutes time. But before that, it will be the national anthems of Oman and Qatar. So Oman, top of Group A. 3 games played with 9 points. Qatar second. 3 games played with 7 points. So here's the situation. If Oman win, it's a perfect score, 12 points. Qatar win, they finish top of the group. Oman will drop down to second. Now, if Qatar lose and Italy win, then Italy will go through, provided they have a better goal difference, which at this moment in time, if Qatar were to lose and Italy were to win, would probably work out with a couple of goals, because Qatar are +7 and Italy are +4. Referees on the screen just there were Marek Kerr of Latvia, Jurta Stoyanov of Moldova, and Josef Ciprian of Romania. Frankie Rudders is alongside me today. Frankie, Oman versus Qatar. I think most would predict an Omani win. I'm going to edge with Qatar. What do you think?
Well, Oman have won 3 from 3, but they haven't been at their sparkling best, have they? They're missing a couple of really key players, are Oman. And they've had some big wins on the board. And they've also had the 1-0 over USA, which wasn't too convincing. Qatar being the USA 4-0, of course. So you feel this Qatari side could trouble them. They are missing a couple. They are, of course, Gulf Cup champions. They've exploded onto this soccer scene. But I feel the door is ajar for Qatar, and of course they'll be extremely motivated after conceding that late leveller to Italy. Dos Santos, the man that dragged the Italians back into contention by the scruff of the neck.
Oh, it was sheer drama in that one. And don't forget, this was the Gulf Cup final not too long ago. Oman did beat Qatar in that final. And a perfect black night sky over us. It's been another smoking day here in the winter sun of Oman. No need for an umbrella out here. It's pure sunshine day after day. Will the sun shine out on Oman, or will it be Qatar who go top of the group for the first time on the final day? A trip in the knockout will await them against Croatia, Hungary or Argentina. You would expect Croatia to top Group H, and so that means winning this group is pretty important, Frankie, because you don't want to be playing the Croats.
You certainly don't. Croatia, who we will see again later on tonight, they face Tunisia. It could be a tougher test than you would initially expect. Tunisia really troubled the Hungarians in their last match, a dramatic 4-all draw that saw more late drama at the death. Last minute equaliser deep into stoppage time, but the Croats, they had a slightly slow start to this tournament. They're missing a couple of key players. They grew into it a little bit, but now they're really starting to look the business, aren't they? They're back to their sparkling best, and once again a contender for sure for this overall World Cup.
Yeah, and the thing with Croatia is that they had a submitted squad which was missing a fair few players. Most of them are on their way to return to the World Cup for the knockout phases, so Croatia are only going to get stronger.
Yeah, we spoke to Dino Kovac, didn't we, their coach? He said they were missing a couple for injury and one who was celebrating the birth of his first child, so many congratulations to him. But they will be joining them in the knockout phases, and you would thoroughly expect them to get there.
Early possession for Oman then. That's Sama Al-Balushi. And that there is Al-Arayimi. The Omani crowd are already off and running with the music in the stands, which we absolutely love. Really adds to the flavour of the World Cup out here in Oman, and the stadium is full for this one. Long ball up forward is hacked away. Out for an Omani kick in. Side in red at times have really impressed us, at other times they've flattered to deceive. One thing they have done though is finish each and every game with 3 points. Do it again tonight. If memory serves me correct, Frankie, I think they're the only side who have got a perfect record, other than Poland, who have played less games than everybody else. So they'll certainly be the first team to make 4 wins out of 4. I don't think there's many other sides who can achieve that.
No, well, the Germans were looking for 4 from 4, weren't they? And of course, Serbia do now have it. They've got their perfect 4 from 4.
Wow, Serbia treated us to a fantastic performance earlier on today. A gritty, dogged performance against Germany. If you haven't seen it, then go on the App Store, download the International Soccer Federation app, take a look at the highlights, the stats and information on there. It's totally free, and it's a very handy little app to have. If you don't have it, get it. International Soccer Federation. Long ball goes all the way through for Ali Al-Olfi.
Dare I say, Dan, I think this is the fullest we've seen this purpose-built arena here in Muscat, Oman.
I think so. It's nice to see those bums on seats. Little scoop forward. Was a little off its intended target and out of play for the Qatar goal kick. And that's Elanatsi laying it off to Alama. Well, that's a nice bit of trickery on the edge. Good defensive play in the end. And it's a corner for Oman, although we're going to have to just hold on. English referee telling him exactly where that ball needs to be, which is where the 2 lines meet. Well, that was a little loose in the middle, but a chance perhaps for Oman to stretch their legs. That is a foul from Ahmed Abdulrahman.
Absolutely hacked at his legs there, didn't he, Abdulrahman? Man, he got 4 goals for Qatar, all 4. And they smashed the United States of America.
Well, that's loose. Qatar will have the kick in. First 5 minutes, Frank.
Good Omani pressure, not too much from Qatar. Same story though, just waiting for that first real bit of quality.
We might see some quality here from Qatar. Cleared away. There's the main man, Abdurrahman, who strikes one. Omani keeper keeps it out.
Really big stop that from Ali Al-Olfi. Was going one way, took a wicked deflection. He had to poke one of those long legs back across goal. Scared a toe on it.
Here he is again. Leading the way for Qatar. Pretty clinical in the World Cup so far. There's a shot from range. Keeper down to save. Shot from Ulam. Al-Balushi. Into the back post. And he didn't quite get a hold of that, did he, Al-Wahibi?
No, but it was an excellent ball. We say it so much. That back post is the sweet spot, and Al-Wahibi absolutely knows it. Brilliant run, just couldn't match it with the finish.
Oman overturning, coming forward. Plenty of red shirts pouring forward into the box. Big chance for Oman. Sparing dive from the defender to keep the Omanis at bay. little miss kick at the back post, an air shot for Abdullah Al-Wahibi. 2 Al-Wahibis in there. Abdullah, as I just mentioned, and Yoe. Ahmed Abdurrahman. Man in goal there is Ahmed Syed. Omani squeezing Qatar and win the ball. It's a heavy touch though from Al Hadi. Araimi. Oh, and that one isn't going to trouble the Qatari keeper as it goes flying out over the top of the crossbar. Oh, a late challenge, which will give Qatar a free kick. Kicking again for Qatar. Cross goes to the back post for Ulam. Fronts up against Al-Balushi and a shot away, and out again it goes for the Qatari corner, and it will be the little Qatari maestro, Abdurrahman, who will take position in that corner. It's a long way out. He thought about the shot for a moment and then thought better of it. And Omar might have a counter on here, but that's a really good, strong, brave challenge from Naif Al-Natsi.
Yeah, and he's felt the full force of that, hasn't he? Absolutely nailed by Al-Shamsi on the follow-through.
Well, he's in a little bit of trouble here, and that's it. He's going to take a second or so just to regather his thoughts and regroup and maybe get some medical treatment, although there isn't anyone currently out there who's going to be looking after him, and he might just have to get to his feet on his own. Then Qatar bringing the changes. On comes the number 7, Wafi bin Hamrouche, and off for Qatar is Khalid Al-Hamar.
Yeah, and a really important player coming on from Oman, Mohamed Al-Balushi, pro futsal player, excellent player.
Long ball forward, keeper's going to have to deal with this. He spills it for a moment and then drops down to retrieve. Trance-like music from the Omani stands, adding to the atmosphere. They try and drag their side over the line with that unblemished record to top Group A.
They've got us up on our feet, haven't they?
Wonderful movement from Oman, lovely one-touch football, but it is cut out. Qatar have it now. That's a loose ball, and Oman will turn right back around and go again. El Amin.
It's what you love about these Soccer World Cups, Dan. You just see the Omani culture here, steeped in tradition, and then next up we've got Brazil, and they'll bring the party as well.
Oh, absolutely, well. Kings of the dance, the Brazilians. Well, we're looking to samba their way to another 3 points after victory over Ireland recently. Free kick to Oman, the crowd like it. Well, that there on the ball for Oman is Muatzim Al-Shamsi. And Al-Shamsi might just fancy a crack at goal here, you know. Steady rolls on across for Al Balushi. Al Shamsi on his left foot does let fly, but it's blocked, and it's another chance for Oman on the edge. And again, the Qatari defence stands firm, and it's another kick in for Oman.
It's the first sighter really of Al Balushi. Such a low centre of gravity, just scampers around the pitch, doesn't he, Al Balushi? An exciting player to watch, gets bums off seats.
Yeah, I've got 4 in one game. Under the hot sun. A few days to go now, and here he is. Whacks one from range. That one didn't really get full power behind, did he? And drifts out harmlessly for the goal kick. Good hold-up play up top, and a nice spin as well from Al Balushi. Oh, there's a loose one for the Qatari, perhaps to pick up. A big moment for Qatar. And slammed into the side netting. Well, a little moment where Oman had lost the ball and Qatar were right on top of it.
Smelt blood like a piranha, did Wafe. Hamrouche charged through on goal, just falls slightly wide, bangs it into the side netting.
There's another slightly loose one, but Bin Hamrouche a little too far away to pick up on the end of that one. Ball goes up top and brought under control by Al Rayemi. Very well indeed. Al Shamsi now. Onto the left-hand side. Nice footwork by Al Balushi, but he has to turn and go home to the other Al Balushi. Samar and Juwed both on the pitch there. And here's another Al Balushi again. And there's a shot! And there, off the post, was the biggest moment of the game.
The crowd were convinced that Al Balushi had found the opener, and he was whiskers away from doing so. Beautifully controlled effort with the instep of his left boot. Just spins onto the post.
Well, the Armani crowd fooled me. I was a millisecond away from calling it. And there's an injury for the Qatar goalkeeper at the moment. He's receiving a little bit of attention. 15 minutes have gone of this Group A game, and Oman and Qatar are drawing now. That's good enough for both sides. If it remains this way, then Qatar will finish on 10. Qatar will finish on 8, and Oman will finish on 10. So Oman would top the group, Qatar would qualify, and that would mean that Italy's game with the United States of America will count for nothing. A goal for Oman, and Italy know that their hopes and dreams of the World Cup are still alive. Ready to go again, Qatar. And it's Ahmed Abdurrahman, who's playing at the back at the moment quite a bit. And there's a lovely little drill down the right-hand touchline from the number 8. He wants it again, he'll get it. Just makes things happen, he makes it tick. Ball through is denied by Al Balushi, and it's he who you see on your screen down on the ground. And I think that might have been one that us gentlemen are all too familiar with.
Yeah, right in the crown jewels. And the physio's on, but I've said it before, not a terrible amount physios can do with those types of injuries. Just time. Time is all it takes. Well, while we've got the brief pause in play, probably take a moment to pass our congratulations to Greece's Mortzakis, who proposed to his lovely now fiancée after Greece played out that 0-0 draw with Cyprus. Very well received around the stadium, and it was a lovely moment for Mortzakis and his future wife. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, one of my favourite players of the soccer tournaments. I always tell Noel got fed up with it, and moody, mean, magnificent he looks when he plays. Congratulations to him. He won't be moody this evening. He'll be in celebratory mode. Well, there's a little question as to whether there was a late challenge there, and Qatar have put the ball out of play to see that Ahmed Abdurrahman is okay. He is back up on his feet, although moving a little gingerly. I think he'll be all right. And with just a little over 2 minutes left to play, it remains 0-0. Here will come Qatar trying to change that. Oman are very quick in these situations on the turnaround, and the ball played through for Khalid Hajiji was just a little too much. Ulam. Nice ball from Ulam, but read all the way by Araimi. And here will come Oman again. Shot from range this time, past the post from the boot of Juwaid Al-Balushi. Nice work from the Omanis again. Chance to pull the trigger, and they do. Once again, the Qataris stand firm, this time through Wafia bin Hamrouche.
Looks a really lively player. Just Juwaid Al-Balushi.
Manis bin Hamrouche laying it into the path of Hajiji. Kick in. Two balls on the pitch at the moment, we only need the one. Kicking for Qatar, Abdurrahman. Ghulam back to Sayad. Abdurrahman might strike one, does, and again he hasn't quite got hold of that properly. Qatar make the changes. Back on comes Khalid Hajiji.
A man who's just stolen my drink, Dan, before he came on. Stuck his arm over our commentator's desk and had a little sip.
I don't think the fizzy pop's any good. You're about to go out running again in that. Who knows? Maybe that's the juice he needed. If he scores, we know what we'll be crediting it on, don't we? What we'll be putting it down to. Might have to get himself a subscription to it if it pays off for him. Chip to the back post. Had lots of time for Abdurrahman just to let it go, but he clearly didn't receive a call from his teammates and had to head out for a clearance. That's poor communication. Will it cost Qatar? No is the answer to that question, because the half-time whistle has blown, and Group A's final game for Oman and Qatar is currently 0-0 and will mean that both sides are heading through to the knockout phases. Still 20 minutes to go though.
Still 20 minutes to go, and to be fair to Oman, they haven't just shaken hands with Qatar and said, yeah, points fine with us. They've given it a go. Mahmoud Al-Balushi came the closest, kissing the inside of that post. He thought he'd scored, so did everyone in the ground, but it span across the face of goal and out for a goal kick.
Oman at times show major amounts of quality, and at other times they do what we've seen in the first half, just a little bit slow and a little bit quiet.
You're right, there's pockets of real quality, scattered between loose passes, random mistakes. I mean, Qatar almost benefited from one earlier on through Hamrouche, who latched onto a needless misplaced pass, fired into the side netting. Just feel it kind of has been the theme of Oman's tournament so far. They're brilliant in patches. If they could do that over the course of a whole game, then wow, they could be a serious side.
Well, have a little look at the highlights, shall we? That shot whistling past the post. That one was from Joey Al Belushi. And there we go, a few faces in the crowd this evening. Well, I'm sure they'll be enjoying it, but they'll be enjoying it an awful lot more if Oman are to take the lead in this game and get themselves the win. Conversations from Omanis on the pitch. Qatar too in pretty deep thought. What's your thought for the second half, Frankie? Who's going to come out and do the business?
Well, off the evidence of what we've seen in this first half, it looks like Oman. They've done most of the good work, but
they're feet on the pitch to start the second half, and as soon as they do, we'll be right there with you.
شكرا لكل الجماهير اللي اجت وساندت المنتخب. دائما ما شاء الله حزام النجوم عمان الجمهور هو رقم واحد، فعلا انتم دائما وابدا تكونوا رقم واحد. اليوم الشباب ما شاء الله عليهم جزاهم الله خير ما قصروا. نتمنى ان شاء الله كل التوفيق. اليوم مباراه مهمه مع اخواننا وشقائنا. تحيه لشقائنا في دوري قطر. شكرا من القلب على كل من ساند وانجح هذه البطوله، وباذن الله تعالى نشوف المنتخب باذن الله محطات قادمه ب 16 و8 و4 باذن الله تعالى. شكرا لكل من حضر مره ثانيه، جزاكم الله خير والف الف الف شكر لسمع علينا. صفقه يستاهل علي، يستاهل. طبعا ايضا بالحضور مثل ما شايفين موجود ايضا كابتن الكرة العمانية حسن مظفر وملك الدفاع. وين التحية وين؟ ونبشر بالجميع بكل الضيوف اللي متواجدين معنا في هذا المحفل المميز، واكيد دائما نجدد الدعوة لكل الجماهير العاشقة لهذه الرياضة في بلدنا الحبيب عمان. منتخبنا محتاج تواجدكم خلال المباريات القادمة. هذا دور المجموعات ونحن اوريدي ضمننا التأهل، لكن القادم ان شاء الله وجودكم مهم وداعم واساسي، وباذن الله يكون من نصيبنا حلم المونديال من اراضي عمان وما نتنازل غير الكاس ينشر من مسقط. جمهور وين التحيه يا جمهور وين؟ حبايب
Oman 0, Qatar 0 in Group A. Qatar top the table as things stand. Both sides just need a point. If Oman win, then Qatar might be in trouble because Italy are to play tomorrow. Fine margins. Italy were nearly dumped out by Qatar in the last game, but Qatar took the lead really, really late. Even later than that was an equaliser from Italy's Dos Santos, and that meant that Italy's hopes and dreams stayed alive. At the moment, the Italians will 100% be sat watching this, backing the Omanis. Corner for Oman. Handball is the appeal, and I think it's been waved away. Didn't look as though there was a great deal of interest initially from the referee, and that's right, in fact it will just be the corner. Al-Shamsi with the cross to the back post, and that's nicely done by Wafia Ben Hamrouche. Had to get there. Did his job really well. That there is Ali Al-Ofi in the Omani goal. Al-Arimi gives it to Muatzim Al-Shamsi. Al-Hadi. Arimi, Al-Hadi again. Samir Al-Balushi. This is nice football from Oman and a snapshot from Al-Wahibi. Gobbled up by Ahmed Sayed. Qatar putting themselves under a little pressure. As they clear it away, Oman will have a kick in again. Araimi's pass is cut up by El Amin. Will we get a shot from range here? Perhaps. There is one in the end from Samar Al-Balushi. And there's a break on for Qatar. It's 2 against 2. It's a big moment for Qatar, this. And it's a big save for Oman, that. Ali Al-Ofi pushing it over the bar. But just for a moment, looked as though Qatar were going to steal the march and take the lead, and that would have turned the table, because that goal, had it gone in, would have put Qatar top of Group A as it stands. Right now, though, still Omani lead it, and that is another poor attempt from Ahmed Abdurrahman. Not something we've been saying regularly in this tournament. He's not yet had his shooting boots on in this game, though. Al-Shamsi. Ball forward from Al-Shamsi is a decent one up towards the edge of the area. Big chance for Oman perhaps, but again Qatar smother the attack out. It's not yet over, and still they go. Oman, big charge and in! Scrambled at the back post. He didn't know a great deal about it, Fasil Al-Hadi, but he won't care, and neither will the supporters in the house tonight, because Oman lead by a goal to 0, and I tell you what, Italy won't mind it either, Frankie.
That's right, Dan. Oman, they're on for the clean sweep in Group A. It was like pinball in that penalty area, but the final ping fell to the feet of Faisal Al-Hadi. It was Johnny on the spot, and the Omanis are lapping it up.
Qatar have it at the other end. In need of just a point, just one goal will suit them. This man could be the one to unlock it. That takes a little ricochet on its way through and will be a corner for Qatar. Big strike was on its way towards goal from Abdurrahman, who has now found his shooting boots, it would seem. Might have another go, Abdurrahman. Still he goes, the little genius. And out for another corner, I think it is.
They've clicked into life now, Qatar, haven't they? Happy to cruise towards that point. It would have been enough.
And that one's rushed and tired and really disappointed with himself there, Ahmed Abdurrahman. He knows he's better than that, and he knows that that's another good chance gone begging. And there's a replay of the finish, actually. A little Cruyff turn in, because it was headed maybe into the post. It was a lovely touch in the end. I thought it just hit him really, but it didn't. And Faisal Al-Hadi, the difference at the moment. Ulam gives it to Abdurrahman, who wants the free kick and gets one.
The goal scorer, Al Hadi, chopping him down. As Abdurrahman chopped round him.
Well, yeah, left him for dead, didn't he? In fact, I don't think there was any intention in that. It was just too good. Abdurrahman's feet were too quick, basically. It's a compliment that he's ended up down in a heap, but that won't be much consolation to him right now, I'm sure. Well, he's up anyway. There he is. Small guy, but with big quality. Shot from range. Fizzes past the post. Now that's a corner. The Omanis didn't like that. They weren't sure about it. I didn't see a touch on the way through. Another shot from range, and he'll go again. Abdurrahman notching up the shots on goal tally.
To say he's shooting on sight would be a massive understatement. Any ball that comes his way is just getting leathered.
Oh, lovely turn from Hajiji. And now Bin Hamrouche away. Ulam. Ulam strikes. Ulam puts it wide as a Mexican wave begins around the ground. Elamin. Abdurrahman. Looking for the 1-2 this time. No free kick given as the Qataris make their appeals. Waved away by the officials in orange. Good break on from Oman. Chance to double their lead. Out for the corner. Ali Al-Ofi, Ali Al-Balushi, Samer Al-Balushi, and out to Al-Arimi. That one through for the goal scorer, Faisal Al-Hadi, down in the corner. Al-Arimi. Shoot was the cry from the crowd. Well, it was in Arabic, I'm pretty sure that's what it was though.
That's international, isn't it? The crowd urging to shoot from distance. Good to know it translates from the English game.
Yeah, it's nice. Well, that won't trouble the keeper in the Qatari net. And we're into the last 10. The final quarter of the 40. And Qatar, at the moment, are not safe from qualification. That was rash, it looked on the edge to me, but nothing given. Abdurrahman looked to have been fouled by Ali Al-Balushi to me, not to the men who matter. Well, an unorthodox bit of control from the keeper, but it still seemed to settle down nicely in front of him. Al-Balushi. Qataris come forward. Nice play from Qatar. Big moment for Qatar, perhaps. Away it goes. And the referee blows up due to the injury on the referee. I'm pretty sure that Ahmed Abdurrahman would have been looking for the penalty there, but it's not to be. Although Abdurrahman is screaming for medical attention for the keeper. This could be pretty serious.
Well, I think it was actually his own player trying to run in and clear from under the crossbar that collided with Ali Alofi. He took a massive hit to his midriff. Looks like he could be in real pain.
Well, that didn't look good from the point of view of Ahmed Abdurrahman, who very, very quickly looked up and beckoned for the medical team to get onto the pitch quickly to help him out. So hopefully he'll be okay, but it's a little bit of rush and urgency at the moment down in that penalty area. Qatar have been knocking at the door though, Frankie. They've been looking for that equaliser. They look better for it. Just makes you wonder why it's taken them to go 1-0 down to come out of their shells.
Well, you wonder whether Qatar tried to play it safe and thought, look, if we just sit in, try and keep the score at 0-0, break when we can, try and find a way that way. But since Oman have scored, they've been forced to come out and play. And we see they can play, but what it means is, if they are launching wave after wave of attack, they leave themselves a little bit more exposed at the back end of the pitch. So I can understand why they didn't properly go for it.
Now, if you're looking at the top right of your screen, you'll see a diagonal bit of metal, and that is for a crane. 3 or 4 guys earlier on drove the crane around to the back of the stadium and then put themselves up in the cherry picker all the way up in the top corner there to watch the Omani game.
Best seats in the house.
VIPs for the evening in the cherry picker.
Stretcher looks like it's being readied for Ali Alofi. Worrying moments for him. Sincerely hope he's able to get up without the assistance of that stretcher.
Yeah, I mean, the good news was that he seemed to be conscious and taking a breath and blinking and all the very basic signs you look for. But he's still down and hasn't moved a great deal.
Oman readying their alternative stopper, Musa Al-Rakaidi. And
There
they
are the
are.
boys up in the cherry picker. Some view up there. Well, the keeper's on his feet. He might even carry on. Well, fearing the worst. He's back up, and that's good to see.
And now Rakadi's been sat back down on the bench, which means Ali Alofi is going to carry on.
Well, Araki might just do well to ready himself and stay alert. But for now, he isn't required. Ali Alofi will get us back and underway. Corner for Qatar. Shot over the bar from Khalid Al-Khamar.
الطاقم محتاج منكم الموجة من هني من هني من هني يا شباب نرفع ايدينا كلنا مع بعض يا جمهور
Elamin plays the 1-2 with Hamid Bibi. Bibi
توقف المواجهة، ما توقف ما توقف. خلوا العالم يشوفون بطولة كأس العالم عمان 2024. وين
And the spray from left to right from Saeed Ulam lacking a little.
They'll need more than that, Qatar. They seem to have drifted out of that really positive phase of play they were in. Need to get, well, Abdurrahman back on the pitch first before they can get him back on the ball. He's their key, isn't he? Their linchpin.
Another kick in for Qatar. Ulam was looking for Al Khamar again, but once again the side in red. They would have clipped it out of play. Forward will come the keeper up towards the halfway line. He might try to shot. He does hit one. It wasn't bad. That should be a corner, and it is.
An absolute wobbler from Ahmad Saeed, moving around in the air.
I wonder if Saeed fancied it again. He's actually waited up on the halfway line. He's just out of your shot. There he is. And he does hit one again. I just thought he was looking. And that one, unfortunately, not quite as close for the Qatar keeper. And another loose ball that runs through. Ulam. Sayed again. It looks like he fancies it again, Sayed. Just gave the man the eyes. He rolled it over to the left-hand side. He is still there waiting, though. And he might get it. Instead, they try from range on the angle this time. Wide of the post. Oman 1, Qatar 0. Tells you it's 39 minutes on the clock, but there's going to be a little bit of extra on this one. There's a cushion ball from El Amin, but couldn't keep it in play. And that's Ahmed Al-Balushi. Oh, nicely done. Oh, here's a big chance then, perhaps. Away, though. Ahmed Al-Balushi just misses it on the touch and has to turn back. Well, he's brought a bit of speed and intensity, but he's also brought a couple of misplaced passes. That looks like a slide tackle, surely. Qataris want a yellow for it. Free kick. Qatar know that if they score, they'll be back on enough points to qualify. At the moment, they're not, and it will be up to Italy tomorrow. Keeper trying to find the angle, bounces around, deflects everywhere, and runs out for the kick into Qatar. Shot on the angle from Khalid Hajiji is no good. Another goal kick for Oman, who, as it stands, are going through top of Group A with 4 wins from 4. Loose ball out from the Omani keeper. And that's not far enough away, and the referee will tell him so. He casually walks off the pitch anyway. So I don't care. Forward come Qatar again. Keeper getting higher and higher all the time. Syed plays it inside. Now there's an open goal for Oman to try and take advantage of. Well, that's in Al Shamsi's effort wasn't very good. He put his hands up to acknowledge it.
Yeah, I was just about to say, put both hands up and said, I'm sorry. We've seen some efforts from players within their own half, and that one was nowhere near from Al Shamsi.
Abdurrahman, so often the key man for Qatar, is going to have to come up with the goods now very late in the day. One goal for Qatar will do it. That sort of thing won't do it.
Crushing that. Just as he looked to build a move, bit of loose control, all breaks down.
Well, that will go the way of Oman. Time ticking away from Qatar. Just to think that they were seconds away from dumping Italy out of the World Cup yesterday. They now might have to rely on Italy not winning their game tomorrow, and that is exactly the case. Italy now know that they can qualify for the knockouts. Qatar now will become the supporters in that one for Italy's game. It wasn't a classic, Frankie, but Oman have got the job done, and they've won 4 from 4 in Group A.
Yeah, Oman ultimately will not be too bothered at all that it wasn't a classic or a textbook performance from them. They've got their 4th win, they're 4 from 4 games, and they are storming through to the knockouts with a perfect record. The Qataris will be kicking themselves because they took so long to get started to try and impose themselves on the game, and they only really tried to do so when it was too late, when they'd already gone a goal down. It was a risky tactic and one that really hasn't paid off for them, and now they find themselves in a position where they have to rely on favours elsewhere, and that is not where you want to be.
There you go, the hosts Oman, 4 wins from 4, top of Group A, 12 points to their names. Qatar now are going to have to rely on Italy not winning tomorrow, because if they do, Qatar are on the short plane home. Keep your eyes peeled, because Frankie will be vigorously looking around for somebody to interview from the Omani side, and hopefully he'll be able to bring that to you very shortly.
Well, we're here with Oman's Al Ofi. And hey, 4 wins from 4, top of Group 8, flying through to the knockouts. How does that sound?
Yeah, it's really was very difficult to win 4 games, game by game. This is really very difficult, as you saw. We played with tough teams, Italy, USA, Canadian, and with our family, Qatar. But alhamdulillah, as you saw the match, it was very difficult. Nothing here easy. All the teams here came here for competition, and they prepared well, really. But first of all, I would like to thank all the fans who support us among all this tournament. We hope, inshallah, in the next round we'll win, inshallah. We'll see with who will play.
And I was just about to ask you about these fans. This is the fullest I've seen the stadium. They were singing, chanting, banging drums all game long.
Yeah, really, the fans give us the support when we are playing inside the game. We feel very comfortable, really, by encouraging from them side. They are the number one player. Always the fans number one players.
And one final quick one. You took a knock to the ribs. How's it feeling?
Yeah, till now a little bit I have feeling pain, but alhamdulillah, inshallah, we'll recover soon, inshallah.
Congratulations. I'll let you go. Congratulations on topping Group A.
Thank you for this covering moment. Really, it is very fantastic from this international federation. So we hope, inshallah, see you in the next cups, inshallah. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time. Right, coming up next, just to the left of me and just to the right, you will see Brazil and Iran. And all that action is coming up in just a moment's time. Brazil have sambered their way past every nation they've met so far in Group D. Joining them on the dance floor today is an Iran side in desperate need of a win to keep their World Cup hopes alive. If Iran do nick the points, they'll set up a grandstand finish with Egypt, who they face on the final day of the group stages. Joining me on commentary duties is Dan Short. Dan, Brazil looked frightening at times against Ireland, who, to be fair to them, put up an admirable fight.
Well, Ireland did, yes, but Brazil were, in the end, just a little bit too good, just because of the quality that they have. It was a weird one with Brazil, because they didn't play at a high tempo all the way through the game, but they just had little moments when they flicked a switch, and in the blink of an eye, were able to get the ball in the penalty area and punish Ireland. They were worried a little bit, though, Brazil, in that game. They needed a third, they got one eventually. But listen, that Iran side isn't bad either, you know. And they have got quality. They might not be beaten by Brazil, in my view. I think they've got a chance, you know. And they've had ups and downs, Iran. They've looked wonderful at times, woeful at others. But tonight, they've got a chance, you know. And they've got a full house to play in front of as well, which will spur them on.
They've scored goals around, but they conceded them, and that's been the tale of their group stage so far. They drew 2-2 with Ireland in their first game, and then 4-4 in an 8-goal thriller with Colombia. And they have to keep things tight. They want to find a way past a free-flowing Brazilian team. Just to look at the table, Brazil top it, 3 wins from 3, plus 7 goal difference on 9 points. Egypt then follow, 2 wins for the Egyptians and a loss. They are on 6 points. Iran are below on 2 points, but as I say, Dan, they face the Egyptians on final day. So if they can win here and get themselves up to 5, then that one becomes tasty.
Yeah, jeopardy. That's what we like on the closing stages of group games.
Brazil get us off for Cal in typical Brazilian fashion. Starts the party off early. Well, Brazil, they were up in the stands dancing with the Omanis in traditional caps, the Kumas. They've embraced the culture while sharing a piece of their own. Always bring an infectious vibe and energy to any international tournament. And they usually bring goals as well. Mumu looking to put Shams Nijaroni under some early pressure.
Defender Mumu, but all the skill in the world.
Well, the Brazilians don't necessarily have defenders, as we would imagine them, do they?
Yes,
they
right.
don't have the lump of a centre-back like the English. Every single player competent to a man, skilled to a man. Funny watching them in their warm-up just on the practice pitch over the back of this stadium. And they were just doing ball rolls between each other. They even warm up doing skill, the Brazilians, because that's how they'll proceed. Breaks kindly here, and it's back with Mumu. Shifted down the line for Cal. Mumu, Saringa, touch off to Drope, who got 2 against the Irish. Iran cheered forward, but Mumu cuts in quickly. Saringa, big powerful side are Brazil. They've got some monsters out there on the pitch, but to be fair, so do Iran. Drope works, space to shoot, and I'll tell you what, he wasn't far off finding the bottom corner for an excellent save from Nazari. Just threw a leg out, didn't he?
That's it, and that was hit really nicely in Nazari. Sprawling down, keeping it out with his left peg.
And here's Drope again, looking for a second bite of the cherry, forced wide. Shot does come in from Bruno Barbosa, and it looks like it's caused Mustafa Mazari some real discomfort. Really drilled that at the Iranian keeper.
Well, here it is.
Oh, well, I think it's the follow-through from his defender. Steps on his arm, perhaps.
Yeah.
And that one will hurt.
Right on top of the wrist, by the looks of it.
And that's a worry. Because he's not a small man, said Mamun. And he took the full weight on his wrist, did Nazari.
The only saving grace is that it was on, I think, on top of the glove, so there was a little bit of protection, but it won't count for a lot.
Well, it's been a fast start as expected from Brazil. That man Drope, again, as I said, scored a brace against Ireland. 2 cute back post finishes. He's almost open proceedings here.
Still in trouble, isn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't look comfortable. They do have a goalkeeper on the bench, Iran. Mumu rolls it back for Cal. Winds one up, lets one go. Blocked by Iran, who are having to stand tall. Drope, touch off the shoulder, that's excellent. The third touch isn't. And the huge figure of Shamsir Jirani will momentarily stride clear, but Drope tricked his way through, unpicked Iran's defence, and again draws a save from the Zari. And he's enjoying himself, isn't he, Drope?
Yeah, we've got a little flavour of the favela there, didn't we? Bit of magic. Crowd enjoyed it.
Barbosa, answer for Cal. Standing up his man. Of course, he's got a trick or two. Chops round, wild effort.
Yeah, the shot wasn't good. The bit of trickery to get away was, but the end product not quite there.
Well, they almost gift it straight back to Brazil, and it was Mumu who absolutely clattered into the Iranian defender. he's not a tall man, Mumu.
No, he's not a tall man.
But he's very stocky one.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of talent as well.
Fahim throws it forward. Fakal finds himself in space. As does Barbosa. Into the feet of Drope, who looks to roll. Really neat defending that from Iran, who every time they look up are just penned in by yellow shirts.
Yeah, they found it tough in the opening 5 minutes, haven't they? Brazil been right on their game. Come out the blocks firing.
Kurascani. Brazil nick it back. Mumu. Seringa. Barbosa. Mumu will strike. Nazari punches clear. And here come Iran. Well, you could tell from the way he shaped up to take that shot, can you? Shamsir Jirani, that it wasn't going anywhere near Vital's goal, and it didn't.
Just didn't look confident, did he? Didn't look like he believed he was going to be able to hit the target from there.
More of a threat to the crowd, that one, as Mumu collects once more. For Cal. Not a huge squad, Brazil. But the lads that are out there absolutely adore playing soccer. They live and breathe small-sided football in Brazil. And here's Fakal into the feet of Drope. Gets it back, but pulled back for what looks to be an elbow in the face or a hand in the face of Manu Sherry. Free kick Iran.
Yeah, well, it's there. Just a coming together, really. Don't think there was any intent. It was a bit of a whack in the face.
It's an occupational hazard, isn't it? The way that the Brazilians hold off their man. They back into the player and just push their arm back. Every so often, a stray hand does catch someone's face. As Seringa plays it over to Mumu. Brazil warming up, finding their rhythm. Here's Mumu, chance to cross, cut back well. Just too far in front of Bruno Barbosa, who was arriving on the edge of that penalty area.
Really strong opening 7 minutes from Brazil, though.
Well,
it has been a Brazilian-esque performance, isn't it? That guy there is going to be important. Man on your screen right now.
Fakal.
Sanit Saeed for Iran. He's a big player, important player.
Kurascani plays it short. Mumu steals it back, and Drope brings it down to earth. Barbosa. Seringa. Falcao. Dazzling footwork again from the Brazilians. Mumu flick round the corner. This is excellent. Can they finish? Drope forced wide, too wide. Well, it was a move that deserved the finish.
Really lovely play from Brazil, wasn't it? Quick, fluid, fast. Deserving of a goal. That little touch there was made because the keeper came out and closed it down. That little movement there from the keeper just dragged him away from goal. Which meant he couldn't get full control of the shot.
They play with such an offbeat rhythm, do Brazil, just slowing things down, and all of a sudden they click into this rhythmic movement. All of them circling one another. Such a joy to watch. Performative art from the South Americans, and here's Mumu. Manu Sherry stuck out an arm there to intercept that pass. Luckily, he didn't strike it. Iran do well to clear, and Barbosa has to be alert to the danger, because there were two Iranian players looking to latch onto the loose ball. Here he is again, Mumu. Into Drope, back to Mumu. Deflection, corner. They're growing.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mumu is right up for this one, isn't he? Very, very quick, moving it around, moving himself around, getting stuck in.
Not too much for Seringa to aim at. And his corner kick just drifts right the way through. And a rare touch of the ball for Iran.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, they have struggled to get any kind of foot on the ball and foothold in the game. The promising thing for them is that, unlike the Irish side yesterday, it still remains 0-0, and so the game is still very much alive.
Flicked on by Manu Sherry. And for all the talk about Brazil being a tall, powerful side, this Iranian team have some height, don't they? They've got some really big men in the mix.
Yeah, well, the big guy up front, the number 10's a skyscraper, isn't he?
Seringa into Drope. Barbosa crosses back into the path of Drope. And how has he not finished that one?
Unbelievable, Frankie. That's a man there with so much technique, and he just lacked any of it on this shot. We'll see it now. Bounces out, just get your knee over it instead. He lashes at it. Completely out of control.
He'll be a relieved man, Mustafa Nazari, because it was his weak wrist that palmed it into the path of Drope. And Iran register their first shot on target, and it's a fine one from Fahim.
And that's why 0-0 makes it important. Iran not out of it.
Seringa. Falcao. We learnt in their game versus the Irish that they do have the lapse in concentration, the Brazilians. As magnificent as they are going forward, they're not always as switched on as they could be at the back, and we saw that for a brief moment there. Mumu, dangerous when he's on the ball, chops in field, hits the shin of the Iranian defender. Seringa, relentless waves of Brazilian pressure. 11 minutes played though, and still Brazilians yet to hit the target. Mumu, flick back to Falcao, another delicious flowing move, and Drope just slips as he looks to nudge it back to his teammate. Good footwork there from the Iranian, but it breaks for Falcao, pulled back for the foul. Lucky that. I'm not sure.
Well, Mumu didn't like it because it was well, it's deemed a slide challenge. That's what it was given for. He kind of feels as though he didn't actually slide, but I felt that that was a free kick.
Nice spin there from Shams Nijani. Syed Mamon into the channel for Manu Sherry. Iran will be savouring these moments on the ball, and that's an excellent flick. Seringa reads it, but the intention was brilliant. Free kick given for Iran. Brazil starting to get frustrated.
I wasn't sure about that one, Frankie, as well.
Looked like an honest challenge in the air for me.
I thought if it was going to go anyway, it was going to go the way of Brazil there, to be fair. Didn't think there was enough to actually call a free kick, but once the whistle was blown, I was expecting the arm to go the other way.
Fahim standing over it. How Iran would love to find themselves a goal to the good here. Cut round the corner, work to the byline, pass just slightly to the right, and out for a Brazilian goal kick. Nice idea though from Iran, that's what they need to do, work it to that byline, use those angles. All the best sides in soccer do it. Falcao again. First control is always with the sole of his boot. Seringa. Strike from Mumu. Went through a sea of bodies and just past the post. Another good side set from Brazil.
Yeah, again, right up for it, Mumu. But again, Frankie, less than 6 minutes from half-time, and Brazil haven't broken the deadlock.
Iran will be happy. They need the 3 points if they're to stay in the tournament. They're very much on Egypt's tails. They know they've got a lot of work to do. And that work starts here tonight. Mumu, delicious touch. Seringa now. Mumu again, shimmies inside, lets one fly. Nazari palms clear, and Iran pour forward. Crowded out by the towering figure that is Rafa. Well, no goals yet in this one, but there have been plenty of them today. And if you want to see every single one of them, you can do so. Head to the App Store and download the International Soccer Federation app. Free to download, plenty of exclusive content, post-match interviews. Get yourself well up to speed with every kick of the ball in this 2024 Soccer World Cup. Iran have themselves a kick in as Manusheri just washes his knee. Perhaps grazed it on this artificial turf. For him, holding on to the ball for far longer than he needed to. And Rafa snaps into the challenge and engages him. Ball turned over. I don't know what Fahim was really doing there. He was inviting pressure from Rafa, really for no reason. He had his keeper Nazari in loads of space. Perhaps he's been inspired by some of the footwork he's seen from the Brazilians and fancied to go himself. Falcao. Back heel looking for Mumu. Doesn't find him on this occasion. Mumu just shoves Korsagani over. Two arms clear as daylight. We've seen glimpses of Brazil, haven't we? Glimpses of the Brazil that we've got to know over their previous 3 games, but they've not properly found that groove yet. Iran have stood tall to most of the questions asked of them. Nazari made a few saves, but not overly exerted.
Yeah, that's right. Brazil have been in control, haven't they? And they've shown lovely football, quick passing, crisp passing. But what they haven't found is that way through to goal just yet.
Once again, he hangs on to it for him. Does get himself a free kick on this occasion. Lobbed forward, met well in the air. by Manu Sherry, but his flicked header goes out for a goal kick. Still plenty more soccer on the way after this one. Next up, we've got Bulgaria, Georgia. Both teams, of course, not progressing to the knockout stages, playing for pride at this point. And following that, we have Tunisia versus Croatia. The Croatians, of course, looking to sew up their group. And Iran draw another stop from Vital. It was a cross-come shot from their number 10, Munasheri. And that'll give them a little bit of confidence, perhaps spur them on that tiny bit more for him. Twisting and turning again. Round Rafa, tries to go round Seringa, and still he holds on to the ball for him. Finally lets it go.
It was nice footwork. I don't know if it was worth the risk, because he's done all that just to land back in the same space.
Well, he doesn't like sharing, does he, for him? And it's interesting, Iran just looking to utilise that height of Manu Sherry. And Iran's bench just asking the question whether Victor Vital went outside of his area as he punched that one clear. And again, I just mentioned the long ball. They're looking for Manu Sherry, aren't they, every single time? Don't see a lot of Route 1 in soccer, but that's the path that Iran are taking.
You know, you said it earlier, Frank, they look to hit him on that back post as much as they can. He's a useful tool up front.
Mumu, Seringa, Fakal, chance to shoot, chops inside. This is nice. It's wide. More tiki-taka from the Brazilians. But another wayward shot.
Yeah, you're right, Frankie. Again, some lovely little touches. Wonderful movement. No goal.
Mumu challenging with the big man. Manu Sherry, who again draws a foul. Quite a few bodies have stayed following that Oman-Qatar encounter, the game before this one.
It'd be interesting if Iran could take the lead right on half-time now, wouldn't it?
Said moment, the man that'll look to do just that, give the Iranians the lead on the stroke of half-time. Bends one towards goal. Comfortable palm from Vital, but one he had to make. They've got themselves another kick in Iran. Bit of late pressure before the half-time whistle. We're over the 20. In fact, we're a minute past it. And right on cue, there's the half-time whistle. Mumu just kicks the ball away, a little bit frustrated. And as he should be, really, because Iran have restricted Brazil quite nicely. They've had the odd opening, they've knocked it around well, but not vintage Brazil so far.
Well, not in terms of finishing. I think it's been a pretty good performance, if I'm honest with you, Frankie. I think they've moved it around really nicely. Plenty of chances. It's just that little final touch at the end, isn't it, that's lacking. Someone who can stick it in the back of the net. There's so much talent there. Just unable to find a finish. And Iran, to their credit, have defended really well. They've defended deep as well. Yesterday we saw Brazil getting in behind the Irish side, perhaps 3 or 4 yards too deep maybe. Just allowing the opportunity for the Brazilian attackers to get around the back and kind of goal hang, really. Sit around that back post, that magic back post that we talk about all the time. Maybe Brazil haven't quite been able to do that. They've also worked in a lot of banks of 3 at the back, Iran, and they've had to move accordingly when they go forward. Has led them, though, with that bank of 3 to Brazil having the ball in their half a lot, and they've had to undergo quite a lot of pressure. And then the difficulty is that if they win the ball back when you've got 3 at the back, is getting the ball up the other end on a counter with any bodies to overcome Brazil. So you leave yourself susceptible to a lot of Brazilian attack and not a lot of possession. But at the moment it's 0-0, and so they will feel that that's justified because it only takes a second they could just nick this game by a goal to nil. You never quite know. So they're in the game. They'll be happy. Brazil will be fairly happy with what they've done so far. They just need to make sure they get those goals.
Brazil registered 13 shots in that first period. Drope, the man, with probably the better of them. Really nice early left-footed drive from him. It was well safe from Nazari. Tricked his way through the Irani defence and drew another fine stop. Of course, 2 goals for him against the Irish. This is a game that Iran will be desperate to win. They're currently 4 points adrift of Egypt, who sit in second. A win would take them within just a point of the Egyptians, and they're still yet to play them. Could there be a twist in Group D? As it stands, it looked for all the world like Brazil are going to top it, but Egypt may still have a say in that.
Yeah, well, Egypt are a decent side, aren't they, Frankie? And they're going to want to get through. They put up a good fight against Brazil as well in the opening game. To be fair, every side in this group has. I guess when you're playing Brazil, you want to beat them, don't you? It's Brazil. And they have had to dig deep at times, Brazil, to get the wins. They scored very, very late in the day against Egypt, didn't they? And they're might have to take this one the whole way as well, because Iran at the moment standing strong.
Well, they've just taken part in what I'd describe as a very, very, very long half-time team talk. Extremely detailed. What would be your instruction to that Irani side?
Well, I would imagine they've got a plan, and my instruction at the moment would be to stick to it. You know, there's got to be a plan B there as well. But I mean, even then, go one down. Don't change just yet. We'll go for broke a little bit later on if we have to, but just keep that deficit down. Try not to concede, and then hopefully, if that chance comes along, they'll take it.
Well, a final huddle for Iran. They've got 20 minutes to save their tournament. Only a win will do. Only a win will keep them in the mix.
Something still within me, Frankie, and I don't know why, particularly off the basis of that first half, that thinks that, I don't know, I just sense that Iran might do it, you know.
In soccer, Dan, nothing surprises you.
Well, you know what, it does, but it shouldn't, because we've seen it so many times. Always a chance.
Well, they've taken their merry time, but both teams are now back out on the field. And very shortly, we'll be back underway. The second half here in Group D. As I said, a couple more games coming up for you. Bulgaria, Georgia in the next one. The Georgians will be looking to save some grace from what has been quite a disappointing tournament for them down Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, Georgia would have definitely felt that they could have got into those knockout zones. And when you're in the knockouts, then it's just a case of game by game, you know. But to be knocked out at this stage will be really tough on Georgia, I know, because they take their soccer very seriously.
Although, as
and they do have good players, you know. They've got good players in there. It's not clicked, has it?
In fairness to Georgia, the group computer wasn't kind to them. They had the Germans and, of course, the Serbians.
Yeah, well, it was always really going to be a battle, well, you thought, between Serbia and Georgia for second. As it is, looks as though it might be the Germans who settled for second.
Corner fired in from Iran. They'll have another go. They find the shins of Rafa. Kick in for them. Played deep for Syed Mamon. Looks very suave, doesn't he, Iran's coach?
Yeah, he does, yeah. Yeah, he always comes out in some really eye-catching clobber.
Drope into Rafa. And a shot from their own half, speculative. I'm not even sure Vital was far off his line when they attempted to lob him. We've seen it done in this tournament. Seen it done a few times actually, usually when teams deploy the rush keeper. Seringa over to Rope. Can he weave his magic? The count, dancing inside. Seringa again, patient play from Brazil. Shot come cross, that's behind Pedro Drope. He's starting to cut a frustrated figure. Hasn't had his usual service. Still plenty of time, however. Sloppy from Iran. Drope. The customary ball roll. Over to Seringa. Another shot from Drope. Shot counter rising ever higher for Brazil. And this is neat footwork, and there's a chance for Mumu. Blocks excellently. Really important block that from the Iranian defender, because that was goal bound from Fabiano Mumu.
Yeah, well, the Iranians once again standing tall, doing their job at the back, trying to snuff them out.
Manushari over to his namesake. They're making incremental strides forward, aren't they, Iran?
Yeah, and that will be the plan, you know. Just keep nibbling away.
Chip towards the back post. Drope rises. Mumu's there. Cushion back into the path of Drope. Good control for him. Loose pass. Could there be a chance for Iran here? Shot from distance. Sayed Mamon the one who took it on. He was acres away from Vital's goal, but he's drawn a save.
It was on target, and the keeper had to work hard to get down to push it away, and he hasn't been too busy in this game, so sometimes it can leave you a little bit lax, but he was equal to it.
Iran bobble it forward. They've got themselves another set piece, and they've got themselves a very imposing presence in Munashari, who waits at the back post. Almost the entire Brazilian team in their own penalty area. And Iran will be very pleased with this. They won't be so pleased with that. Loose again from Drope. The crowd starting to urge Iran on, and that's a really clever touch from Munashari. Takes him past Mumu, who brings him down, and Mumu is going to be shown the yellow card. That's 2 minutes in the sin bin for Mumu, and a man advantage for Iran.
And have a monster roll on the ground, but I think that's the right decision. Let's have a quick look. It tracks him all the way, Mumi, in fairness, and just doesn't get there, and he's the last man, so yellow's the right decision. Irani striker just wig-whamming his way through and getting himself the free kick and a yellow card for the Brazilians. So 2 minutes in the sin bin.
And if they are going to unshackle themselves and have a go, then now is the time. Look at Munashari there, positioned himself right on that back post. That's where you want him.
That's it, that's your danger spot.
Worked short. Opportunity to shoot smothered, but that's a clever pass. Chipped into the box, flicked goalwards by Munashari. May have caught a strand of hair before it made its way into Fatal's gloves, but you do feel if he got more meaningful contact, then Brazil could have been in trouble.
Yeah, but that's the tactic they've gone for, isn't it? It's very, very close. Working well for them. 26 minutes gone, still 0-0, couple of chances. Good game plan.
Iran buoyed by the yellow card for Mumu just moments earlier. Can they make this man advantage count? Shot deflects. Might be a chance for another. Again, Vital has to save.
Well, they're knocking at the door right now. Keeper having to take a rest. I hope he's okay in there. Iran asking, take a look at that time, because if the keeper's down, we want to make full use of the sin bin. Justin Bevington, the English referee, having to deal with the Iranians. And the manager actually comes over and apologises to the English referee.
Yeah, but he's dragged his coach back, hasn't he? And Vital is still flat out on the turf.
Well, there's one coach for Iran who's got that stopwatch constantly in his hand, working out the timings, making sure that everything's going to the second.
He's spot checking.
He
Justin
certainly is
Bevington's
spot
officiating,
checking.
isn't he?
Oh, he looks like he's in a bit of discomfort here, doesn't he, the keeper?
He does. A dazed expression on his face.
Well, we worried, didn't we, that the wheels might come off in the opening 5 minutes once Brazil had come out so fast in the straps. We might have had to have called our friend Frankie from Oman, Dave the mechanic, to come and put them back on, but ever since then, Iran have stuck to a game plan and they've been really, really good, and had a couple of great opportunities and still have a great opportunity now, because Brazil are man light and a corner, and the keeper in a little bit of trouble as well between the sticks. So it's all going to plan for Iran.
Crowd beginning to cheer Iran on now. It's clear who they would like to see win. Always a lot of love for the Brazilians, but that's superseded by the affection shown for the Iranians. Manouchery just can't wrap those long legs around what was quite a fierce delivery. And Mumu re-enters the fray. He served his time in soccer jail, and he's been released. Here he is.
He's a player you want on there at all times, Frankie, if you can. Makes things happen. Lots of energy too, up and down.
Barbosa Seringa now. We're yet to see Estras Adet, who scored yesterday, put the gloss on Brazil's result against Ireland. Side-footed effort from Seringa. Tried to place it from distance.
Well, there's a decent handful of Iranian fans behind that goal, and they cheered that save as if it was a goal at the other end. They're enjoying themselves up behind that goal.
Living for every single kick of the ball and using the seats in this purpose-built arena as a makeshift drum. Can they cheer their side on to what would be a crucial win in the closing stages of Group D? Sayed Mamen. Still goalless here, half an hour played. Chip forward by Fahim. Chipped out of play. Mumu being jeered by the Iranian fans. He's playing up to it. Rolls one way, rolls the other, and smashes one into the netting. Just apologises to his teammates around him.
He had to apologise to everyone around him for that. I don't think anybody was particularly impressed. Shot was on though.
Seringa turns the ball over. Drope sandwiched in between two players. And he rolls not once, not twice, but 3 times. And gets the free kick for his theatrics. Another lop onto the turf. Well, it was a Drope sandwich there, wasn't it? Slap between 2 pieces of Iranian bread. It was the contact from Kurosgani that looks to have caused him the discomfort. I think he'll be okay, Dan, do you?
I think so, but I don't know, something about his...
Well, he is getting ice supplied, isn't he, to his ankle?
Yeah, something about that reaction that I'm not quite sure of. It's either extreme theatrics or there's an issue.
Difficult to tell sometimes with the South Americans. They do like to make a mountain out of a molehill sometimes, but...
Yeah, it just doesn't look quite right, though.
And he's shaking his hand, gesticulating. Still the ice is applied to his ankle. And they will be disappointed, Brazil, won't they? With their second half showing. If it does remain goalless, they will still top the group. Poland, Turkey, could potentially lie in wait for them in the next round. Well, one thing's for sure is Brazil would not fancy meeting Poland, but I would imagine if Brazil top the group, Poland will top theirs. Barbosa steps over it, Seringa drives it, and he drives it into the back of the net. It's a thumping free kick from Wallace Seringa, and just as he was jeered by the Iranian fans behind the goal, he silenced them with an absolute pile driver. And they're dancing the night away, Brazil, as they're on course for their 4th straight win in Group D.
Nice finish from Seringa, wasn't it? Absolutely blasts it. Left peg, bottom, whack.
A Brazilian bullet from Rio with love. From Wallace Seringa. And a hammer blow for Iran.
Yeah, it really is, Frankie. They've done so well. It's unfortunate for them that they've been unpicked by a free kick.
Here comes the goal scorer, Seringa. Now they've got their tails up, Brazil. We question whether Drope would be okay. He's moving freely now.
He's moving absolutely fine, isn't he?
Iran needs something. And they may have something as they've got a corner. Just over 5 to play. I'd imagine we will have a little bit of stoppage time, as both Vital and Drope spent a few minutes each on the deck. Iran chopped inside nicely, and the ball was clever. Manouchery just wasn't alive to it.
Yeah, well, he's the man you want. He made the right movements. He's in the right place at the right time. Just didn't apply the finish.
Still the Iranian cohort sing and cheer their side on. Fakal. Drope, Seringa. Important interception from Nazari. Danger not clear. Fakal, neat touch inside, ball to the back post, receives it back. And that's absolute brilliance from Brazil. 1, 2, 3, 4, back of the net. And it's Fakal who doubles their advantage. Vintage stuff for the Brazilians.
Well, a very Brazilian goal, wasn't it? 1, 2, good night. That's what they're all about.
Iran now facing a mountain. They were so good, stuck to their plan for much of this match, frustrated Brazil. And then a free kick driven home by Wallace Seringa opened things up. and just minutes later, Drope combined with Fakal, and the latter pokes it home. Drope again. They're looking for a third, Brazil, and they've got a third. Well, it's what they do, isn't it? They slip into a lull and then they click into action. And Brazil are 3 goals in the lead. Stabbed home at the far post. Saringa the man claiming it, Mumu the man celebrating.
Yeah, and I think Iran have just lost their heads a little bit. They've lost their shape. Chasing shadows.
And it is Saringa with the final touch. Perfectly placed.
And there he is again, Frankie. Get on that post. So many goals in soccer scored right there.
Brazil did it twice yesterday against the Irish, and Saringa's done it again tonight. And Mumu will be slightly upset when he sees that wasn't his goal. But if he thinks of the greater good, Brazil are rocketing to the top of Group D. A perfect sweep, 4 from 4. Patino. Still time for another. Drope tricks his way through. Just drags it wide, but they're enjoying themselves again, the Brazilians.
Yeah, they are, Frankie. They're in the mood now, aren't they? You do feel for Iran slightly because they've been in this game for a long time. They had a game plan, been unstuck by a free kick. Can't do much about your shape on those, and then from there they've just kind of dropped their heads, and Brazil have punished them for anything that they haven't quite got right that they were doing before that first goal.
Well, a few step overs of his own from Manu Sharif. Chucks himself down. Kick in for Brazil. Vitzal. Barbosa. Vitzal forward to the huge body of Rafa. It looked like he may have brought that down in his arm. Still managed to scuff an effort away. It wasn't comfortable from Nazari, who had to make the follow-up save.
It's a really quick spin though, wasn't it, once he did get that down.
And I don't think I'd fancy man marking him. He's an absolute beast, is Rafa. Can Iran find a consolation? Rafa. Back heel, chip forward. Lovely from Brazil. Drope. Can he find a fourth? No, he can't. Off the post. And here might be a chance for Iran. Oh, such a shame. Drop for Keshevars. But an interception at the last minute just took slightly too long to bring it under his spell.
That's it, Frank. He wanted too long there. Too much time required, and Brazil won't give you that.
Good hands from Vital to hold it, and he wants to get them back underway. Brazil want 4. Mumu cuts infield. He's got Drope outside him. He uses Drope. Over to that back post. Bobbled effort. Drope arriving late. Spins it high into the Muscat sky. But again, that back post, Dan.
Yep, in the danger zone. Drope just had a couple of moments in this night where he could have finished, and he's lost his composure. Shows so much skill.
Launched long.
Oh, dear.
Drops for the strike, and my oh my, does that sum up Iran's night? Fard it was, who heard the name of Paul Scholes echoing in his head before he leant back and sent one into the fan park. Mumu. They've got Rafa and acres of space at the back post, and Rafa is who they try and find. It was Fard, the man dashing back.
Yeah, more Paul McCartney than Paul Scholes in front of goal there from the Iranian.
And the full-time whistle goes, and with that, Brazil's domination of Group D is complete. 4 wins on the trot and a 3-0 win here over Iran. The scoreline slightly harsh on the Iranians, who stuck to their game plan for much of this encounter, but they are crashing out of this Soccer World Cup with a game to play. Irresistible at times from Brazil, who switched it on when they needed to. Salinga at the double, and they fly through to the knockout stages. The lads from Rio sambering through to the next stage.
Group B action then. And this one doesn't matter in terms of qualification. Both sides are out. Both now just playing for pride. Two countries who have plenty of that though. And it's Georgia and Bulgaria face off in the penultimate game of the night. First though will be the national anthems. The national anthems of Georgia and, well, Georgia there on your screen, and Bulgaria in Group B. And as we mentioned earlier on in previous games, Frankie and myself, Georgia will be desperately disappointed to know that they have already gone into this game out of the World Cup knockout phases.
They will be in many ways slightly hard done by with the group. They've got Germany and a Serbia side who have really turned up, as we saw earlier on. Serbia bloodying the noses of the Germans, who looked infallible in their first 3 encounters. The Georgians started off well. They beat Libya, a lot of early promise, but then they got absolutely thumped by Germany, and again last night battered by the Serbians. And there's a lot of experience and know-how in this Georgia side. I just question whether they haven't quite got the legs this year, because the talent is undeniable. You look across their squad, you've got Irakli Klimiashvili, who's been capped 5 times by Georgia in the 11-a-side game. He won the Georgian League a number of times with Vit Georgia, one of the most decorated teams in the country. We haven't, though, seen Kaka Kaladze, which is a real disappointment. He was listed in the squad, of course, the former AC Milan player, played alongside 3 Ballon d'Or winners, Kaka and Shevchenko among them. So it will be a huge disappointment for the Georgians, because they would have come there, proud soccer nation, they would have come here with high expectations. but they just really haven't lived up to it, and I was surprised to see them get beaten so badly by the Germans, and especially the Serbians as well. But look, they've got a chance to rescue some grace here and leave with their heads held high against the Bulgaria team that have also really struggled.
Yeah, and you're right about the Georgian side. They had plenty of quality. They actually had Georgi Kinkladze, didn't they, playing in the Grand Prix Sevens for Tbilisi City Hall alongside Kinkladze. So they do have players in their ranks, although a couple of those players we mentioned there getting a little mature. But yes, it's been disappointing. Bulgaria were also beaten by Serbia, but not being thumped like the Georgians were by 5-1, just a 1-0 deficit in that.
Well, that's what makes it so surprising, Dan, because you look at this Bulgaria team and you look at them losing just by the goal to Serbia. And on paper, I know football and soccer especially isn't played on paper, but on paper you would say that Georgia, heading into the tournament, would have had the stronger side, the more experienced side. So the fact that they've conceded 10 goals across 2 games against Germany and Serbia, that'll be a real disappointment. And not so much the fact that they're crashing out of the group stages, but how they've crashed out.
Yeah, the manner in which will definitely disappoint them. Really do love their soccer, the Georgians. Hosts of lots of football in the soccer format in the city of Tbilisi, the capital city.
I suppose we should note as well, Dan, that Bulgaria will be without their key man, Kuzmanov, in this one. He was shown a red card, rather needless red card, in their last match. Kicking over the ball, straight into the shin.
Bulgaria in possession at the moment, down in that corner, flashed across and then brought down under control by Klimiashvili really nicely. He rolls inside to Masharas Vani. The Georgian names really are ending in Adzi or Ishvili, and that generally means the area in which of Georgia they're from originally. Well, that is a foul in the middle, and will be a free kick to Georgia. As Klimishvili went down. Early strike off of a Bulgarian boot, and it spins out and away for another kick in. Walking over to that is Klimiashvili again. And there are 2 black shirts outside the box, 1 on the back post, and in it comes to the middle of the Bulgarian half, and slap bang in the middle of it was a strike. That went high, high, high over into the night sky. Bulgaria in possession. Not for the first time we see a keeper charging forward. Nice bit of skill in there. Chip to the back post, and they were looking for that back post. The captain lurking. Georgia get away with it. 0-0 it remains. Manashev's ball to Christoph. Manashev all alone at the back there. Nice football from Bulgaria, but just a little too heavy from Kuzov, and Kerkeran unable to quite get there. Both sides on 3 points after 3 games. Both sides on a goal difference of -5 after 3 games. Georgia ahead of Bulgaria currently on goal difference. The one thing that might come into play though, Frankie, off the back of this, we might call it a dead rubber, but actually will have some bearing on the world rankings for next year's World Cup perhaps, and that will of course have an effect on the draw and the seedings. So all to play for in that sense for the two nations. Here come Georgia down that left-hand side. Just wide of the post. It was Chavarani.
Really good run that from Machavarani. Looked for a minute like he'd lost it, but just squeezed his way and ferreted around to get the toe pokes effort off.
Flicked on by the captain, Dobrachov. To no avail. Lovely little spin. Lovely bit of skill. And the shot driven towards goal. Was saved by the keeper.
Marvellous footwork that from Griglashvili. Turned one way then the other. Spun the Bulgarian defender inside out.
Well, our cameraman, the Viking, he asked to move out the way so they can take the kick in. Steady from Georgia, nice strength from Niatabashvili. Another shot that the keeper has to deal with. And it will be another kick in for Georgia. Shved Yankees ball to Niatabashvili, who is fouled. And we get the free kick. Here he is, Niatabashvili. Cherkaradze. Patient from Georgia. Knocking it about nicely. That one goes long and the keeper's come out of his area from the pass back to him. And that will be a free kick. As Bulgaria and Georgia make changes. Interesting position. Now, Dobrachov usually is in and around a lot of the set pieces and in the goals quite regularly too. Also over it is Kuzov. To the left-hand side they have Christoph, and just behind them is the number 11 Kirkaran, and Kirkaran again is another one who knows where the back of the net is. And they've got that man on the magic post as well. Nice setup from Bulgaria. Smashed and saved. Keeper doesn't even flinch as it bangs into his chest. Christoph. Nice ball inside and a clever touchdown by Agyushev. Well defended by Georgi Napishvili, who has been there and done it a few times. Oh, just looking to flick it on there. Yayalishvili. Bliazzi. Georgia enjoying long spells of possession. Bulgaria being made to chase quite regularly. Final third is where Georgia just struggled a little bit to get into. Bulgaria do win the ball back. Shrugs the challenge off, but the ball fizzed over to Agashev. It was too much for him and goes out of play again. Ongadzi. Nice ball into the area, cleared away well. And out for the kick in. Gadzi over it. It's a tight angle. And that's why he tried to pull it across, and instead all he does is pass it out over the other side. I think Histros was pleased. He didn't go for the shot. Trying to make himself big in front of it, just a couple of yards away, and here's a good chance for Bulgaria then. Strike from Christoph into the side net.
Really neat flick around the corner. Cute play from Bulgaria. Just found the angle against him.
Pull back on the angle. Touched into the area. Shot from Ilyev. Wide of the post.
Well, shoot was the cry from the bench, and shoot he did. Another one off target, but better from Bulgaria. Been quite laboured in these opening exchanges.
Kignadzi. Svedyanki goes long, intercepted though. And that will be the last touch for Christoph for a little while as he takes a breather. Bliadzi looking for support, gets the run down the left-hand side, couldn't feed it through the eye of a needle though, and then perhaps Bulgaria will get onto the counter. Good chance for Bulgaria, they score! Georgia have had the most of the ball, but what counts is who hits the back of the net, and it's the Bulgarians who have got the first goal. And they lead, Georgia 0, Bulgaria 1.
Brilliant work there from Angashev. How many times have we seen someone take the shot on from that angle? Completely unselfish, squaring it across the face. And it goes from bad to worse for the Georgians.
Well, they might just hit straight back here. Good save. And the snapshot on the edge of the area from Georgi Napashvili. Kick in for Georgia. fallen behind despite long spells of possession. Flick through from Pliadzi. Wasn't a bad one, but Yaliashvili hadn't gambled on the run. Just runs harmlessly through to the Bulgarian keeper, Emanuelov. He's intercepted, chance then for Georgia, who are bringing reinforcements up the pitch with them, but Bulgarian shirts are now back behind it also. Shot away, but a little slow from the Georgians on the counter-attack to really break down Bulgaria. And that one through as well, but it's taken a touch. It's another corner. Nazi taking it. Tried to scoop it into the penalty area. Cleared away. Another corner for Georgia. Taken by Napashvili. Cleared away. Just trying to roll it through for Svetkov. Svetkov doing all the hard work to try and get it back, but Georgia retain. Here's a chance for Georgia. Well, the shot was on there, surely. They didn't take it. They've still got it. Napashvili. Hits it, Napashvili saved. And another chance for Georgia on the edge. Touch wasn't there. And Napashvili's touch away. And there's a chance at the other end for Bulgaria. And it's Kuzov who has his shot saved.
Just as I was about to say, much more like it from Georgia. They've been a little bit ponderous in these opening exchanges, but they ramped it up a second there. But napping at the back. And they almost found themselves 2-0 down after a succession of good chances.
Ball across, touchdown is lovely. Volley isn't quite so good, but it won't matter. I think it might even have been the missed kick that's done for the keeper there. He's expecting it to whistle at him. And it just held up, bounced in front of him, went in. The most bizarre of goals. I don't think you'll see it on Goals of the Day tomorrow, but it won't matter. Bulgaria lead by 2-0.
Well, Svekdiani certainly won't want to see that one back. No sting, no power in that effort, but you're right, Dan. I think how poorly it was struck is what deceived him. Terrible goalkeeping, but Bulgaria won't care. Hristov has doubled their lead.
So Georgia 0, Bulgaria 2 in Group B. As we've mentioned before, it won't matter. They can't qualify, either of these sides. Might just play a part in world rankings, and world rankings play a part in groups and draws in other tournaments. So still the incentive is there for sides to get the win. And as it stands, it's Bulgaria who are going to take it. Minute and a half away from the break. Lovely tenacious work down the right hand side to glide away. Challenge comes in from Niatobashvili. And he's awarded the free kick. With 1 minute left to go now.
Bitterly disappointed with the Georgians.
Lovely ball to that back post. That's where you want to put it, right in the sweet spot.
They ship 5 to Serbia, 6 to Germany. They find themselves 2-0 down now to Bulgaria. Disastrous Soccer World Cup.
Yeah, it really is. Been battered every game virtually. It's not looking much better in this. They've had lots of the ball. Bulgaria have taken their chances as they've came. Free kick for Bulgaria in the middle as Kirkaran goes down. Under the challenge of Kamiashvili.
Good officiating that. The boot was relatively high. Would have been easy to have dished out an unnecessary card, but both players shake hands.
And the official will blow his whistle once more, this time for half-time. Georgia with plenty of possession, but it's Bulgaria who have taken the initiative when offered to them. And they lead at half-time by 2-0. And you can see the second half in a few moments' time. Until then, me and Frankie are going to grab some water, and we'll be right back with you. Second half here in Muscat, Oman for the 2024 Soccer World Cup. Georgia are trailing Bulgaria by 2-0 in Group B. We're missing some officials here. We've got players. Ibrahim Al-Fazi of Oman, Omar Kadera of Turkey, and Zak Al-Kindi of Oman. I've informed the players that there's a 5-minute break and we're going to use it. And so the players will have to wait. There they are, pretty in pink. Two Omanis and the one Turk. Just about ready now to get us back underway. And Georgia have 20 minutes to turn it around. Bulgaria looking strong. An early kick. You haven't seen too many of those shots from the halfway line from kickoff. Georgia putting Bulgaria into a bit of a rush. Lovely feet there. Walloped by Niatavishvili, but blocked away. Corner ball. Chip away isn't a good one. Won back nicely though by the Georgians. He couldn't quite negotiate his way through that white line of 3 shirts. Chakaradze plays it out to the left-hand side. Little bomb inside. Laid off to Niatavishvili, and there he is again. The number 3 for Georgia. Chakaradze up towards the edge of the penalty area and cleared away. Chakaradze again. Intercepted by the Hungarians. Agyashev coming forward, laying it down the left-hand side for Christoph. And out of play. Georgia will try again. Only in the 2nd minute of the 2nd half. Georgia chasing to, as Bulgaria rather, apologies, lead. Miashvili ball to the back post was for Niatavishvili. Got a decent nut on it, but puts it over the top.
Certainly used every fibre of his neck muscles there, didn't he? Niatavishvili.
Too rich for Kuzov's blood there as he tried to bring it under. Georgia in possession again. Strolling forward is Svedjenki. Game lacking in a bit of quality. Out for the Georgian kick in. Klimiashvili. Cannons into the heel of a Bulgarian. And went to take a corner. They were informed it was just the kick in. Klimiashvili will attempt to get it back in again. Scoop to the back post, headed away. All the way back to the Georgian keeper, Svedjanki. There's a chance, keeper holds. Might just have had his heart in his mouth for a second. Another shot, toe bunged wide of the goal.
Just feel this Georgia side may need a little bit of a rebuild. You can craft your team around the experience they've got. Of course, players like Klimiashvili, who's played at such a high level in Georgia and of course for his country as well. It just feel like, to me, like they're lacking some legs. Look at the pace some of the teams are playing at in this tournament, how fast they break, and indeed how quick defensively they snap back into gear.
That's better from Georgia. Still couldn't get that ball into the mixer though. Stolen away by Bulgaria. Here's where they usually make you pay. Georgia come again. For the kick in. Once more for Georgia. New balls, please. Kongazzi. Aliashvili. Trying to find a way through Koneksi, but no way to go. Bulgaria again applying the block. Winning that ball back off Bulgaria. Just nothing in the final third to really whet the appetite. Driving run for a moment through the centre. And another chance for Bulgaria if they can get on it. They can't. Krustev was busting a gut to get there. Oh, a lovely looking ball. Nice header down. Chance for Bulgaria to make it 3. And the keeper watched it all the way as it bounced down into the ground. Bulgaria will have another go here. It's 3-on-2 and a shot off the post. Smashing effort that smashed into the upright.
Again, Georgia, who were positive in the opening exchanges, just feel like they've dropped off the pace. Bulgaria surge forward at them, just can't live with them.
Shvedyanki. Bulgaria again on the counter-attack. This looks dangerous. Bulgarians ran into each other though. Did the defending for Georgia, and now there's a break for the Georgians at the other end. Big moment for Georgia! And Georgi Kignadze, storming to the back post, gets the final touch. And Georgia have reduced the deficit to 1. It's Georgia 1, Bulgaria 2.
Bulgaria's kicker in will be absolutely kicking himself. They had a 4-on-1 situation at the other end. They all dashed forward without thought or care. A loose touch, it broke down, and all of a sudden Georgia were away.
Encouragement then for Bulgaria at 2-0. But encouragement now for Georgia after pulling one back, and it is they who are in the ascendancy. And that's nice football. Touchdown wasn't bad either. And if you haven't done so, you can download our app. International Soccer Federation. Highlights, stats, news, players. Everything you can think of. That will keep you right up to date on the soccer tournaments and Oman 2024 World Cup. Ball drops down. Chance for an equaliser here. Very coolly brought down by Manashev. And away. Shot over the bar and so high it's gone over the big screen.
A number of times we've seen that corner routine work back and blasted out the stadium. But just before that, very, very good footwork. Magical footwork, in fact, from Chiliashvili to work the space across. Put it into the right area. No one there to turn it home. Better from Georgia though, much better.
Bulgarian keeper Manulov inching forward and then goes for the long ball, puts it over the top and out for the kick in. Good work from Georgia. Napishvili's ball through. Kignadze again. Napishvili goes out to the left-hand side this time for Yayashvili. And it's a corner for Georgia. Bulgaria flooding their own box with defenders at the moment, but Georgia still might find a way through. Lovely footwork from Yayashvili. Couldn't quite get all the way there. And Bulgaria come away, and there's a big chance! And it's Dobrachov, the captain. Bulgaria on the counter-attack, lightning fast that time. Bit of a mix-up in front of the goal, and the captain was there just to smash it into the roof of the net. Bulgaria have restored their 2-goal lead, 3-1.
Svediani prevented that from being an own goal. It was Napishvili who prodded it towards his own net, trying to intercept, but Johnny on the spot, Dobrachov, he wasn't stopping that one. Makes double short, blasting it into the roof of the Georgian goal.
Restart to be restarted. Let's see. Bulgarians were making a change. Kignadze just trying to steer it through. Only found a Bulgarian boot, although Georgia have got it back. Strength was fair. They went through into the area there. Yayashvili. Ball over the top. Perhaps another chance for Bulgaria. Cut back and missed, and then eventually, and it's a long time after, Georgia are able to get back and defend that counter-attack. Scream from Yayashvili. Goes down under the challenge of Kirkaran, who offers his hand and is denied it.
Still trying to apologise to Yayashvili. He does finally accept the olive branch. He's been good though, Yayashvili. Not many in a Georgia shirt have been. Some really nice touches and turns.
Free kick for Georgia. 2 behind with 6 to go. Oh, that was fierce. It smashed off of a Bulgarian defender. Georgia still working it around, and there's a chance for Yayashvili. Wasn't in control of that, was he?
Don't know if you spotted it, Dan, but it's excellent goalkeeping by the man in the stands. Fan just plucked it out of the sky. Give that man a contract.
Well, here's a chance for Georgia. Saved wonderfully by Manulov.
Brilliant stop from Manulov. Grigorashvili had the goal at his mercy, and it looked, for all the world, like he was going to slot it in, but for the foot of Manulov. Excellent goalkeeping.
To the back post and missed by Kignadze. A quick free kick they're looking for, Georgia. They're not going to get it. Socca, the man standing over it. And Tavishvili to his right-hand side, so too is Yalaishvili. Chakrati! Keeper right where he needed to be to save. And a free kick. Oh, a goal kick is given, rather. No, it will be the free kick. Bulgaria sending a couple of men long. Oh, the absolute Teflon feet there from the number 14, Svetkov. Kuzov. Couldn't get past his man Kuzov, and Georgia again have the ball. Tenacious work from Ilyev, and he gets himself free kick. What is this? Kignadze asks. And another spooned effort up into the stands over the netting. Shot in from Nadaradze over the top. Tight in here, but he's got through it, Yarishvili. Bulgaria take it back. Once again, the ball is lost. Bugarashvili. Nice feet. Not really on, though, that option. Yarishvili did so well to get past his man. Surely there, Frankie's got to go across the face.
Yeah, well, I spoke about earlier. Good decision-making from Bulgaria in a similar situation. Put across the face of goal for the easy tap-in. It would have taken some effort to have stabbed it into the opposite corner from there. Fine margins, the decisions make all the difference.
That's a free kick. Just wondered for a second if we were going to see a yellow card. The referee keeps his cards in his pocket, though. And it will be a Bulgarian free kick, and that's no good to Georgia with 75 seconds to go and 2 goals down. Dobrachov and Kuzov over it. Dobrachov usually is the man to strike them. He runs away. Kuzov out of the ground almost again. And if someone asked me how were the 40 minutes of Georgia versus Bulgaria, I'd show them that free kick. Here they come again, though, Bulgaria. Chance to make it 4 this time. Down goes a player. Oh, I wasn't convinced. Simbin this time, though, and it will be for the Georgian goalkeeper. He doesn't like it, but he's got to walk. Nadaradze will sit out the rest of this game now. Are Georgia going to go for the keeper? They will once he's changed. He hasn't got his kit on. It might not be worth his time. And I'll tell you what, if they don't hurry up, the referees won't wait.
And it's Chikaradze who's standing in the net at the minute as a makeshift stopper.
Well, hold on. VAR is being called on. And in the box there is Majid and Piotr. Now.
Well, he was pleading his innocence,
Georgi
Nadaradze.
I'll tell you what, Frankie. They might just take the yellow card off the keeper and give it to the player in the white shirt.
Shikvediani just gesturing the dive, as is Klimiashvili right in front of us.
Well, Nadaradze absolutely certain that he did not touch his man. Shvedyanki is ready. They might not need him. And he will wait as well. See if he's going to get a time on the pitch. But I think this one might get overturned. Well, it's given still. Free kick, sin bin. And Nadaradze will sit down. In then will come Shvedyanki. And his first task will be to keep against the free kick. Dobrachov and Christov, the two men on your screen, stood over it. Dobrachov usually the one to smash it. Quite fancy Manashev might cut on the under squared pass, but it's Dobrachov! He does power one.
Smash it, he does. It's a bitterly disappointing end for Georgia. And you can really see after Serbia and Germany the drop-off in quality, the drop-off we've seen out here today is quite seismic. And that's no disrespect to the two sides.
Georgia looking to pull one back at least. And somehow that stayed out. Corner. Chavrani. Up to Yashvili. Good work from Machavani. The referee blows the whistle. And in Group B, Bulgaria have beaten Georgia. It won't matter in terms of a knockout phase, but some pride and hope restored for later on in the coming World Cups for Bulgaria, perhaps. And it finishes here. Georgia 1, Bulgaria 3. Stick around. Frankie's going to be on your screen soon. Looking for a little chat.
and gentlemen, please welcome from Group H, Croatia and Tunisia. Please be upstanding for the national anthems.
You join us live from Muscat, Oman, where we're gearing up one last time on match day 6 for our final showdown. The two protagonists, Croatia and Tunisia. The Croats have a chance to sew up Group H, having grown into the tournament, following a sluggish start. For Tunisia, it's one last hurrah. It's mathematically impossible for them to reach the knockouts, but they'll want to jet back to North Africa with their heads held high. The Tunisians played their part in a dramatic 4-4 draw with Hungary in their last encounter, the Hungarians equalising deep into stoppage time. Well, Dan Shaw joins me, and Dan, it looks like a slightly depleted Tunisia side have turned up for this, their final Group H encounter, which realistically doesn't mean too much for them at all.
No, it won't, but what it will mean is that they're going to have a very tough night against a very good Croatian side. I think Croatia might take this one easy. They know that they're through. And I think this might be a bit of a walk in the park if they've only got a certain amount of players, Tunisia, because Croatia will wear you down. They're the masters of just knocking that ball around, making you chase it. Now my prediction early on is that Croatia will win this one comfortably.
Well, they're without their skipper, Fuad Tamumi. They also look to be short of Ayman Shfaksi, who was excellent for Tunisia in that 8-goal thriller against Hungary. Croatia get us started, and they will get us started with a goal inside seconds. Filipovic, the man, rifling it past the post, but early warning signs for Tunisia that this could be one long old evening, as Dan suggested. Well, the Croats, as we said, started a little sluggishly in this tournament. A 2-2 opening game draw with Hungary. They then went 2-0 down against South Africa, but fought back in style to earn a comfortable win. Since then, they've gone from strength to strength, and they may well finish off comfortable leaders at the top of Group H after this one. Work to the byline. Tunisia try and clear, but a rather hapless effort. Hands possession back to the Croats. Doročković, who's been in fine form this tournament, finds himself on 3 goals, as does Doročković. Filipovic, rather. It's going to be a long old evening for those Tunisians, or is it? As they have a chance to swarm forward. Chance, stabbed goalwards, draws a save from Jelenic. And just as I was writing them off, Tunisia saw a shine of life through Ala Habawi, who scored 2 in their 6-2 defeat to South Africa and 1 against Hungary. Doročković endeavours down that left-hand side, but he's smuggled away.
Great from the keeper, wasn't it? Got out so quickly in the Croatian penalty area to sniff out the danger, but good for Tunisia that they've been able to get that ball through and give them some confidence that they can break Croatia down.
Filipovic. Here he is again. Can he get a shot away? He can. Rattles into the legs of Tunisia's defenders and out for a corner kick. Chipped over to the far post, nodded back across. Chance looked to be on for a second before Ziad Selmi dashed across and prodded clear. Borna Vidicek. Strike into the middle. Doročković gets it under his spell. Just not on the same frequency as his teammate as he looks to roll it back. And Tunisia will break forward again. Loose touch from Hajiji. Does manage to salvage a kick in. Well, for a second, Allah Haboui looked like he'd bulldozed his way into having a chance. Did make the connection, not a firm one, and Jelenic just falls on it. But he caused the Hungarians numerous issues. Doročković has space and time, drills one towards Dridi. Dridi stands tall.
Yeah, Dridi did well because that was hit with some venom by Doročković. He's at his near post, so he'd hoped to save it, but came at a rate of knots.
Had some venom on it, that's for sure. Corner work short. Another shot rifles in, and another block comes in.
And those two are the two real danger men for Croatia, linked up there, Vidicek and Medak.
Here is Vidicek. Neat footwork from him, unselfish, across to Doročković. Croatia ramping up the heat, and Abidi's been forced into a string of early stops. Filipovic, another save, and they're absolutely peppering Tunisia's goal. Tunisia stride forward through Selmi. Ala Haboui, good little move that, and Selmi just stabbed one towards the goalie Janovic. And they've got a player down now, and that's not good news, because I think they've only got one substitute. That's an outfielder by trade.
Yeah, well, he's holding his ankle now. And he was holding a bit in and around the midriff at first, so I think he took a double whammy there.
Well, he's going to receive some treatment, and as I say, Tunisia are operating with a threadbare squad.
Yeah, well, Tunisia have just signalled that they need to make a substitute.
Well,
so there must be someone on that bench somewhere.
Aside from a goalkeeper, there is one outfield player who can come on, and he's readying himself now.
Good start from both, though, really, Frankie. If you think what Tunisia are up against in terms of those squad numbers and against a very established side in Croatia, they've had a couple of chances. And Croatia have already started pinging it around nicely.
As I say, they've just done so well, Croatia, to grow into this tournament. We are speaking to their coach, Dino Kovac, who said he's 2 or 3 short, but those 2 or 3 will hopefully be joining them in the knockout stages, and it looks like they're bound for the knockout stages. As I say, just need the win here to tie things up in Group H. Argentina behind them on 6 points. Hungary with 5. South Africa, who are already resigned to a flight home on 3, and Tunisia at rock bottom on 1 point, and it is going to be Fakir Jadid, the number 15, who enters the fray, and Hajiji, well, his night's over. Work down the touchline for Medak. Selmi, not an awful lot going on ahead of him. Tossed forward, header one well. Here's Selmi again, who takes the tumble. Referee not buying it, and Croatia have 3 on 2. Well, it is eventually brought back. Well, I think Filipovic was judged to have crossed that white line. Sofiana Bidi clips one forward, looking for Allah Habui. An athletic presence up front for the North African outfit. Jelenic, Vidicek. Croatia moving through the gears. That's a flashing cross from Dorojkovic. Just looking to that far post. Gestures to his teammates. Why wasn't anyone there? And it's a question he's right to ask, because it was a brilliant area from Dorojkovic.
Put it where it needs to be, didn't he?
Allah Habui rises. Ball drops loose, and Filipovic is there. Dorojkovic spins over his shoulder. Bit of head tennis. Don't often see that in soccer. Brought down well by Selmi. Kept under close guard by Filipovic. Does well to win the kick in, and he's going to have to take that back. It's almost a foot on the pitch where he tried to take that, the Tunisian. Allah Habui chested down well. Shot comes in from the substitute for Kerjadid. And they're busy, the Tunisians, aren't they?
Yeah, they're doing okay, to be fair. I mean, look, this is a top Croatia side. It's missing a few players at the moment who might join later on, but they've got bags of quality. Euro Cup finalists.
Sloppy play, that. From Koljak. Uncharacteristic from Croatia's big number 10. Looks more like a basketball player, doesn't he, than a soccer player, but don't let appearances deceive you. He's a fine operator. Most of this Croatia side play professional futsal in their home country.
Oh yeah, they're class. Vidicek, class. Medak, class. Oluska, class. You could virtually name the whole team sheet and say the same thing, and we're joined out here by the Croatian TV crew, production crew, led by Vedran. All the boys in the truck who all believe that this side have a great chance. It's coming home, Philippe tells me.
Well, there's every chance it may well do. Well, not with passes like that. I think Vidicek spotted our cameraman in a black shirt in front of him and tried to pick him out with a pass. Well, he's good with the camera. He won't be as good at the Croatians with the ball at his feet. Ref Salah standing over it. Again tossed into the box. Chested down by Kuljak. Shoves his man off it. Protects it ever so well. Nudges it over to the back post. He's not happy with Vidicek. He feels he should have made the run. Vidicek instead went the opposite direction.
Yeah, it's the only area at the moment. That final third for Croatia hasn't quite come together. They'll find their way through though, Frankie.
10 minutes played, 0-0. Another long ball and another one gobbled up by Jelenic.
Yeah, good from Jelenic. Got a big tall presence in front of him under the lights as well.
Vidicek strides forward. Neat ball that to Filipovic off the underside of the bar. It's an absolute helter-skelter of an effort from Filipovic on his left foot. Here he is again. Kuljak trying to divert it in. They've won a corner. And the Croatians are defrosting. They're coming alive. So well drilled in everything they do, the Croatians.
Yeah, fantastic team.
The mould is so clear. Get the ball to the byline, get runners on that back post, get goals. Filipovic scuffs the effort, but the chance could still be alive as the bouncing ball momentarily takes out our monitors.
I was going to say, we nearly lost all the equipment. It would have been because of the Croatians. It would have been the Croatians who've had to come and fix it.
Well, they would not have been happy to have their eyes taken off the soccer to plug us back in. Abidi down for Tunisia, and their substitute goalkeeper is warming up, and that would take them down to a bare 6.
Yeah, not good signs for the Tunisians.
They were incensed, the Tunisians, when Hungary equalised, as I say, deep into stoppage time. When Hutsi found the leveller, they felt the game should already have been called. The result of that one in the end may have made little difference to the eventual outcome of this group. As Frankovic prepares to get us back underway. Vidicek, Croatia still searching for the opener. 12.5 minutes played. Filipovic, the man that's come the closest. And he comes close again, drawing a save from Abidi, who's back to his feet. Long ball almost breaks loose in Croatia's penalty area. Vidicek just about manages to bundle it away. A loose effort from Ziad Selmi.
Well, Vidicek did really well to get away from the two players. The ball back inside wasn't quite so good off his left foot.
Their skipper Haluska replaces Vidicek. Here he is on the ball now. Filipovic, who rattled the frame of Abidi's goal. Good strength there, and an equally nice flick. Croatia have an overload, dancing into the penalty area. Another save, the feet of Abidi this time. Perhaps could have tried to square it. Ivan Hadji. Filipovic! Off the post and off the keeper. How's that one stayed out?
Well, that's two brilliant efforts from him now that have somehow stayed out of the goal.
Hit everything but the back of the net. That from Filipovic. And here he is again. Kuljak. Filipovic. Nice feet from him. Gets the shot away. Not one of his best, but excellent footwork.
Deserved a goal, that footwork.
Just squeezed his way between two
fouled.
Tunisia defenders.
Being fouled all the way as well on the way to goal.
Well, that might have put him off the shot. He got a healthy shove in the back, didn't he? As he went to pull the trigger, Filipovic. Somehow, we're still level. Couldn't have got any closer to scoring with that low drive, Filipovic. And Abidi almost thought, when he looked up, that the ball was already in the back of his net. A rare foray forward for Tunisia. Abidi. Again, another launched ball. And Jelenic has gone straight through the back of Allah Haboui. And I think we're going to have a soccer penalty, Dan.
Well, they'll take a look in the VAR, I know that much. But you want your keeper to take everything. You've got to take the ball if you're going to take everything. I'm not sure he did.
Well, the right fist of Jelenic looks to have made more contact with Allah Haboui's head than anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, he smacks into him. It's clumsy from Jelenic. And against the run of play, Tunisia find themselves with a golden opportunity. VAR check confirmed. But they've missed two already, Tunisia. Their captain, Tamoumi, the man guilty of that. They've got a third bite of the cherry here. Well, the Croats, having twice struck the woodwork and smothered Tunisia for 16 minutes, could now find themselves behind. A little kick on the bum from Allah Haboui to get him up for it, cheer him up.
That was kind, wasn't it? What do you do if he misses?
Here it comes. Jelenic makes himself big, and big enough to make the stop, and Tunisia missed their third soccer penalty of the tournament. Wassim Mahmoud, the man guilty on this occasion. And they're not easy to score as soccer penalties, especially with a man like Jelenic in net. Space is quickly gobbled up.
Yeah, I'd say they miss more than they score in soccer penalties because it's so tricky and there's so much pressure.
And that has certainly been the case in this tournament. Croatia survive. Abidi, well, the tactic worked last time, but he goes short on this occasion. Neat that from Abidi, just lofting it back into his own hands. Allah Haboui rises. Ball could drop here. And is that a slide challenge? Yes, it is. And the question is it outside or inside that area? Referee on first glance is pointing just outside the box.
Well, they'll check it, won't they? My first thought was it was in. But we'll know for sure in a moment. Another one that will go to the monitor.
Could we see yet another twist and potentially another soccer penalty? Well, it's a penalty. And for the second time in a few short minutes, Tunisia have the chance to take the lead from a soccer pen. Now, will they change the taker? They look like they're going to. Allah Haboui, the man who got two in that 6-2 defeat to South Africa and won against Hungary, takes control on this occasion. Jelenic will have to stop again if he wants to keep the score level. Allah Haboui steps forward. And Jelenic stops it once more. Still alive. Timer's up. And it's a fourth penalty of the tournament missed by Tunisia, who just cannot find the back of the net from this spot.
They close their own angles down, don't they, when they get that close? Just get there, get halfway, draw the keeper out and give yourself some space and just nail it in the bottom corner.
Quite incredible stuff. Given two gifts, the Tunisians. Gifts they almost refused to take as Al Haboui tried to round Jelenic. Just didn't make any contact with the ball. And they'll be kicking themselves if Croatia grab the opener before the interval. Skorin. Francevic. Neat turn and a free kick. Clever work there from the Croats. It was Medak, the man who rolled his marker. Cute play to draw the foul.
I'd like to have another look at that, Frankie. I wasn't convinced. Here it comes. Foul, yeah.
Well, it was the leg more than the arms, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the reaction of Dusan Medak that I didn't like. But it's fair enough, it's a foul.
Now we know how proficient Croatia are from set plays. Dorošković stands over it, as does Medak. "20 minutes played. Tunisia, having missed 2 soccer penalties, will have to defend this one. They want to enter the interval with the scores level. Will it be Medak or will it be Dorošković? Well, the Tunisian will charge forward. Croatia work it to the back post, and there it is. As I mentioned, a team so astute from set plays. It's cute, it's clever, it's over to the back post, it's Medak, and it's Croatia 1, Tunisia 0.
He's one of the best, Dusan Medak. That's why. And if you don't take your chances, Croatia, in the end, they're going to punish you.
Tunisia, the masters of their own downfall. Medak. With the most cultured finish to lift it over Abidi. And there is the half-time whistle. A tough one to take that for Tunisia, who twice passed up the opportunity to go ahead through a soccer penalty. And then, in the dying moments of the half, a well-worked set piece, Medak the man, lifting it over a helpless Abidi to give the Croats a lead, and a lead that will take them soaring through to the knockouts. As it stands, they top the group. Second half action coming up very shortly.
Oh,
The two sides have emerged from their team huddles at the interval. Croatia then find themselves a goal up. Dying moments of the half. But a bizarre first half of football.
yeah, it was. Obviously, Tunisia have a couple of good chances with limited resources. Couldn't take them. Croatia finally got one. Just wonder how long before Croatia really step it up. Tunisia have made it tough though. They've given them a good game. Can be pleased with their first half's work.
Well, Croatia's coach, Dino Kovac, would not have been happy with what he saw in that first period. Croatia twice giving away a soccer penalty. Tunisia twice spurning the opportunity to convert. But still they lead. And they've got another 20 minutes to right the wrongs of the first half and put some daylight between themselves and the North Africans. Haluska back to Filipovic. Neat control, neat shot over the crossbar. Just excellent from Scottin.
Yeah, it was a vicious little hit, wasn't it, off the left foot. Keeper was worried.
First touch just instantly took him away from his marker. Silky smooth from Scottin. Filipovic into the tackle on Salmi. Thinks the attention he played in was a little bit too vigorous. Lobbed forward. Header won well. Drops down to the goal scorer, Medak. It's a very neat touch again from Haluska, but he's dispossessed by the Tunisians. Salmi loses it, attempting a bit of skill in the centre circle. And once again, Croatian player seems to mistake someone on the sideline for one of their own.
Yeah, it was a shame because Haluska worked so hard to get that ball back. It was a wonderful tackle. And then the easy bit, he made look hard.
Slice clearance, spins up into the air, drops for Salmi. He just chucks himself at the ball. He was expecting more of a challenge there, Ziad Salmi. It didn't come, and he ended up just swan diving into the advertising boards.
it made me laugh in the commentary box. There's a few lads in the stands having a giggle at that as well, bless him.
They used to call that the brick fall, didn't they? Celebration. Into the feet of Medak.
Yeah, Medak backing in.
Another wayward pass from the Tunisians. Jadid, the man, is making the run. Croatia currently on 10 points as things stand. 3 wins and a draw would be enough to see them top the group, best in class in Group H. And it could be either Qatar or Italy that they would face in the round of 16.
Massive game that now, isn't it, the Italian game?
Huge game. The Italians, of course, giving themselves a lifeline by finding a late equaliser against the Qataris. The evergreen Dos Santos netting in the very dying seconds. Tunisia again go route one. Jelenic gathers well and bowls out. Filipovic. There's a break on now for Croatia. Medak spare at the back post. Doročević may not need him. Still not clear from Tunisia. Now it is. Neat flick over the top from Jadid that draws applause from the bench. That wasn't so neat. And neither was that from Haluska, as both sides just give the ball back to one another. Filipovic, surging run. He's got options to his left. Finds Medak. Touch is heavy. It was a good opportunity that just moments ago for Dorojkovic. The shot was on, he had the space. Just couldn't find the intended corner. Here he is again. More of a tackle than a pass that from Filipovic. Croatia still yet to hit their stride. Cruising a little bit in this one, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they've struggled to really get to grips with the game so far. I wonder if part of that is just because they know they're going through. And just relaxing a little bit in this fixture, not burning up too much energy. Going through the motions a little.
A lot of minutes put into these players' legs as well. As we mentioned, they've got a temporarily depleted squad. Some of the players who were scheduled to arrive here in Muscat weren't able to make it through injury. Tunisia give away a kick in, sloppy that. It was Mahmoud who had both feet on the pitch as he took that one.
Takes some doing.
Well, he sort of bent round it, started on the pitch, bent round and finished on the pitch as well. Vidicek doesn't make the same mistake. Neat drag back. Medak with the half chance. Bobbles it into the turf. Another set play from the Croatians. Straight from their playbook. Lobbed forward once more. Jelinek goes for the double-fisted punch on this occasion. Straight ball down the middle. Miscontrolled by Vidicek, and there was a half chance in there for Hadji. Hit it on the spin, just pulled across it.
Well, it's encouraging for Tunisia that they've got the chances at least. They're only a goal behind, so that's more encouragement for Tunisia. 27 minutes against Croatia with only one sub. It's good going.
Vidicek, neat drive. Draws an excellent save from Abidi. Dorojkovic collects. Wayward pass again, and they're getting frustrated with themselves, the Croatians. And Selmi steps round his man. Angle is tight, still gets the shot away. And Jelenic has to tip over his crossbar.
Oh, there you go, more encouragement for Tunisia. See it now. Bit of space. Angle was tight, to be fair, so he had to wrap his boot around it. Keeper really should be saving that.
Corner for the North African outfit. Alaboui is up there. Excellent footwork from him. Does even better to get off the pass, and he's won himself a free kick for all of his hard work. Such an outlet for the Tunisians is Alaboui. And they couldn't score from 2 penalties. Can they score from a free kick? Croatia have 2 in the wall.
Look how Croatia set up in their defence of these set pieces.
Well, Selmi's going to plonk himself right on Jelenic, isn't he? Right in that far post. Crowd willing Abidi forward.
Oh wow, that's not what they would have wanted. I actually thought that the option on the right-hand side there for their number 14 was the better one for them.
More of a conversion that than anything else. Dorojkovic tries his luck. Again, rather wasteful. Would have taken something special for him to ripple the net from there. Tunisia work it short. Wasteful flick round the corner, but one back well from Allah Haboui, who's worked ever so hard. But they give it away. Croatia have numbers over, but both sides just seem insistent on giving it back to one another. Vidicek pushes his man to the turf. It was relatively clear. Allah Haboui made the most of it. That's a neat ball, an important interception from Vidicek, because Hadji was lurking. Scottin out to Vidicek. This is where Croatia are good, working those channels. Dorojkovic wins it back. Another loose pass. And they're really off colour, the Croatians, aren't they? Especially Dorojkovic. Sets his standards so high usually. There's a series of skewed passes from him.
Yeah, it's not the polished Croatia that we're used to seeing. I think those players missing has got a lot to do with that. I still wouldn't write them off though, going forward.
Francovic chinks his way to the touchline, cross into a good area, but no one there. They slightly huffed and puffed their way through the group stages, but the best teams often do get the job done and then come alive in the knockouts.
Yeah, that's it. You can kind of go under the radar a little bit that way as well. Look at Serbia.
Oh, they were excellent against Germany today. A game plan executed to perfection. And there we go, the roll counter's back on. 4 from the Tunisian man. Got a bit of a nudge from Hadjic, but he made sure our referees were paying attention, didn't they? Wassim Mahmoud.
Well, that's a shoulder barge. If he's rolling 4 times off of a shoulder barge, he's got problems there.
Hadjid lets it run out of play. And instantly sticks his foot over that white line, and again, Tunisia have a kick in overturned. Filipovic. Vidicek. Kuljak. Slip again. Kuljak sticking out that long leg of his. Another move breaks down. Hadjic takes a rather theatrical dive.
Still only 1-0 though, Frankie.
Still only 1-0, and that will give the Tunisians hope.
Absolutely.
And again, more rolls. Hadjic, the offender, once again collides with his man off the ball. And once again, it's Wassim Mahmoud who's milking every last drop out of that challenge. Well, they are checking this on VAR to make sure there was nothing more sinister from Hadjic. I'd be very surprised if there was. But soccer surprises you and soccer humbles you, especially as a commentator. Thumbs up means we're good to get back underway. Hadjic has his name cleared. Lob long again, and under that was Allah Haboui, and I tell you what, if he'd have got a little bit less on it, who knows? Game drifting away, 33 minutes played. Kuljak forced home to Vidicek. Almost runs it out of play, but extends his leg to claw it back from the line. That's a clever ball for Filipovic. Can he drive one across the face of goal? He can. A BD equal to it. Vidicek, well worked. Filipovic gets another shot away, and again, a BD flings his legs at it to make another stop.
How unlucky's Filipovic been tonight, though? He's hit some beauties, hasn't he?
Post, crossbar, legs of the keeper, everything but the back of the net, but he still has time for Likovic. Three goals scored in this Soccer World Cup so far. Desperately unlucky not to have had a fourth. Abidi striding forward, jeered on by the crowd, and he shoots Abidi. And now he's away from home. Jelenic will look to take quickly. Well, he was under pressure, Jelenic. We've seen similar goals like that scored at this World Cup. One from Peru's Walter Brousset. Just didn't get his geometry right.
Yeah, the Tunisians did well to get in the way of the keeper and block it off as well, though, just to protect their own keeper a little bit.
Well, Abidi saw his name in lights there, didn't he?
Well, it's a decent strike. We'll see it now. Got behind it well. You can't see on your screen, but just above there, the guy in the green shirt was down out of the stands to reprimand the officials.
Tunisia give it away. Vidicek picks it up. Driving through, couple of lucky bubbles, but he's still got it. It's a neat ball to the back post. And somehow Tunisia scrambled clear. Just wanted too much time. Did Hadjic. Ball stuck under his feet. And again they come, Croatia. Filipovic, can he get his goal? Saved again by Abidi. He had Vidicek to his left-hand side.
Beaming smile when he saved that.
Well, he's done enough to warrant his own personal highlights package, has Sofiane Abidi. It's certainly been all action from the Tunisian keeper. String of stops. Plenty from Filipovic. Work to the byline. Another chance for Croatia. Still there with Kuljak, but Filipovic's ball forces him wide. Just lacking in quality in those key moments. Not often you find yourself saying that again about Croatia.
No, you're right, Frankie. It hasn't got going properly for Croatia tonight, though, has it at all? Wow. That's poor from Salah. Going down like that and screaming.
Well, he got back to his feet quickly, didn't he, when he realised that free kick wasn't coming. And Tunisia have some ultras up in the stands trying to cheer them on. Given away, Filipovic stride forward. He's got Hadjic to his left-hand side, he finds him. Hadjic with an initially loose touch, but it takes him round Abidi. And Croatia sew it up. Ivan Hadjic rounding the keeper and sliding it home on the counter-attack. They haven't been at their sparkling best, Croatia, but they're getting the job done. 2-0 the scoreline.
Yeah, well, I thought originally he was going to fake that pass and go alone. Keeper goes down a little too early for me. Just needs to stand up, goes down there. And he makes the mind up for the striker.
Well, I don't
leaves him in an empty net, really.
I don't think it was the touch that Ivan Hadjic was originally intending, but he did ever so well just to shimmy Abidi afterwards and slide it in for Croatia's second. Kuljak. Haluska. Vidicek. Worked into the box. Kuljak strikes, and again Abidi stops with his feet. How many times have we said that this evening? Vidicek chips into the channel for Haluska. Tunisia clear. Smothered straight away by Vidicek. Chance for another strike. And my oh my, Abidi is the man again, springing down to his left, and he produces another excellent stop.
Made a few, hasn't he?
Man possessed is Abidi. And but for his heroics, Tunisia could find themselves 3 or 4 down. Here's a chance for Tunisia to pull one back. It's worked over to the far post, and they've scrambled it home. And hang on a second, Dad, because we might have ourselves a grandstand finish.
Right on the stroke of the 29th minute, so one to go. But we thought it was sewn up. Croatia should make sure, really, with the ball at their feet, but you never know, Frankie. You just never know.
Well, it was Fakir Jadid who arrived right on time to scramble it through the legs of Jelenic and into the back of the net. And Tunisia have all of a minute to get themselves level.
Fans in the stands pleading with the Tunisians to get that equaliser.
Well, they've cheered them all the way, haven't they? Here's Allah Haboui. Shoots from distance, and it's not a bad effort at all. Jelenic has to spring to his left to produce the stop. And for the halfway line, Allah Haboui absolutely motored one towards the top corner.
Wow. What a hit that is, and that's a top save. The worst news for Tunisia, though, is that they've infringed on the pitch, taken the corner, and they've lost the opportunity.
They've not learnt their lesson, have they, Tunisia? 3 times tonight they've done that. Pressing Vidicek. Croatia, can they restore their 2-goal buffer? They can. Well, just as quickly as Tunisia got themselves back into the game, Croatia once more have a 2-goal buffer, and it's that man again, Medak, nodding home. A drilled delivery from Filipovic, took a nick, span up to him, and he has the simplest of tasks to head home from all of a yard out.
Where is he, Frankie? On the back post.
The hot spot in soccer, and with that, the full-time whistle. Well, Tunisia almost gave us a marvellous ending, but in the end it was Croatia who edged their way past, and Croatia do top Group H. For them, what lays next? Well, it's either Qatar or it's the Italians. For now, wrapping up game day 6 here at the 2024 Soccer World Cup. We'll see you tomorrow for plenty more action.
I'm with Josip Haluska now as Croatia win to go top of the group. Josip, not the best performance for Croatia. You've played better, but you've won the group and you're through.
Yes, we know that Tunis is a good team. The game was difficult, but at the end we win the game. We win the group. That before the tournament, our wishes goes to win the group and go to next phase.
And it could either be Qatar or Italy for you in the next round. Any preference on those?
We don't mind. We go game by game and hope we go to quarterfinal.
Congratulations, you're through. Well done.
Thank you.